Good morning, Chicago, and hello, book enthusiasts. It's time to shine a spotlight on your favorite reads, and I'm Rob Lambeth, and I'm thrilled to be your host for today's live session. Again, we're streaming across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and also on Tish Barnhart's website. That's www.tishbarnhart. It's TISHBARNHARDTH.com, and also through our very own Readers Magnet website. That's www.readersmagnet.com. So where we'll celebrate your books for what you're excited about. You might be in love with science fiction, you might be in love with romance, fantasy, whatever it is. This is a time for you to find your next book that you can display on your shelf. So let's honor the stories that make us fall in love with reading. So join us and give these page turners the recognition they deserve. So let the book shout outs begin. So first book on the list, though, is from our very own Readers Magnet authors. So we have here Jacqueline Goodwin. She's making a book for religion and spirituality that's from bitter to better. So for you out there who want to get another book to put on your shelves, though, talk about religion, spirituality, from bitter to better from Jacqueline Goodwin is one good book that you can also put on it. Okay, and it's available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Feel free to get a copy, though, and get one right now. And next on the list is from our very own Readers Magnet author. It's Brandon Rose. It's a thriller and suspense book. Title is, and this is kind of unique, Experience May Vary, a fictional look into non-fiction life. Don't tell me that you're going to get curious. So, next book on the list is one from our also Readers Magnet authors. That's Doris Lavon, a religion and spirituality book titled Somewhere in the Middle. I like the cover, though. It's shining, shimmering, splendid, as what we always say here. And also another book from one of our Readers Magnet authors, from Samuel Nisbet. That is a memoir titled Turning Pages of My Life. I would really agree with that, though. Basically, our life is just books and chapters and leaves and pages that we're just opening up every day. And that's one good thing about having a memoir turned into a book. Turning the pages of my life makes 100% sense. And also, next book on the list is from Mauricia Ambros. That's one of our Readers Magnet authors. It's a biography memoir, though, titled Turn Into the Storm. I love the cover, kind of a bit of watercolor shading there. I love how it depicts, though. It really gives you an idea on the title of the book and what is it all about. I really want to have one of these on my shelves right now. Basically, I'm talking about my shelves here at the back. So, and next book on the list is we have Ollie Ann Barnett. That's one of our Readers Magnet author. Basically, the genre of the book is science fiction and fantasy. And again, I love science fiction. Title for the book is Her Blood, Their Battle. Okay, so if you want to get a copy, though, for science fiction books, feel free to grab it. And next book on the list is from Alan and Karen. Again, one of our Readers Magnet authors here. It's a Christian living book, Beauty of Praise, the new Proverbs 31 Women series. So for you all women there who want to get a book that you can lean on, want to get a book you can grab and read it at least one chapter per day, gotta grab a copy for this, though. Okay, so again, that's Beauty of Praise by Alan and Karen. Okay, and the next book on the list is we have here a Jamie Lynn Miller. That is Burning for You, books 1 and 2. Again, Jamie Lynn Miller, a Burning for You book here. As you can see, though, flash on the screen, grab a copy. That's through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. And a next book on the list is The Dome by Susan Craig Whitsock. It's a literature and fiction. You can always, if ever you love literature and you love fiction, who doesn't love literature? So again, we'll just grab a copy, though. The title is The Dome by Suzanne Craig Whitsock. And also, next book on the list, we have 2 books from Jeff Zimmerman. First book on the list is America, A Tale of Crime and Corruption. So again, it is a thriller and suspense book. So if you want to get his book, and you also want to get another book that he has titled Detroit, A Tale of Crime and Corruption, that is all about politics and social science. But again, it's from Jeff Zimmerman. Okay, so those are probably our first half of the list that we have right now. But again, to all our viewers and to everyone who's watching the live stream right now, feel free to follow our socials, though. That's at Readers Magnet. You can follow us through Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also check our YouTube channels, though. You'll find a lot of content. But if you don't want content and you want information, feel free to give us a call, though. And here's the phone number that will be flashed on your screen in a few seconds. That's 1-800-805-0762. Again, that is 1-800-805-0762. So if you want to know more on how you can get your book out there and want to know more on what you can do about your book that you got it published and you want to know what's next, feel free to give us a call and we'll make sure to at least provide you all the things that you need. Okay? So before we go into anything else, though, I just wanted to give a quick read through, though, because again, we are doing book shout outs here, and we do have a lot of people. We do have 60 people live on stream right now at this very minute. Hi everyone, good to have you on the live stream right now. So again, it's your book, your shout, so I just want to hear it from you. So let me read a couple of comments that we have here on that. So here is we have one comment here by Maxine Thorson. She says that I can't wait to add more books in my collection. So Maxine, if you do you have any genres in mind, though? Maybe that'll be added within the next few books. Are you into science fiction? Are you into romance? Or hey, maybe you're into horror genres, thrillers, suspense. Who knows, though? It is a lot of things you can go for. Okay. And next is we also have a comment here from Pam Jackson. You are just a book lover here supporting this platform. You know what, Pam, I really do appreciate you supporting this platform. Really appreciate it. And don't worry, I gotta give it, though, there are a lot of books that are upcoming right now to be shouted out. And we want to make sure, though, that at least you can add one more onto your shelf. Okay. So if you can't add one, if you can't add two, if you can't add three, add everything on the shelf. But hey, if you're a book lover, you know what I mean about this. Okay, and next comment, here is we do have there are a lot of people here, and I'm sorry if I can't get through all the comments, though. There are a lot crashing in, but again, it's for just want to give you a heads up, though. Today, though, we're having our very own Readers Magnet Chicago Confab that will be happening at Dearborn Street. So to all our book lovers and book enthusiasts, feel free to visit our venue. That will be at Dearborn Street, 637 South Dearborn Street. That will be Readers Magnet, a book confab that will be happening today and up until tomorrow. And we're going to have a quick break by Friday and then continue as well, since we'll be joining also the Printers Row Lit Fest. That will be through September 7 and 8. And hey, if you do have plans to visit our booth at our Readers Magnet booth at Printers Row Lit Fest, feel free to visit booth C and D. Okay, so the details will be posted in. And also in the future, if ever you want to get your books shouted out as well, hey, here's one thing that I can say. We'll be also providing you some instructions on how you can get your book the spotlight it deserves. Okay, so one more thing that I just want to go here. So also, hi, Julia Valentina. Good morning to you, Julia. And also here, also want to go forward with one more comment here. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at the comments right now, and there's a lot, like a huge amount of comments here that I really want to go through. Also for you guys, though, if you want to get in touch with some of the people here on the live stream as well, feel free to at least get in touch with them, though, especially if you think that you can have someone you can connect with. And what I mean by connecting with, I mean that if you want to share your books, have your own book club, maybe this is a platform that you can join in as well. Okay, so. And also for our other books, though, they want to do a shout out, though, and also for other things that we can move forward with. We'll be continuing our book shout outs in a few minutes, though, after a few messages. Okay, so just stay tuned, stay on your seats, and I'll be back after a couple of messages. Okay. Welcome back to the live stream. So again, to continue one of our book shout outs here, we'll be giving you another wonderful list of books that you can add to your bookshelves again. So next book on the list that we want to give, and this deserves a spotlight though, one book titled The Modern Civil War again, it's a survival guide, okay? It's from Del McCool. We have two books coming from Del McCool. It's a history book titled, again, The Modern Civil War Survival Guide. And next book on this list is The Dark Side of Heaven. So again, from the same author, Del McCool. So if ever you want to grab a copy and add it to your shelves, though, it has, and I'm sorry, I am speechless with this cover, though. I really love the type of cover that was done for this. So again, that's Modern Civil War Survival Guide and The Dark Side of Heaven from Del McCool. So you can grab a copy, add that to your shelves. Again, those are available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Okay, and we also have two books on the list coming from Larry R. Wazian. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Larry. You can correct me later on. Okay, so next is first book on his list, though, that is on here is Jumpgate. Again, that's Jumpgate 1, Time Chair, Committing Crime, Solving Crime, and Keeping Schedules. So it is book one of the Jumpgate series. It's a science fiction and fantasy book. And again, it also next on this book, because again, if you have a part 1 of your book, then you really have to have a part 2. So we also have Jumpgate 2, Teleporter, High-Tech Manufacturing, and Teleportation. It's part 2 of the book series, the Jumpgate book series. Feel free to grab a copy if you want to get. You just only get one though. You want to get 2, so it's a 2 for 2 here. So it's a part 1, part 2. Make sure you can continue the story, have fun with it, and make the most out of it. Okay. So again, that's from Larry R. Wazian. Okay. Make sure to grab a copy through Amazon and Barnes & Noble, the Jumpgate book series. Okay. And the next book on the list is from Sue Burke. Okay. It's a Semiosis, a novel. Okay, so again, we have here from Sue Burke. Okay, it's Semiosis. As you can see on the cover here, though, it's more of a simplistic time. Okay, so again, Semiosis by Sue Burke, available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Next book on the list is we have 3 books, not just 2, but 3. So these books are coming from Sonia Jones. First book on the series is The Chronicle of the Nine-Tailed. Okay, so it's the Nine-Tailed Dragon. It gives me a Game of Thrones vibes. I'm hoping it's kind of a bit like this, though. So again, it's the Chronicle of the Nine-Tailed Dragon, book 1 of the Mithralis series. Really love the name though, Mithralis. I really love how it's being done there. Next book on the list though is Beyond the Portal. It's A Love Through Time and Scales. So it's a part 2 of the book series, and the third book that Sonia Jones has within her series. It's a trilogy here. So it's The Queen of the Sea, the untold story of a lady pirate Ching. Wow. Wasn't aware about how this falls in. But again, first book we have here is the that's the Chronicle of Nine-Tailed Dragon, book 1 of the Mithralis series. Next is Beyond the Portal, A Love Through Time and Scales. And then third book that was submitted is A Queen of the Sea, the untold story of Lady Pirate Ching Shi. Love it. Okay, so Sonia Jones, those are her books. If you want to grab a copy, add it to your shelf. These are fantasy horror, and thriller and mystery books. So feel free to grab a copy, add it to your shelves. It's available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Okay, and then we also have 2 books on the list here from S.E. Cyborski. Okay, so it's S.E. Cyborski. First book on the list is A Mere Darkness. So we're looking at a science fiction and fantasy book. Okay, and second book on the list is also from S.E. Cyborski. This is going to be I'm going to try to pronounce this. Okay, so it's Notret. I'm sorry, I'm half German. It's Notret. Okay, so it's Notret. It's the Accidental Heroes Chronicles, book 1 of the series, though. It's a science fiction and fantasy. Again, coming from the same author, S.E. Cyborski. Okay, and the next book on the list, though, and here, well, I thought that we had 3. That was the most books for a book shout from the same author, but now we have 4 books that we're going to be shouting out from the same author. So first book on the list that I want to shout out from the author Luisa Mastromarino. Okay, so first book is All Kids Are Cool. Love that. Children's book. Love to have that. It's a children's book. Grab a copy if you want to get one for your kids, especially if ever you drop by. Also, you can make sure to at least get one, put in your shelves, make it a bedtime story, make it a family bonding as well. And the next book on the list is I'm an Archaeologist. It's a geography and culture book as well. Coming from Luisa. And then third book on the list to be shouted out from her is Again, around the world in many cultures, a global kids adventure. I really love where the books are coming on though. It's kind of bit unique though. It has the same theme, have the same ideas about this, and it's really lovely to have Louisa making sure that these books are available for everyone though. And again, the fourth book on the list is Around the World in Many Cultures: A Global Kids Adventure. Okay, so again, and next on the list is I'm a Marine Biologist, again, coming from Luisa Mastro Marino. It's a science nature, and again, it is a children's book as well. Feel free to grab a copy, and also make sure to at least add it to yourselves. And also coming from one of our commenters here, we have here Denise Beckwith. Again, she says that books that promote diversity are always good. And yes, Denise, I would really agree with that, though. Books that really promote diversity is something that we really need in our culture right now. Because again, no matter who you are as a person, though, big or tall, smaller, big. Again, going back with the idea though, no matter who you are, as long as you are trying to do good, then go for it. No one is stopping you from being good, and it doesn't hurt to be kind to each and everyone. Okay, so again, thank you very much for that, Denise. And then also from a Tremaine, sorry if I'm pronouncing your last name incorrectly. That's again from Tremaine McCrary. So pretty nice children books. Yes, I do agree. I have read, I believe I had read one of her books, though. I'm an archaeologist, and also All Kids Are Cool. Really love how it was created, though. Really love the book, and I really would suggest you can grab a copy of that as well. Okay. So again, Tremaine, also thank you much for joining the stream here. And again, also one more thing, coming from one of our comments here from Zenki Mooney. The book covers look great. Love how each one tells their own unique story. You know what, Zenki, I gotta tell it to you though. Yes. People say they don't judge a book by its cover, but if the cover tells the whole story, then you don't need to judge it, but you need to uncover what it really is. So basically, look at the cover, really tells you a part of the story, but flipping through those pages is really just something else. Okay. So again, all of our books that have been shouted out, feel free to at least add these to your shelves, add these to your collection, make it a family bonding. Make sure to read a book at least once. One book a day is not even it's not going to be a problem though. At least one book a day, add to your collection. And hey, it's almost December, almost book buying season here. It's more in gift giving. Give your child a book, give your grandkids a book. Feel free to at least buy a book and continue the tradition though. I do love Kindles. Not gonna lie about that. Okay, not gonna be lying about that. And also just want to make sure though that again, even though it's in digital format or in physical format, as long as you have books in your reading though, then you have all the imagination creation in the world. Okay, so always make sure to at least go for that. Add one more book, add children's book, add fiction book, and again, coming from one more is add that dragons book as well. So you can go back to that again. And also we have here so one more here. Okay, so we also have here a comment, some Safiria Steele. Yes, and I do agree. I should give my nieces these wonderful children's book. Yes, Safiria, I do agree with that though. So for your grandchildren or your children or your nieces, make it a book that you can give to them, because again, a children's joy when looking at those pages, looking at those drawings though, it's not something, it's just a joy that that can never be replaced. Okay, so feel free to get one, and make sure to at least join on. Okay, so also we have one more comment here from James Lynch Jackson. What can we expect on the Confab? So going back with ReadersMagnet Confab, what we'll be doing here is it's a collaboration. It's a gathering for all of our authors though who will be joining. We do have our staff there who's very willing to give them a video. Again, it's making sure that we can share your stories with the world. Okay, so we will be doing a live stream, and we'll be having author speaking engagements. They'll have their time of the live to at least showcase their book, showcase their experience, at least tell more about how it's been, even though their journey, what their book is all about. So, and if you want to know more, because again, I'm not going to give everything over the live stream because I want you to watch the live stream. I want you to know for yourself. So, if ever you want to know more, and if you're in Chicago right now, and if you're close by Dearborn Street, feel free to give us a visit, okay? So that's a Reader's Magnet book confab that will be happening at 637 South Dearborn Street, and that's happening from today up until tomorrow, okay? So next, also in continuation with some of our books that we wanted to shout out though, and I just wanted to add just a couple of these books on your list. So since we're done with children's book, again from Louisa, last 4 books, let's continue and let's see what other books we can add on with our list. Okay, so I just want to add these last 2 books for a book shout out before we go on the commercial break. Is the official Trap House coloring book. It's for adults, stress and anxiety relief, humor, entertaining. Okay, I just really wanted to insert this here because again, there might be children's books, but there are also books that are meant for adults. And again, it is a coloring book for adults, stress and anxiety relief, humor, it's entertaining, and I am a person who does coloring books, and I color within the lines as well. Okay, so I still use my Crayola, still use my watercolors and whatnot. Okay, so again, that's from Paul M. Packett. And then a next book, it's still a coloring book though from Paul and Packett though. It's Inspirational Recovery Quote. It's a coloring book, fun for adults, kids, men, women, all ages, stress and anxiety relief. So it's a recovery coloring book. So we have 2 here from Paul and Packett. And I believe that Paul really has this thing that he wants to help people who have stress and anxiety. And the best way it's not the best way though, but it's one of the ways that you can always make sure to relieve stress is just color within the lines. But if you go out the line, it's not an issue. Feel free to do that. Okay, you have your own creativity, and don't make it confined in one place. Okay, let it out. Be colorful, be creative, be who you are as a person. Okay, so continuation with one of our book shout outs though. I'd love to give you more books that you can add to your shelf after a few messages. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the live stream. And gang, so I do see by the way, so we still have a lot of books that we can go through. And I do see that we do have some new joiners who just joined the stream. So I'd just like to give a shout out to Irish Gambito. Thank you for joining the stream. Adriana F. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your last name incorrectly, but I'm just gonna call it. So Adriana, thank you for joining. Also, I'm seeing a lot of comments going on with here. And I just wanted to before we continue with our book shoutouts though, and before I throw you on the main event, which is our Readers Magnet book confab, let me just go through some comments here and see what comments do we can go for here. So first and foremost though, I do see we have some comments here from Elizabeth Schultz. I heard Readers Magnet is going to be an exhibitor in this year's Printers Row Lit Fest. So what's the booth number? Good thing you've asked, Elizabeth though. So Elizabeth, we are going to be one of the exhibitors at Printers Row Lit Fest. That is from September 7th up until the 8th, and our booth number is booth C and D. Okay, so if you get the chance to be at the event, feel free to drop by our Readers Magnet booth. That's booth C and D, and one of our Readers Magnet staff will be more than happy to accommodate you. Okay, so feel free to join in, sit down, join our mini confab there as well, where we get at least time for some of our visiting authors to have at least a few moments to talk about some stuff that they want to share as well. It can either be their book, it can either be about themselves or about their experience. Who knows? Again, every writer has their own journey. Okay, and it's not easy to come up with the book. It's really hard. It's not easy. I'm not a writer, but I do understand where the struggles are coming from. Okay, so again, so Elizabeth, thank you very much for that question. So let me just repeat that. If you are in Chicago and if you want to visit our Readers Magnet booth, that's going to be at the Printers Row Lit Fest. That's going to be booth C and D. Okay. And also, we have a follow-up question here from James Lynch Jackson. So how many books will you exhibit? So right now at the Readers Magnet Book Confab, we are looking at 150 plus books. And also for our Printers Row Lit Fest, we're looking at 200 plus books that we are exhibiting. Basically, we're putting a display for that, okay? And you don't need to worry, though. You'll know what those books are going to be because we're going to give them that time to shine as well. So we're going to give them that's why your shout outs are here. We want to make sure that those books get the spotlight that they deserve, okay? It might be a hidden gem, it might be a bestseller, but who knows, okay? If your book deserves that spotlight, then we'll make sure that it gets the spotlight it deserves, okay? And then a next question as well, coming from here, because there are a lot of questions during the commercial break. I took the liberty to go through some questions here that I think we can answer right now here at the com section, okay? So where was that? There was also a question on who our visiting authors are. So, so to some of our visiting authors, though, just to give you just to name a few, coming from the top of my head, as far as I remember, though, that's visiting us during the Readers Magnet Book Confab. We have here Thomas Sheets, Russell Rucker, Marshall Flam, Yareni Beltran, Stephen Nielsen, and again, our host for Readers Magnet Confab, our very own Tish Barnhart. Okay, so if you can also visit our website, that's www.tishbarnhart.com. Okay, so again, feel free to visit our venue. That's got Dearborn Street. That's going to be happening from today and tomorrow. Okay, and also to all our people here are book enthusiasts, and also to people who love to read. There are times though that you have your own book, but you just don't know how to do it. Okay, you don't know what to do next or what would be the next step. It's either you can make your book be there available for everyone to know, but who would know and how can you strategize on how you can make sure that your book will be out there? So if you have any questions about that, though, feel free to drop us a call, though. Let me just flash your phone number here. It's 1-800-805-0762. That's our very own Readers Magnet phone number. That's 1-800-805-0762. And if you also want to send us an email, feel free to email us at info@readersmagnet.com. Okay, that's info, I-N-F-O, at readersmagnet.com. Okay, so feel free to give us a call. Feel free to send us an email, and we'll be more than happy to cater whatever your questions might be in the near future. Okay, so next, let's continue with our book shout out. So this will not be the last part of the list, though, but these books still deserve to be part of here. Make sure that it can get the spotlight it deserves. Okay, so Let's begin then. So first book we have here is When Springs Arrive by Rose R. Sales. Okay, so that's Rose R. Sales. A title of the book is When Springs Arrive. When Spring Arrives. Okay, so I can see there on the book cover. That's there. Okay, so When Spring Arrives. Love the pink. Favorite color is pink. Let's face it, though. Pink is just a soothing color. I can't deny that. Okay, and then okay. So again, that's from Rose R. Sales. And the next book on the list that we have here from Michael Rowland. It's Morocco or Bust, August '69. Love that. Love that. Love that. Okay, it's a biography book. Feel free to grab a copy if you want to see what it was like back then with Michael Rowland. Though again, that's Morocco or Bust, August '69. It is a true story. Okay. And then next book on the list. Okay. Next book on the list is A Dreamer's Heart, a journey of love through poetry. Okay. So again, we have this book as well. And that's coming from one of the authors, though, that's Claire Deacon. Okay. It's a fantasy book. Has poetry is again titled book A Dreamer's Heart, a journey of love through poetry. Okay, and again, I'm coming from and also just wanted to want to highlight a couple of people. So we have here Ollie and Barnett. Hello from Alabama and hello from Chicago as well. Okay, and here, so okay, and also let me just go through a couple of comments here. Whew, these are a lot of comments coming in. So we have here Cal Taylor. We have here Taylor. We have a lot of biographies as well. It's always interesting to reading about someone's life. And is that weird? No, it's not weird if you think about it, I guess. Hey, but again, it's just more. Let me think. No, it's not weird. It's really normal though. If you want to read someone else's life though, going through biographies, it's okay. It's not a problem. It's not weird at all. Okay. Next we have here Karen Wilson. So Karen, yes. Wow, I love poetry. Yes, I also do love poetry. It's come of a thing though that it lets you express things that you can want to say it more with words though. But having a poetry book at least adds your vocabulary. Get those creative juices coming in. It's how do I say that? It's really hard to describe what poetry really is, but it really pulls on those heartstrings. It makes you feel emotional. It's more on coming out. It's really just something else. Poetry really does have something else about this. Okay, and also continuing with one of our book shout outs though, we have here another book from Lucas Mayberry. That's Simon. Not Your Average Superhero. It's book one of your Not Your Average Chronicles. So here, Simon by Lucas W. Mayberry. Okay, again, it's Simon and Not Your Average Superhero. So if you want to know what's not so average about him as being a superhero, feel free to grab a copy. It's available through Amazon and Barnes and Noble. Okay, and okay, so here also we have here from Sheldon Crocker. So many great books. Readers Magnet does such a fantastic job of helping independent authors. Thank you. And Sheldon, thank you very much for that, though. I really appreciate it. Every book deserves that spotlight. Every independent author deserves to get their book out there, make sure a lot of people can read it. It's just something else that we love doing it as well. It's again, if you love books, you want to make sure a lot of people can read these books, then it's really something that you can go forward with. Okay, and I really love that. Okay, and the next book on the list that I just wanted to talk about is from Gail McGuire. It's a history book, Raised on Freedom, Favored Tales of a Boomer Kid. Wow. Okay. So, so Raised on Freedom, Favored Tales of a Boomer Kid. It comes back with a generation thing that we have boomers, zoomers, Gen Z, Gen X, millennials. So again, it's a memoir by from Gail McGuire. Feel free to grab a copy. And if again, it's not weird to read someone else's life. If you want to have fun, read more, and maybe you can learn a lesson or two. Because again, someone's life might be a life lesson for you as well. You'll never know unless you grab a copy, read what they went through, and maybe you can learn from that experience as well. Okay. And reading one of the comments that we have here from James Lynch Jackson. The younger generations will appreciate the book for sure. Yes. There is. I'm sorry, let me just state my opinion here, because I've been noticing, though, that younger generations really have I'm not saying it's a hard time, but there's really that generational gap that we just want to make sure we can fill it in, okay? But reading through someone else's life, though, again, we're talking about reading someone else's life here, especially for memoirs, biographies, those things. It's something else that you can really reconnect with. It's knowing that when you know what someone went through during the past, though, who they were, what they did, it's really something that they can relate to. it's also it's really something. It's just bridging in that gap, okay? And one thing from also a comment from Zenki Mooney. It'd be amazing to also be raised from freedom. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. And again, we're in America, though. This is the land of the free. So let's get everything going. Okay. Also, want to read one of these comments here from Reginald McBride. There's absolutely a generational gap. For sure, good thing that we have books to help fill in the gap and learn from whatever wisdom they offer. So, Reginald, yes, I do agree with that. Books from the past, talking about life, memoirs, biographies, really fill in that generational gap. It really helps us connect. It's not connecting with our roots, though, but it's more in connecting to who were the people in the past, how did they live their lives. Because again, right now, it's a very huge difference. Like, I still do remember during my times when technology was not so great. It was kind of a bit low key. It was still starting. It was still a baby thing. That technology was there. Computers starting up. We had the Y2K. Who doesn't know? So those who remember what Y2K is, it was a doomsday thing in the past, though. But again, we're past that, and we had 2012. Those things. But again, there is a generational gap, but again, books are here to connect it. Okay, no matter who you are, where you're from, which generation you're from specifically, books connect you. Okay, and books bring you to a place you'll never dream of. And that's one thing I really agree with. Okay. So, yeah. And we have a comment here from James Lynch. Yes, it would really help with the generation gap. Really agree with that. And also, here we have a comment here from Sophia Anderson. Looking forward to the upcoming book events where imagination and creativity come to life through the power of words. It's a celebration of storytelling and inspiration. Yes, Sophia, I do agree with that because, again, there are a lot of upcoming book events. And hey, just to give you a heads up about the book events that we'll be joining, especially for here at Readers Magnet. So again, Printers Row Lit Fest, that'll be happening September 7 and 8. And if you want to visit, though, visit us at our booth. That's booth C and D. And just to give you a heads up about our future events, we'll also be joining the Frankfurt International Book Fair. That would be from October 16th and 20th. Okay, and next is the Guadalajara International Book Fair. That's going to be November 30 to December 4. And also, hey, and who does not, and to all of our Readers Magnet authors, though, who has joined us, you know what the Festival of Storytellers is. And we are also inviting you for next year. That's going to be happening January 20th to February 2nd. That will be the Festival of Storytellers, okay? So for all of you there who want to join in, be there at the event, especially for the Readers Magnet Book Confab, feel free to visit us at our booth at 637 South Dearborn Street. That'll be our venue for our very own Readers Magnet Book Confab, where you get to meet authors, hear their stories, and know what it's like to write and to make sure that their book is out there, okay? So again, one more thing, though, and just a last book on the list. And you do see the cover, though. From the thrill and the whole thing is create your great. Okay, so it's hashtag you don't get what you want, you get what you create. Okay, so it's a book coming from Pamela Denise. Okay, it's a personal development, and I read earlier though that some books. There was a one commenter. I really apologize if I can get back to you. There's a ocean of comments as of the moment. But you were asking me what my favorite book is. From the book shoutouts though, the reason why I kept this last though, it's really different. I know it has a different perspective of things though, but books that promote personal development, that make sure at least put on something that, how do I say this? Make sure that you can grow as a person though. Those are the type of books that I love because I do know that we'll always have this pursuit on trying to improve ourselves, be someone better than who we are today. But again, though, you can never be someone better if ever you don't consider yourself to be something you need to work on today. Okay. So again, but going back with the whole thing, personal books are something that I like. Okay. And also one more thing, and I forgot to mention, but I do believe you had seen the commercials. But let me just reiterate. Okay. So, and if ever you are an author, independent author, and if ever you want to try and see though, if you want to get your book shouted out there are 3 easy and simple steps. Basically, it's 3. Yeah. So first, these 3 simple steps to join our book shout out. So first is you guys need to like and follow our Readers Magnet page. Okay, that's our Facebook. That's again, that's www.facebook.com/Readers Magnet. Okay, so and then Step 2, tag. Okay, so what's the tagging? So who do you need to tag? You need to tag 3 of your book loving friends in the comment section. Okay, so you can comment. For me, I only got 2 friends right now. I got Mark, I got Leah, so I can tag them all, but I just need 1 more. So we can always add more. If you have a lot of book loving friends, tag them on the comment section after you had like a Reader's Magnet page. And third step for you to get a book shout out is for you to just share this post. Okay, so once you share the post, though, we'll be notified. We'll send you a message, though. We'll get some details about how you want your book to be shouted out. What are details for this? And then we'll be more than happy to shout out your book for you. Okay, so again, that's going to be a like, tag, and share. Those 3 easy steps: like, tag, and share. Easy as that. Okay, so like a Reader's Magnet page, tag 3 of your book loving friends, and the third is share this post, and your book will get the spotlight it deserves. Okay, so next on the list, just reading a couple of comments here before I hand it over to the main stage here. So yeah, we have here from Janie Kirk. Hi. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining the stream. And okay, going back from Brittany. So by the way, just want to go back with Brittany. So Brittany, I had a question here: are there any other upcoming book events this year? So far, though, for the book events that are upcoming, though, we do have again Printers Row Lit Fest that'll be happening this 7 and 8. Next is going to be October 16th till the 20th. That's going to be the Frankfurt International Book Fair. That's going to be held in Germany. And the last book event that will be happening this year is going to be the Guadalajara International Book Fair. Okay, that will be happening from November 30 to December 4th. Okay, so those are the 3 major book events that Reader's Magnet will, we are our exhibitors. So we'll be exhibiting some books, displaying your books, make sure that they can be there, out there, and again, give them the spotlight deserves. I keep on saying spotlight because it's not an understatement, but it's really one thing though. The books really need to have that spotlight. Okay. So, and also let me just go through the comments here. I really love to, and again, Janie, okay. So here, okay. So Janie, thank you much for that comment here. Thank you very much for joining the stream here. Also, let me just go through here. Here we have here from Mia. You get what you create is so empowering. And I do agree with that though. So Mia, thank you much for that comment though. And I do agree, you get what you create. So yeah, it's just words, but it's really heavy. I really have to give that. Okay. And also one more comment here. So let me just put it let me just give it up here. So here from Parker Brook, I heard Reader's Magnet is going to be in Printers Row. Can we get the nitty gritty of where we can see the team and books in person? So don't worry, Printers Row Lit Fest though, it's going to be a long line of books and booths. Okay, but for you to make sure which booth Reader's Magnet is, again, that is booth C and D. 2 books. Okay, it's 2 letters though. Booth C and D will be there, and you'll be seeing Reader's Magnet stuff. They'll be wearing this shirt. Okay, they'll be wearing this red polo shirt. It's the Reader's Magnet icon and polo shirt for all of our events. Okay, so you'll be seeing that. We'll be seeing you there. And if ever you want to get in touch, know more information, feel free to talk to our staff. We'll be more than happy to talk to you about that. Okay, so again, this is gonna be our day 1 for our Reader's Magnet book confab. And before I put you up and before I let you go though, so Dory, I'll be back. So after a few messages, and before I throw you on to our main event, the Reader's Magnet Book Confab, I want to thank you so much. And if you love any book on the list, feel free to grab it on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. And stay tuned, because after this event, after the event of the Reader's Magnet Book Confab, I'll be passing this to our very own host. That's Tish Barnhart, who'll be handling everything from here on out. But I'll be back to give you more books to shout out and more books to add to your shelf. So again, thank you much for your time. Be back in a few, so stay tuned, and I'll be back after a few messages. Okay, ciao.
Good morning, Chicago. Welcome to the Readers Magnet Book Confab Chicago 2024. I think you can do better than that. Alright. Well, my job this morning is very special because I am introducing a very special host that you will be having a delight to see and be with today. Right? So our host is an author of two books entitled Morning Tea with a King that was seen on TVN's Inspired Channel, commercial segments showing before and after icons like T.D. Jakes, Joel Austin, Joyce Meyer, and her latest book, So You Want to Be a First Lady, which has crossed the seas from Germany to South Korea and all over the world. Tish's book, So You Want to Be a First Lady, is sought after by many market and publishing agencies, but she has her heart set on Reader's Magnet. So we love you for that, Tish. And Tish also has worked in tandem with the CEO of the Daily Gospel Network, producing her own talk show, The Tish Barnhart Show, for 2 seasons back in 2022 and 2023, being featured on the Daily Gospel Network channel, reaching viewers beyond the U.S. countries such as Europe, Australia, Africa, just to name a few. And she is actively working on bringing season 3 back in her viewing audience in the near future. So authors right here, stay tuned because she might get some of you as her featured guest. How's that? And Tish is also a transformational speaker, so be sure to book her if you have your events because the energy that Tish brings to the room is so contagious and so uplifting. So, most importantly, our Reader's Magnet ambassador and dear friend, everybody, help me welcome our host for today, Tish Barnhart! Thank you so much, Clarence. I mean, for that beautiful introduction. My goodness. All right, so we are here, you guys, in Chicago's Book Confab. Now, who's excited? That's right, that's right. See, y'all are doing really well. I'm so glad that y'all are doing really well. So we're excited, of course, to be here at 2024, Chicago's Book Confab. It's so amazing to see all of you lovely authors who are out here and that will be presenting your books for us today and for those that are viewing us. Now, we are viewing, of course, on all of our platforms through social media. And so if you are an author in here today, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to go to RM's live page on Facebook, and I want you to hit the share button, right? Because we want to make sure that everybody is able to hear us and see us from all over the world. Amen? And so now, I see some of y'all got your phones out, but some of y'all ain't got your phones out trying to do a little share, okay? Listen, the reason that you want to do this is because as people come up and start talking about their particular book, and especially if you are an author yourself, guess what? You're going to ring a bell to somebody. And then, oh, I forgot, I still got to get her book. I've got to get his book. So let them see you in action, okay? And so for those that will be presenting also, you never know whose book is going to touch whom, right? So we're here today to celebrate all of the authors and also celebrate Reader's Magnet for their accomplishments with all of these book confabs. Yes, 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 yes. So the history behind Book Confab. We started in Tribeca in November of 2022, and then we did not stop there, but we had to travel all over to San Francisco in April of 2023. Then now, we moved on to San Diego in August of 2023. Then now to Manhattan, New York in December of 2023, as well as Beverly Hills this year in April of 2024. I had the awesome opportunity of meeting many of you authors that are returning with us here in Chicago. So we are super excited about Book Confab today. And so what I want to do now is I want to introduce to you guys the Vice president of Readers Magnet. I had an opportunity to meet him, of course, in Germany. And in Germany, we were there and we had an awesome, awesome time. I'm telling you, that is one book confab that is so amazing. I mean, it's one of the world's largest book confab. And I want to tell you that people came from all over the world to come to that event. Now, they had about 10 different buildings, I believe it was, that books galore. And so I tell people this, if you are an author, listen, you have to take a chance on yourself, okay? Come to these events like this. Register yourself. Don't worry about what it costs or anything like that because you don't know what opportunity is going to present itself and when that's going to propel you to that next dimension. So I think John is busy right now, so I'm going to bring up Caitlin, right? All right, so I'm going to bring up Caitlin. Caitlin, of course, I had the opportunity of meeting as well in Germany, and we were just like twins. You know, some days we were dressed alike, today we kind of off a little bit, but hey, that's Caitlin, my girl. So let me welcome you guys, Caitlin.
Thank you very much, Tish, my little twin. Tomorrow I'll wear black pants so that will match. Welcome everyone to the Readers Magnet 2024 Book Confab in Chicago. I'm so happy to see some familiar faces and also some new faces. We have so much in store today and tomorrow. We have so many amazing talks by all of our Readers Magnet authors, and we are so excited to engage, to hear questions, to just immerse ourselves in the world of your books. We're so delighted, and we really appreciate that all of the authors here have made time to come to Chicago to see Readers Magnet, to meet each other, and to just have an amazing time. By the way, we are streaming live, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or X, as now some people call it. And we currently have about 115 live viewers currently. So please continue to press share on any of your social media. And I'm sure throughout the rest of the day, we will have a lot more live viewers. We're so excited that you're spending time here with us. We will also be at the Printers Row Lit Fest this weekend, which is on Saturday and Sunday. Readers Magnet has a booth there. And we will also be having a mini confab. We have so much more in store for you for the rest of the year. Readers Magnet will also be in Guadalajara in November. And also we have our Festival of Storytellers, which will be happening January next year. And that is the online book fair that Readers Magnet put together and still continues to keep doing since COVID. So we're very happy to see you here. We hope you have an amazing time, and we hope that you will keep coming back and keep being with Readers Magnet because we love you authors very much. Thank you. Back to you, Tish.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. I'm telling you, we are super excited about all of the great things that we have up and coming here this year. And I hope to see many of you in more of these events that we are doing. Tell a friend, tell your author buddy, and meet us in the house, okay? So up next, we're going to start with our BookTok Sessions. And so our first author, of course, is in the person of Thomas Fitzu-Sheets. Now, he is going to be attending here virtually with us today. And so I'm going to just go ahead and give a little bit of history about his book. Now, the name of his book is Christian Label or Lifestyle. The picture on the cover of this book is of a dear friend of mine being held by his great-grandfather, William Smitho, is holding the great-grandson, my friend Jerry Payne. The faith that this man shared with young Jerry about 1955 prior to his teens is very much a part of what is in my books. That faith was a holiness doctrine of living in anticipation and preparation for the second coming. Born in 1860, his lifestyle and beliefs revealed to Jerry this faith, and Jerry carried that lifestyle and faith on his own life and then, through our friendship, brought it into my life and into my writing. Thomas Sheets is an 80-year-old semi-retired businessman who, while attending college, has had a reasonable, successful career. He is now living at Providence, excuse me, farm in Bedford County, Virginia, and presently has a beef cattle operation raising calves for the feeder magnet market. During discussion with a friend, a retired pastor and Marine chaplain who has decided that he is done with the church. How many of you have said that? You're done with the church? Oh my goodness. Tom was challenged to write a book. Yes, fresh out of his frustration. Tom, who has a heart for the lost within the church, believes that the church has been hijacked by an instant gratification crowd. Thus, his faith that he was challenged to address the issue, and because of this challenge, the road to restoration, the death of the promise, and the resurrection of the promise were developed. He's currently working on another book titled Reclaiming a Christian Moral Compass, Living in Anticipation and Preparation for Jesus' promised return as the righteous judge is our only hope, which will be available soon, you guys. So stay tuned for that. So let's welcome now Thomas Sheets, who is going to be attending with us virtually. Woo! We still can't hear you. You're all good to
Okay, mute and okay, can they hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, but I thought this was going to be an interview.
Sir? Okay, there we go.
Okay,
All righty. Okay, Thomas, so your first point that we're going to discuss today is new lifestyle. What we teach in prison about
I'm having trouble understanding you.
All right, can you understand me now?
That's some better.
Something
Okay.
better? Okay. So your first point, let's turn that. All right, your first point was lifestyle, what we teach in prison versus label versus lifestyle.
Okay, I have a prison ministry called Kairos, and one of the things that's ecumenical. We do not go into prison with this trying to indoctrinate or to try to save people. We just want to introduce these prisoners to the Christian faith, and we call it a short course in Christianity. And we try to teach them a new way to live. And part of what we teach them is, or want to influence them with is not just to look for a label to put on themselves of Christian. We want to impress them with a new way to live, a new lifestyle, and we help create a church inside the prison with accountability groups that they are accountable to each other to live a different life. And so it works very well, and really my experience inside a prison is much more rewarding than my experience in the church that I go to on the outside. And of course, very important to that, and where the title of my book comes from, is this focus on not just having the label of Christian, but having a lifestyle that sets you apart from the rest of the prisoners, and of course on the outside sets you apart from the rest of the world. Okay.
Great. So the next point that we have for you to discuss is storage love. What we learned in the creation story, agape versus storage. Explain that for us.
Well, most of the time, the only Greek word that we hear in church is agape. And agape love is a charitable love that requires nothing in return. It's a free gift. And that is how we welcome people into the church family. But once in the family, there's a Greek word, storge, and that's spelled S-T-O-R-G-E. And that is family love or accountability love, which is, of course, is very important in our prison ministry. But it's also important in the life of the church, and also the family. That when children are born, they come into the world and need to be taught obedience and accountability to live an obedient life in the family as they grow up. Because if they can live in disobedience, they will destroy the family that they're born into in many cases. So I think that we need to emphasize in today's church and the American family this idea that we are accountable to each other to live this obedient lifestyle. Because disobedience, wherever it's found, will destroy the family, or seems to be in destroying our country, because we're losing our moral compass and taking God out of our schools. And there's several states that are trying to put the Ten Commandments back into the schoolroom and teach the Bible. I think Oklahoma is a good example of that. And there are people in our government or some institutions that are fighting that tooth and nail to keep those things out of our schools. And if we lose our Christian moral compass, it's almost like there will be no hope for our country, because it seems to be descending into chaos and will continue without this Christian moral compass.
Thank you so much for that. You know, I'm so amazed that you talked about the storage love, because I agree with you that we do in the church a lot talk about the agape love versus the storage love. And so when there is no accountability, there is, many times we can just go astray when we're not accountable to someone. So I am so grateful that you are talking about that in your book, because we do need to have an accountability partner as we are moving forward in our faith in God. All right, so the third point that we want you to discuss with us today is the faith of the first century church. Faith in the promise or Jesus. Expound on that for us.
Well, this is, I think, very important, and you find this in Hebrews, especially throughout Hebrews, but also throughout the New Testament, that the term "the faith" or the phrase "the faith of the first century church" was not just in the person of Jesus. Jesus was a fact to them. Their faith was in his promise to come back, to return. And he made that, some of the language indicates that he wanted them to think that he was coming back in their lifetime. And so that required them to live moment by moment in anticipation of his return. And that dictated how they lived their life. And many passages in the New Testament, for instance, in Matthew 25, the 10 virgins, you have 5 virgins that lived very much in anticipation and preparation for the soon coming bridegroom, and 5 foolish virgins who allowed the things of this world to distract them. And when the time came for his return, they had to go and let me turn this off. I'm sorry, my phone went off. Sorry, but the 5 foolish virgins did not. Were distracted and had to go to town to buy more oil, if you're familiar with that. And when they came back, the door was shut and they were locked out. They were not unbelievers, but they were distracted by the things of this world and they were shut out. So the moral of the story was to no one knows the time that he's coming back, so keep watch. And keeping watch, it becomes kind of like a watch party gospel, that we are to live day by day, thinking that he can come back at any moment and want to be ready when he does come back. So that's the idea of just being prepared for the second coming.
Thank you so much for that. So let's move on to our 4th point, which is faith defined in Hebrews 11 that pleases God. Expound on that for us.
Okay. Hebrews 11 is known as the faith chapter. And it starts out, faith is being sure of what is hoped for and certain of what is not yet seen. This is what the ancients were commended for. And then the last 2 verses of that chapter are, these were all commended for their faith, but none of them received what was promised. God had something better planned for us, so that only together with us would they be made perfect. This identifies a faith that is a continuum from Abraham till today. And Abraham had this main promise from God. There were a lot of promises that God made to Abraham. The most important one is that he had the power to raise the dead. And so this is the faith of the ancients, where in the ancients' faith was in this promise. And I think that our faith should also be in the promise that's associated with Jesus' second coming, when he comes back as the righteous judge in judgment of how we lived our lives. And several passages, it's associated with those who did good and those who did evil. And we have to understand the difference between those 2 things. And I guess in my understanding, the difference is living a life that pleases God or living a life that displeases him. And we have the whole Bible to understand exactly the difference between what pleases God and what doesn't please him. Okay.
All right, thank you so much for that. Now, there's a question on here for you. Reginald McBride said, do you have any specific mythologies that you use to introduce Christianity to them, Thomas? Like, do you speak in group sessions about the Bible or have masses and sermons?
Can you say that again? I'm having trouble.
Okay, so Reginald McBride said, do you have any specific mythologies that you use to introduce Christianity to them? Like, do you speak in group sessions about the Bible or have masses and sermons?
Well, we come at them in a very practical way. The first thing we talk to them about is the importance of how they make their choices in life. And we are trying to teach them that there's consequences for the choices you make, so that they are in prison because they've made a bunch of bad choices, and we want to teach them how to make good choices, and it builds in that of living in the presence of God, which of course is called spirituality. And living in the presence of God is living a life that pleases Him. So it really is all about teaching them about behavior that pleases God and behavior that doesn't please God. And of course, a lot of Jesus's teaching kind of divides people into two groups: those who have pleased Him and those who have not pleased Him. And of course, this goes back to the Old Testament of how their disobedience would create problems with their culture. It got them exiled into from their homeland, and for I think like 80 years or something, and they were restored. And of course, I guess the first book I wrote, which is not very well written, but The Road to Restoration really describes my writing of trying to understand what it takes for us to get restored to paradise. And I think that's the message of our prison ministry, is focusing on not what's your surroundings, it's focus on what's ahead of us if we live this life that is pleasing to God.
All right, so we've got about 3 minutes, Thomas. So I have a question from Lady. So I want you to answer this for us in about 3 minutes if you can. Is space enough to deepen one's Christian moral compass?
Well, this is, I guess I grew up in Northern Virginia, and where most of the local news was national news, and so I guess I became a news junkie. And I hear people using the word moral as a talking point, and I think morality is the point that our founding fathers, I think George Washington, our first president, and John Adams our first vice president, spoke a lot about the fact that this government that they founded would only work for a moral people. And that morality was based on a Judeo-Christian morality you find in Scripture, and foundationally is in the Ten Commandments, but also in a lot of what Jesus taught us in His ministry and His life. And of course, looking forward to His second coming. The loss of, I guess when I was in elementary school in Northern Virginia, we recited, I think it was the 23rd Psalm and the Pledge of Allegiance that we learned. But today, I don't think that, especially the reciting Scripture, it just doesn't happen in public schools. And I think that right now there are 3 states that have made this an issue, and that's Louisiana, Texas, and Oklahoma are making that an issue, that they want to bring Scripture and the Ten Commandments back into public schools. And I think this is a reaction or a result of finding out that we need that moral compass to teach it to our children. And if they're not getting it at home, they'll get it in school.
Well, Thomas, it has been a pleasure interviewing you today, and we want to thank you so much for attending virtually with us today. Let's give it up for Thomas.
All right. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So up next, we have our next author coming up and presenting his book. The title of this book is called 126 Days in Falada. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Welcome to the convention. With your credentials, dive into our secret meetings to experience the Constitutional Convention in an entertaining yet informative way. Through engaging first-person dialogues, I've enhanced and condensed the speeches, capturing the essence of our founders' personalities without repetitive records. Although my main character is fictional, he and his family serve as witnesses, adding depth to the narrative. Omitting details about his origin maintains the seriousness of the story. No arguments are altered, ensuring historical accuracy, even down to the weather. Join us as the delegates gather in Philadelphia for a captivating exploration of challenging issues and times. Now, the author, Mr. Russell Rooker, a seasoned historian with over 40 years of expertise in constitutional theory and America's founding, brings history to life. Through meticulous study of original documents and extensive experience advocating for rights and constitutional liberty, he offers insightful perspectives on the Constitution. With a background in both organizations and government service, Mr. Rooker expertly navigates the intricacies of historical fiction, crafting narratives that vividly depict pivotal moments in history. Let's welcome you guys, Mr. Russell Rooker!
I think I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Welcome to Chicago, everybody. It's good to be here. My name is Russell Rooker, and I am the author of 126 Days in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the old spelling of Philadelphia. You'll find it on the Liberty Bell, for instance. It's gone by different names. You know, Philadelphia is really the proper one, and even had some different spelling in the very beginning. But I guess I've been kind of on a mission trying to explain our Constitution to our citizens, because there have been so many things discussed, you know, in media that they just really aren't true. And so this is actually my third book, and the first two, first one I kind of went through it, trying to explain it, and the next one I went through a bunch of the stories. But I thought, you know, we really need. If I lost it. Okay. I thought we really needed people to actually read it that weren't just historians. So I went through the records. I put all the speeches in first person, so it was like they were speaking. And I created a guy to walk through with us to help explain what was really going on. So obviously we aren't talking about the amendments here, because they didn't happen until 1792. So we're talking about the basic Constitution. We're talking about the bicameral legislature, you know, with the House and the Senate separated, elected in completely different ways, one by population, the other to represent the states, which was the Senate's original mission. And that took up a lot of time. It took up a couple of months of arguing. They were meant to meet beginning May 15th, of 1787. But they didn't have enough people, not enough states present. So it took until the 25th until they had a quorum. And immediately they elected Washington. There was a dispute over Washington or Morris. Washington had led the troops in the war to a successful conclusion, but Morris had financed the war. He was a very, very wealthy man, and he basically gave his whole fortune for the war effort so that we could have independence. And he actually wound up in the poorhouse again. Owing money, he had nothing left. He had given everything and tried to finance and finding arms and black powder and everything else. And he is really, once they got into the convention, there was more than one person they were really considering. But Morris stood up and he made the motion to nominate Washington. So he removed himself from consideration. And he really did us a big favor in not having a floor fight over that. And immediately in the convention, you have Madison coming in. He has an outline that he's been studying and working on for months. And that is called the Virginia Plan. Randolph presented it. And they started thinking about that. And immediately, Pinckney from the Carolinas stood up and he had his own plan. See, originally, Congress sent an order to update the Articles of Confederation. The Articles of Confederation began in 1777. It came out of the Continental Congress, and that was really our first Constitution. But there were problems. One of the biggest problems was the weakness of the document. Like they could pass things, but they couldn't get the states to go along and pay up for things like things that were needed for the war effort and that kind of thing. So there was this big problem of a weakness in the document. So Congress called this meeting to order, the Congress of the Confederation now, because you're under the Articles of Confederation. And it goes to the First Continental Congress, the Second Continental Congress, and then you have the Articles of Confederation, which was failing, so you have the Congress of Confederation. And the order from Congress was to write up amendments to help correct the Articles of Confederation. It wasn't meant to be a whole document. So when Pinckney came in with his plan, it was not an all-new plan. It was a plan of updates and different presentations to correct the document, not to replace it. And Madison's was a complete rewrite from top to bottom. So it was quite an interesting situation. You know, they laid the two side by side and they started to compare the two. And for a few weeks, this is how things went. But then Patterson of New Jersey, he wasn't happy with any of it. He wrote up his own plan. He brought that in. He presented this. This is called the New Jersey Plan. And then Hamilton, Alexander Hamilton, and he would become our first Secretary of the Treasury. He was a young man. He really wasn't. He didn't enjoy speaking that much. He thought that everybody else knew more than he did because he was such a young man. And he stood up and he held the floor for the whole day. And he was explaining what he wanted. Although he didn't submit a formal plan, he submitted his ideas to the convention and was arguing over what he thought we should have. And so this is what begins our convention. We have 40 different plans coming in, and they're all trying to hash it out and decide, well, what kind of government are we going to have? And the biggest problem, the biggest issue they had was whether we're going to represent ourselves by population or whether we're going to represent ourselves by wealth and status. And this is where the 3/5 clause comes in, and they're trying to count slaves because those colonies at the South, they wanted more representation, and they didn't have the population, but they had a lot of slaves. And they were arguing that the slaves are wealth, and we should be able to discuss the wealth. And that should help us represent also, what we're willing to give to the union. And this whole idea about counting people was really so the states, we have an idea of how much the states would give to help fund the government. Because we didn't have an income tax, we didn't have a property tax. We were trying to have tariffs and that kind of thing, tariffs and duties to fund it, so the states would have to pay. Okay, and the bicameral legislature came about. They created a committee of 11. They were trying to get through the arguments, and after such a long time, Franklin finally wrote up a speech, and he had Wilson read it, and he's asking for prayer because he thought that we needed God in the meeting. We needed his approval. We wouldn't be able to build a good government any more than they built the Tower of Babel without our special friend, he called him. But that was not accepted because they were concerned about the money that they would have to pay a minister. So just before the 4th of July weekend, they formed a committee, which is the Committee of 11. And there were 11 states present. Rhode Island decided not to come. And Hamilton had left. So there was no New York representation. He left to go down south with another delegate because this other delegate had a dually identified. And he was the second. So we actually left the convention for a while. He came back. But at that time, you had only 11 of the 13 colonies present. And when they came back and decided that one branch would be by population and the other by state, this was the great compromise. They came out of that committee and they gave the power to tax to the House and wrote up different powers from the Senate. And even this was argued. They argued over everything. And I mean, how we were going to elect the president, how long he was to serve, under what conditions was he supposed to serve, what was his role, and of course your electoral college, and how that was actually supposed to work. So to get into a tremendous amount of things there, one of our delegates wrote home to his governor and was trying to explain to him, well, what do you guys want? Basically asking him, what do you want? And he said, well, really what we need is an independent judiciary. We need something that's not connected with everywhere else. In fact, some of these plans wanted the House to submit not only our judges, but all the departments in the executive. They really had a real weak presidency at one point. When we leave the convention, it's meant that the House and the Senate are the most powerful branch. The president is really only supposed to administer. And the weakest branch is supposed to be the courts. They're only supposed to deal with what comes before them. And so when we look at what we have today, they're much more equal than what our founders expected them to have. They tried real hard to separate power. That was a main goal. They did not want any one person to achieve too much power. And that's why they split up the legislature. That's why the president is elected separately from the other offices in a completely different way. So as you look around the world and you see some of these parliamentary governments that are republics or democracies, kind of like we have. We actually have a republic and not democracy. But as you look at some of those, they elect a legislature, and the legislature chooses their president and prime minister, which is completely different from what we have. So all these divisions, they aid us in not giving anyone too much power. One of the things they did was they made it so no sitting member of Congress could get another job from government. And for that reason, that was a purpose to eliminate somebody double dipping, as we would refer to it today, and trying to make it for the people and by the people the best that they could. 3 of our people did not sign. You had 40 people, there are 40 signatures. One is not a delegate. He is the secretary that was elected to serve the convention, and he also signed. So out of the 55, only 39 signed. Most had left. Like Yates was disgusted because they were no longer going along with just updating the Articles of Confederation. And so some people, as they lost some of their arguments, they left the hall. Okay, so there are places like that. But at the end, there are 3 that refused to sign. Gary is one. I don't really know how to pronounce his name. His big claim to fame is gerrymandering, which he did as the governor of Massachusetts. So I don't know if it's actually Gary or Jerry, but he was one that wouldn't sign. He wouldn't sign because he thought he'd create a civil war. He thought there were too many people that were more for democracy on one end and too many others who were more in a republic. And they were worried that the sword would decide. And this is one of the things we get to. I thought I'd read a little passage here just to get you a feel of what I've done. Okay, May 25th, and these aren't chapters, they're all by date. May 25th, Friday. It's quite rainy today. I had to grab my umbrella, so I was really glad when I got to the door. We finally have a quorum with 7 states present. Those being New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Virginia, and both North and South Carolina. There's been so much scuttlebutt lately about who shall be elected president of our auspicious gathering. My fellow delegates are much divided between Morris and Washington. But today, Robert Morris, delegate from Pennsylvania, rose and nominated his friend Washington for the post. Robert Morris had worked tirelessly for the revolution, personally giving money, ships, and was known as the financier of the revolution. Well, of course, Washington served as our general in the late war. Robert Morris took to the floor and said, by the instruction and behalf of the deputation of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I propose that George Washington Esquire, quite a surprise, but certainly And so I tried real hard to make people better understand exactly why we did what we did. And this book does do a very good job at that. As far as the voting, when they're voting by, and it says it's unanimous by state. Because the states were gathered at conference with each other and they only had one vote. And that's because Article 5 of the Articles of Confederation, you voted by state. So each delegation had one vote. So the most votes you could get, because Rhode Island was not present, was 12. And many times if they were divided, they couldn't vote. So I think we're kind of getting towards the end here. I appreciate it. If anybody has any questions, I'd love to answer anything that you might.
Hi. What made you want to explore the details of the Constitutional Convention through a fictional character? Like, there's so many different people. What made you want to explore the details of the Constitutional Convention through fictional characters, like point of view or their eyes, if you will?
Because everybody isn't a historian, and they don't want to read dry facts. And so I was trying to bring it out, bring it alive so that more of our population would be willing to read it. You know, I read a number of books on it, but to bring it to life and actually have them speaking really helps to give a real good idea of what's happening, and I thought more people would be interested if it was in more of a story form. That's really why I did that.
As a historian, what was the most difficult part of shifting to a narrative, having characters and scenes?
Well, it helped that I had the arguments, so I had the speeches, and so I could put those in quotes, and that helped a lot. Because I really wasn't used to writing an action story form. So I had one guy I had to talk about, one guy that I really had to make up stuff. And the rest could all act as their own person. But when you got to the weekends, I had nothing. So I had to create stuff that happened on the weekends. I was able to find even the order of the July 4th parade that they had up there. So I was able to incorporate that. And luckily, several people even had weather records kept at the time. You know, what's actually happening. You kind of fill in the story a little better. So, I mean, I think I've done a good job on it. And I think it's an enjoyable read. And I know a lot of people don't want to read boring speeches because that's what it is. It's a speech. It's speeches. You're arguing. You're debating. You know. So I was trying to make it more entertaining and more interesting to the average citizens.
Any more questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, up next, we're gonna move right along on this train, okay? Is everybody still excited out there? All right, I know y'all still excited out there. All right, so I'm super excited to have introduced this author that's coming up. I had the pleasure of meeting him in Beverly Hills, was it? Yes, Beverly Hills. So, word limericks. Wordle. You know what? I was sitting over there. I said, is it Wordle or is it Wordle? No, I'm going to go with Wordle. So I was wrong. Okay. So the author has corrected it. It's Wordle limericks. Okay. So Wordle limericks is a compendium of 603 limericks based upon the internet game Wordly's Word of the Day. The nature of the limericks are varied, including humorous. Now, he can be very humorous, you know that, right? Platonic, intellectual, medical, scientific, musical, historical, political, literary, psychological, grammatical. Ain't this a lot, y'all? I haven't finished yet. Okay, classical, laundry, and many other categories. Footnotes are provided for more esoteric and educational. The theme of the book is laugh and learn. Can't you tell? Oh, y'all laughing? All right, Dr. Marshall Clam is a graduate of MIT who practiced and taught oncology and hematology for 40 years. Word of Limericks is his first non-medical publication. He is the father of 5 accomplished daughters. My goodness, sir, how do you do it? His hobbies include tennis, skiing, singing, gourmet cooking, mixology, and traveling. He resides in Fresno, California, and Sun Valley, Idaho, with his retired pediatrician, Chilean wife. Let's welcome you guys, Marshall Clam, Dr. Marshall Clam.
Good morning. So the name of the book is, let's see if that's coming up. I'll keep talking while she does the, is that, okay. Cool. A little technical difficulty, dropsies. Yes. All right. Oh, okay. So, yeah, yes, turn it sideways. Is it up? Yeah, I think it's good. Get the right end of the front now. Yeah, we're good. So, I don't think I need this mic, really. You will. Okay, so the name of the book is Wordle Limericks. The name of the lecture is Limericks, Wordle, and Wordle Limericks. My name is Flam, so I call them Flammericks as well. So why would a retired hematologist oncologist write a book of limericks? And the answer to that is that I loved limericks all my life, and to recall being a teenager with friends inventing limericks, laughing, and then forgetting them. So throughout life, though, when you bought a book of limericks, they were always bawdry, ribald, filthy. Anything you want to use to describe it would be correct. It was rare to find a limerick that was not, that was clean. So one day I got introduced to the Wordle game. How many here in the audience play Wordle? All right, handful. It's played by almost 3 million people worldwide. And it's an internet game in which you have 6 chances to guess a 5-letter word, and you're given feedback along the way. It was invented by Josh Wardle. The first Wordle word came out on June 21st, 2021, and was cigar. So I take that word and I use it in a limerick, and the point of the limerick is to entertain, abuse, and educate. The first 90 days or so were played by a private group of people, but then it was released to the public in October of 2021. The New York Times picked it up for about a couple of $1 million, and in January 2022, the number, what happened? We went offline. The number of words that are allowed as solution words are 2,309 words. When the Times picked it up, they dropped 6 words. The final Wordle word will occur in 2027, October 14th, actually. So now you know what Wordle is. What's a limerick? Well, everybody has a general idea, but a limerick is a humorous, frequently bawdry verse of 3 long and 2 short lines. So it goes AA, BB, A, where the A lines rhyme with each other and the B lines rhyme with each other, but not necessarily with the A lines. It was named from a chorus of an 18th century Irish soldier song. It's actually an English creation, not from Limerick, Ireland. The first limerick ever written was by St. Thomas Aquinas. For those of you that read Latin, for those of you that don't, it's in English on the bottom. It's basically a prayer, not very bawdry, not very funny. Shakespeare wrote limericks. For example, in Othello, Act 2, Scene 3, he incorporated this limerick: let me a cannikin clink, clink. Let me a cannikin clink. The soldier's a man, a life's but a span. Why then let the soldier drink? not very bawdry, not very humorous. He had a number of them incorporated into plays. He is not known as the creator of limericks or the master of limericks. In any case, many limericks began as children's nursery rhymes, but the modern limerick actually began in 1800s in England, when working people would come home from long labor, go to the pub, and they were often not able to read, but they could invent limericks and remember them. So that is, many were invented by the working class and alcoholics. But the first publication of the limerick was by Edward Lear in 1845. His book was called The Book of Nonsense. He published 72 limericks. Before he died, he published 212 in 1872, and he is considered the father of limericks. So a traditional limerick has 5 lines. It's in the AABBA format, as I discussed. It is an anapestic trimeter diameter. What does that mean? An anapest is a foot. So a trimeter has 3 syllables, and it's a soft, hard syllable, meaning da-da-da-da-da-da. The B line is a dipest, or 2 syllables, soft, hard, da-da-da-da-da-da. So it goes da-da-da-da-da-da-da, 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 and that is the rhyme of the limerick. They are always humorous and often ribald. So, what are my limericks? The word limericks are a little different. First of all, they're based on the word of the day, which I'll illustrate. Secondly, I am okay with adding a 6th, even a 7th line in parentheses that goes with the A lines to either turn the meaning or emphasize a point. I'm willing to cover any topic, although I do some bawdry ones. It's not the primary. In the book, maybe 10% of the limericks are bawdry. I have educational footnotes for some of the limericks. I do not adhere to perfect confirmation. So if I have to make a choice for the B line to be a little too long versus missing the point, I'd rather make the point and not conform. And finally, I do not repeat end words if I could avoid it, which Edward Lear and Shakespeare seem to not care about doing. So one of the Lear limericks, a traditional limerick, with illustrations in his book, there was a young lady whose chin resembled the point of a pin. So she had it made sharp, purchased the harp, and played several tunes with a chin. And there you go, is the classic limerick, although it's not bawdry. I changed it a little bit. So my limerick, on the day that the word chunk was the solution word, I did this. God made Adam one bright day. I'm sorry, from a single chunk, there's the word of clay, God made Adam one bright day. Then he took from Adam's rib material to make a glib, female from his DNA. But I've added the 6th line, thereby introducing foreplay. So that 6th line gives it a little punch, alters the meaning. Why did I do this? Well, because I like limericks and I was retired. What better excuse than that? I discovered Wordle on April 28, 2022. I started composing limericks a few months later. I published Wordle limericks in December of 2023. It contains 603 limericks based upon the first 400 Wordle words. Now, this is what the cover looks like. This is one of the criticisms of my book. Actually, I like it a lot. In any case, this is an example. The very first word that ever came out was cigar. What did I do with that? Bill Clinton certainly got very far. Only few could achieve honest par. Oh, we're out again. But the Lewinsky scandal proved more than he could handle. He had no clue what to do with a cigar. Oh. Now, there is a footnote for the other people that don't remember it. But notice this, there's also a reference underneath the title to another limerick, 290. Natal was the word that day. How are they related? Well, most people have a natal star, but Mark Twain's birth was more bizarre. Halley's Comet for him was natal. That same comet proved to be fatal. So give Samuel Clemens a cigar. What is that all about? Well, you can see the relationship with the cigar, but the footnote explains it. Mark Twain, pen name of Samuel Clemens, was born shortly after Halley's Comet appeared in 1835. He died of a heart attack one day after it reached its perihelion and appeared brightest in 1910, 74 years later. He actually predicted 1 year before his death that would happen. So there's the relationships, and the book takes you from one limerick to another when they have relationship. And there, of course, is Samuel Clemens or Mark Twain with his cigar. Now, sometimes I write more than one limerick. If the limericks are unrelated, they're numbered. If they're related, they are not numbered. So let me give you some examples. The word was pound, 49. Britain traded the euro for the pound, a decision thought to be profound. When they left the EU, they told Europe to go screw. Not everyone thought Brexit was sound. And there's footnotes regarding all of this. Then a second limerick for the word, they are so gorgeously round, forming a perfect mound. With a nipple of a navel, your taste buds they'll enable. Oranges, $2 to the pound. Yeah. So there is two unrelated limericks. Now, on the other hand, when number 216 came up in January 2022, the word prick was the solution word, meaning to prick your finger. Okay. So, her finger on the spinning wheel she did prick. It could have been a fatal stick for the ultra evil and maleficent, put a curse on Aurora the innocent. But she survived due to a hibernation shtick. Obviously, Sleeping Beauty, the word shtick, if you don't know what it means, it's a footnote. It means you're gimmick. But it goes on. The situation was truly alarming before the arrival of Prince Charming. Her red lips he kissed real quick, then handed her his throbbing prick. Now she's happily making love, never darning. Darning, sewing, anyway. So there you go. The book at the end of the footnotes contains a table giving you the words in order, the categories. This is very important as I'll demonstrate. The number of limericks and the cross-reference limericks. I also have a table of list of alphabetical listing of the first 400 words. Now, notice the categories, different numbers. There are actually 33 categories of limericks, and there they are. And now, they range from animals through bawdry, with everything in between. So now it's time for the audience to select a category of interest, and I will show you some limericks in that category. Please, which one?
Dance.
Dance. She likes dance. Number 5. Okay, let's dance.
It takes the party out.
Not working. Hold on, I gotta go to slideshow. We're going to slideshow. Yeah, that's a slideshow. All right, hold on. Now, okay, there it is. So, the word was broke. Oh, by the way, the numbers greater than 400 are not in volume 1. If they're between 400 and 800, you'll see them in volume 2. Broke. While dancing with a gorgeous brunette, Lafayette never broke a sweat, even though he was in love and she wore a perfumed glove. For they were dancing the minuet. He was dancing with Marie Antoinette. Disco. We love to go dancing at a disco where the music is never too slow. My wife takes photos with him in Alta. I dance like John Travolta. That's how I broke my elbow. So you get the general idea, and if you want to learn more about Marie Antoinette and the minuet, it's in my footnote. All right, somebody else, please. Yes.
Psychiatry or psychology.
Yes. Psychology, psychiatry. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, I don't have a picture of Freud here. The word was training. This is in the book. When I was 2, my mom did explain. It was time for me to potty train. There's that word. At 4, I still wear a diaper, for I am very hyper. Too impatient for my poop to retain it. Laughs. At a formal dinner, her manners did lapse. When they served the cream, the mushroom caps. And when dinner was over, I don't know what drove her to eat everybody's leftover scraps. Purge. Today I went to confession to purge myself of aggression. But the priest simply said, see a psychiatrist instead. You just have a weird obsession. All right. Anyone want to pick another category, please? Yes, sir.
Royalty.
Royalty. I thought you were going to pick American history, but okay. Greet. At our very first and only meeting, I was unsure of the proper greeting. You see the word greet in there. How does one address the king? I never said a thing. I simply bowed and began retreating. Irony. Sir Francis Drake was known for piracy. Against the Spanish, he practiced tyranny. Although lawless and mean, he was knighted by the queen. Perfect example of historic irony. Actually, he was hired by the queen to rout the Spanish. Ruder, that's to be ruder than the next guy. Elizabeth I, last tuna. Nulliparous, that's without children, although many men wooed her. Yet she was not a virgin queen. Now, I don't want to be obscene. To tell more, I'd have to be much ruder. And there's also, for historical buffs, an interesting, hit the wrong one a minute. Give me a second. That was royalty, right? Yeah, I should have hit that. Okay. Everybody might not know this, but Edward III, there are 2 limericks about him. English monarch Richard III, historians have often inferred, murdered young Edward V, although some claim this a myth. It's uncertain what actually occurred. You know who we're referring to there when he locked them up in the Tower of London and they were not seen again. Hasn't everyone heard the skeletal remains of Richard III were found under a parking lot? Doesn't that say a lot? His remains have now been disinterred. Isn't that quite absurd? Turns out to be true. A few years ago, they did find his remains and did some studies of the DNA and so forth. Okay. Anyone else want to crack at this? Yes, sir. Horror. Horror? Horror. Yeah. I hit the wrong. Horror. All right. Cross. Dracula works only at night. Your jugular vein is his delight. But confront a vampire with a cross, your life won't be a complete loss. He won't even put a fight. And that, you know who that is, of course. That's Bela Lugosi, who played Dracula in movies. But this man is the original version of Dracula. His name was Vlad the Impaler. He goes back to the 1400s. Vlad the Impaler, the word was fiend. Vlad the Impaler was a sadistic fiend, a medieval Romanian king who impaled his victims with a thud, then dipped his bread into their blood, as Dracula who remains unredeemed. And of course, footnotes will give you more details about that. Yes, anyone else? Yes, sir.
Family and friends. Number 6.
Acute. Joe was in acute distress. His dismay was too hard to suppress. As he gazed into the mirror, it became so much clearer. He looked horrible in assistant's dress. Flask. This is a good one for Thanksgiving. I carry a flask of gin whenever I visit my kin, for it eases the stress. Nothing more, nothing less. so they cannot get under my skin.
Yeah, it's on side of it.
These are just examples. There are many more in each category. Yeah, anyone else?
Fantasy.
Sorry?
Fantasy.
Fantasy. There's a lot of fantasy. Legends, mythology. Allow me to introduce the most powerful Greek god, Zeus. In Greek mythology, he reigns as chief deity. So I suggest your praise be profuse. Anybody know what this is? Goya painting? Satin eating his kin? Anyway, gouge. Hercules never had to gouge out an eye for the Cyclops' meal plan to go awry. He just used the flaming torch, the giant's only eye to scorch, thus ensuring the brutal beast will die. That's from the Odyssey. Those of you that know that, sorry, I hit the wrong button because I have a few more fantasy for the younger age group. Chord. Genevieve was a lusty broad. With Lancelot, she struck a chord. The round table crashed down. King Arthur lost his crown. Human cravings cannot be ignored. And story. This is a double. Little girl's asking her dad to tell her a story. Papa, please tell me a story. One that's not scary or gory. I'm certain that you know. One from Edgar Allan Poe. One that's he wrote just for me. Not scary, Edgar Allan Poe. Hey, okay. Goes on. The story to tell that I chose is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Anderson's story is a parable. His clothes make him invisible. No, his privates were fully exposed. So there we are. I think you're getting the idea of word limerick. Anyone else want to pick a category?
Let's do movies, theater.
Movie
TV,
radios. Movies. Theater and radio. A glow. All men desired Marilyn Monroe. Their lust for her did overflow. But none could have her at all, as they couldn't play baseball. Only Joe DiMaggio could set her aglow. And Arthur Miller, who wrote like the road. Ronald Reagan here? Right. The Gipper would never gripe. He just wasn't the type. Short-lived George Gipper football fame. Played multiple positions for Notre Dame. Ronald Reagan, that name did swipe. Everybody know what I'm talking about there? The footnotes will tell you that there was a 1940 movie called Newt Rockne, All-American. And it was a story about a Notre Dame football player that developed cancer and was dying when his team was about to play the championship game. And they gathered around his bed, and as they went out to the field to play, he said to them, "Give one for the win for the Gipper." Well, Ronald Reagan played the Gipper, or I forgot, I think he played the Gipper in that movie, and that's what catapulted him to recognition in Hollywood. So that's what it refers to. The footnotes explain it. Now, this one doesn't need a footnote, the word tease. Tweety Bird loved to tease and pester the persnickety feline Sylvester. Despite the putty cat's pride, he was always on the losing side. No, he never had the chance to digest her. You all remember Sylvester and Tweety Bird, I hope.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to pick one here because I think it's interesting. And science, technology. Prove. On Einstein, one could never improve. Abstract thinking really was his groove. Deducing E equals MC squared was not just hot air, and certainly quite difficult to prove. Crazy. Edison thought AC current was crazy. Tesla thought DC current was lazy. The competition grew quite heated. Edison was defeated. although Dupre's Tesla was quite hazy. This refers to, the footnote elaborates, the War of the Currents that happened in the 1880s, a competition to see which one would be used to feed the cities electricity. Now, I hit the wrong thing again. I want to show you another one here. Sorry. Science, technology. Okay. There's some dirty ones here. So, molar. In my high school chemistry class, I learned the molar volume of gas. And all kidding aside, how much hydrogen sulfide in moles one can blow out there. And there is no footnote there. Circa. Jane is a beautiful Canadian. I am certain she's a mammalian. Yet she's unable to screw and stay awake too. I can't determine her rhythm, circadian. Perhaps she's a bear or an alien. And this one here refers to physics. The word was force. It's got a serious learning limerick here and then a funny one. Force equals acceleration times mass. It's what I learned in physics class. Isaac Newton foresaw motion's second law. His genius few could ever surpass. It follows then, if you should pass gas, its truth does not have much mass, yet it could have enough force to put a hole in your shorts while evacuating the room really fast. All right, so we have time for maybe a little more. Anybody want to pick a category? Yes, sir.
Writers and literature.
Yes, sir. Literature. Yeah. Oh, right. Death. It is said that you will know of your death when you've taken your very last breath. Tomorrow, tomorrow, and tomorrow, if you allow me to borrow from the soliloquy of Shakespeare's Macbeth. Being, to be or not to be, is about being or not being, you see. Well, if Hamlet is so distressed, so severely depressed, he needs to learn how to ski or go to college and get a degree. Anyway, both allude to Shakespeare, many more Shakespearean reference limericks. All right, we have a few more minutes.
Crime.
Crime. It's crime we didn't pick that. Sound. He really thought the investment was sound. That interest over time would compound. But Madoff's Ponzi scheme quickly ended his dream. His losses would prove to be profound. And this is one of my favorites, sweat. Our sweat contains a wealth of DNA, hence personal information we convey. So if you plan to commit a crime, you must remember to decline spicy food for breakfast on that day. You get it? Spicy food makes you sweat. DNA. So I think you get the general idea how entertaining and educational they can be. All right, no one else has any desire? Sir, with previous author, would you like to see American history?
Russell.
Go ahead.
I don't have anything about the Philadelphia Convention, at least not on the slide. But American history. Stand. It's not difficult to understand why the battle didn't go as planned. Sitting Bull was very smart. The Sioux warrior with a big heart. And the little bighorn, Custer's last stand. Bring. I remember this time when I was in college. The world was at the brink of war. Nuclear missiles placed off Florida's shore. For the Cuban Missile Crisis involved nuclear devices. We were closer to the brink ever before. Okay, I think give one more shot here. Yes.
Music.
Music. Music. All right. Happy. The song most likely to make you happy is Good Vibrations, which is quite snappy, sung by the Beach Boys, the real McCoys. Listen to it when feeling crappy. It turns out the 10 songs that most likely to make you feel happy, they have 2 out of the top 10, number 1 and 3. Music. Everyone loves a Beethoven symphony, which is packed with musical virtuosity. But I prefer Gustav Mahler's, as do many music scholars, for they induce in me a state of ecstasy, often triggering a mystical epiphany. And there is a footnote on Mahler, which is very enlightening. Okay. So I think we're just about done, but I'm going to just show you one more because there's some very interesting ones on insects and microbes. Crust. The bread was so old that the crust developed a mold so robust. Yet Fleming was willing to discover penicillin, not discard it in complete disgust. Viral. COVID-19 is an illness that is viral. Its introduction created a vicious spiral. Now everyone is grouchy after taking advice from Fauci. And all we needed was an antiretroviral. And the last, tasty. Arachnid females cannibalize their mate, which makes for an exciting date. Do they find their boyfriends tasty? Or are they just being hasty? Or do these ladies find it too hard to relate? And with that, I think I will end 1 second here. Come to the end of the lecture unless somebody's dying to hear more. I'm surprised nobody picked Baudry. I'm amazed. It's usually a woman in the group that will pick it, but not today. So, the introductory limerick is, I hope this book you'll not spurn. Your full attention I will earn. Where the limericks won't make you cry, so go ahead and give them a try. Join with me to laugh and learn. Buy a copy now, which you'll never return.
I love that. You see that for commercial? You guys. It's going to be amazing. All right, now, so Dr. Pam, you know you're going to have to do me a favor, right? Because last time you wrote me a Wordle. So I want you to write a little Wordle, but for somebody in the audience. So we're going to read it later when you come up with it. Don't take it up.
What I do is, if somebody buys a book and I sign it, I take a short history, as I did in my medical practice, and I write them a personalized limerick. So anyway, that's what she's referring to.
Yes, but she did a personal one for me.
Yeah.
Dr. Pam.
You want to read it?
I don't me. Oh my gosh. So you guys, anybody have any questions for Dr. Flam?
Yes.
Two.
How do you make the connection with the words? Because you could go in any direction.
Oh, well, yeah. There are so many words in the English language that are used in different ways. So I use them in different ways. Now I'm writing 4 or 5 limericks per word on the average. Sometimes the connection is with the word itself. Sometimes it's a connection with the words that rhymes with it. So there are many, like, I'll give you an example. Yesterday's word was a perfect example of this. So yesterday the word was faint, F-A-I-N-T. So first limerick I did was talk about something called the faint young sun paradox, which is something in science where they wondered why the Earth wasn't frozen at a particular time. Then the next thing I write about is the relationship between the word homophones, faint, F-I-N-T, and faint, F-E-I-N-T, to, faint, to trick somebody. So I talk about that in the second limerick. Then the next limerick So I tell a story of something not for the faint-hearted. It happened to be about Braveheart, William Wallace. Then I talk about a lady in the doctor's office that faints. It goes, Mrs. Buford was quite constipated in the doctor's office as she waited. It seemed rather quaint after she did faint that she was properly oxygenated. Truth is, she was intoxicated. And then the fifth one is somebody that didn't have the faintest idea. So there's so many ways you can go. He was grinning from ear to ear. His discovery would help his career. Everything was clear. He was a pioneer. What he unraveled, he hadn't the faintest idea. So anyway, you can go in a lot of different directions. It's a hell of a lot of fun doing it. And I'm looking forward to continuing until October 14, 2027, when the last little word comes out.
All right. You have another question for me, Dr. Flair?
Did you test any of your limericks? Did you test any of your limericks out on your daughters while you were working on them? Like, did you read
Oh,
them
my,
to them?
well, there are, as I say in my introduction, there are three types of people in reference to limericks. Ones that love them, and they can hear so many limericks, they never want you to stop. Then your average person that they'll listen to some, but after a certain number, they'll get tired of them. And the third, people that just don't want to hear even one, they don't like it. And I dedicate my book to the first two groups, not the last. So I run them by friends and daughters. I have a group of people I send them to every day. So thank you.
Excellent. Anyone else? All right, no other questions. So you guys, at this time, we're going to get ready for our break. This first half has been amazing. What do you say?
Yeah.
We've heard some from wonderful authors today, and I'm so looking forward to the second half of hearing from many more of you. So at this time, we're going to break for our lunch. We've got some refreshments back here for you guys. But before we do that, Fran's going to come and talk to us about the photographer.
All right.
Who you guys taking pictures? I do. All right, so we have a friend Jorge right here, guys. So he has it set up here. So each of you, if you notice, your name tags has like gold stuff right there. So Jorge will direct you. You know, you can use your photos for your social media, your content, your website. And in your goodie bags, we have a picture frame given to you, which, you know, you can use to put your memorabilia from this event. So yeah, we'll send the photos through email. All right. So yeah, that's what Jorge is here for. While waiting, there's also pizza at the back. We'll have some drinks for you and refreshments. So enjoy, everyone. Yeah, and we resume at 1 p.m. All right.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. So again, as you have seen our live stream earlier there at the ReadersMagnet book Confab, we had our guest speakers doing their book talk. So namely, those were Thomas Sheets, Russell Rucker, and Dr. Marshall Flam. So if everyone, and there are more people, more authors who will be having their time later on while they take their quick lunch. And to those at home who are grabbing a meal, sitting down at a table, making sure they can get that food ongoing while watching this live stream. Take it down slowly, okay? Make sure swallow and chew, and then swallow. Chew, swallow, chew, swallow. Okay. So I hope you enjoy your lunch. And while we're doing our lunch, let's continue what we had started earlier, though, and continue with another session of our book shoutouts. So again, going back with the books here, and here's one good thing. A lot of you have been asking, like, hey, Rob, where can I purchase these books? Now, you do know it's on Amazon and Barnes & Noble, but again, there are times where it's hard for you to search. So let's make it easier this time. So you got your phones up, and if ever there's any book that you like, we'll be flashing that QR code on screen for you, okay? So first book on the list that I'd love to talk about is Lucius, A Soldier's Journey by Reverend Michael H. Lavery, okay? So this is Lucius, okay? So as you can see right there, and there's a QR code where you can scan the book, though. If you want to purchase it, it's available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble. So feel free to grab a copy, scan that code, order one right now, so at least you can get it. Hey, who knows? If you want to get one-day shipping, maybe you can get it in one-day shipping, okay? So, and coming back with, and for those of you who'd love to know more about books, want to get more, again, it's just easy. Just get that QR code scanner running, and then you're up and good to go, okay? So again, by the way, welcome back to the live stream, though, and thank you for, also, thank you, Letters to the Universe. Thank you for joining the live stream today, okay? And, okay, so here, Reginald. Yes, hi, Rob. Good to see you again. Nice to hear some more of it. Yes. Again, I'll be back, and I'll be here after the session as well, because we're going to do a lot of books that we'll be shouting out. That will still be for tomorrow up until the end of the event. And I'm talking about today, tomorrow. This is going to be this Friday as well, and Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be 5 days of book shout outs. So a lot of books you can add to your library. So if you do have some books you like, feel free to add it to your list, okay? Put it on your shelves. Make sure you can get some copies that you want. If there are books that intrigue you, then, hey, who knows? Grab one copy and read it, and then you'll see for yourself if you love it, okay? So next book on the list is... So let me just pull it up right here. Next book on the list is Encouraging a Friend with Our Trials. This is coming from Jamie Pools-Fry, and we have 2 books on this list. So again, that is Encouraging a Friend with Our Trials by Jamie Pools-Fry. Okay, that's a spirituality and inspirational book. So as you can see there on screen, though, there's cover. QR code is on there. Feel free to scan if you want to grab a copy. But if ever you already have a copy of this book by any chance, and you want to get another book by Jamie, we also have another book that is Family Memories with a Little Mystery in it. Intriguing. Okay, so it's still coming from the same author as Jamie Pools-Fry, Family Memories with a Little Mystery in it. So a QR code is posted on there, so at least you'll be routed to the Amazon author's website or even through the Barnes & Noble page. Okay, so you want to grab a copy, scan that QR code, and you'll be redirected so you can order one right now, okay? So going back with the comments, you have your Maxine Thorson. Going back with the book earlier. Lucius, I've heard about this book from previous shoutouts. Been looking forward to reading it since. If you're looking forward, then the easiest way to go, you can go, again, it's a live stream, but again, it's still in video format. You can go back a couple of seconds, scan that QR code, and order a copy right now so you can start reading on that book, okay? And also, here is Brandon Rose. We have here, here's a sample of Amazon. You can also go to www.author-brandonrose.com and see some of the stories for. So it's more of as well putting on your author's web. So Brandon, thank you much for that. That would really help a lot, okay? And another book from Krigian Murrell. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your first name incorrectly, but correct me if I'm wrong. You can just leave a comment that if I'm pronouncing correctly. Okay, sorry, Krigian. I love me some mysteries related to families. Yes. Okay. Again, going back with the previous shout out though, again, it's fun to read other people's lives because again, other people's lives might be a lesson for you. You'll never know. Okay, and if there's a mystery to it, and who knows who you uncover in the future then. Okay. So again, next book on the list is we have here Dementia Help Guide, Volume 1, What is Dementia and its Effects on the Mind by Warren Patton. So this is a self-help book about relationships, psychology, philosophy, fashion, everything about this. Though, so again, it's the Dementia Help Guide, Volume 1. What is dementia and its effect on the mind? So their QR code is right there. So if you do know someone, though, that has dementia, but you've searched through Google and tried to discover how it affects you and whatnot, but again, it's really, and you look again, there are times there are technical difficulties, you lose internet, you can't pull it up right now. At least having a book, especially a help guide, is really something that's helpful that you can put on your shelves, go back to it, read a couple of pages, and who knows, you can help people that you know. Again, I don't know anyone personally who has dementia, but I do know a lot of people who have family members who have dementia, and it's not easy, it's hard, okay? But if you do know how to cope up with it, and a guide would really help you. And having a book where you can go through the pages, read a page by page, knowing though and how to handle it, tackle it, then it's really one thing you can have on your shelves then. And it's really one thing I can really recommend. So if you want to grab a copy, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy through Amazon and Barnes & Noble, okay? So, and we also have here, by the way, Sharon Ford, welcome to the stream. And a comment here is, Mr. Related Families, I would highly recommend Christmas at the Sepphoris, shortlisted at the Cibus. Oh, okay. Thanks for the recommendation here, Ms. Sharon Ford. Okay. Okay. And Larry, hi, Larry. I'm hoping to see my books. Hey, Larry, if your books will be here, don't worry. We're going to make sure we can put that shout out there. And hey, I'm going to special mention later on once I get to your books. Okay. Okay. So next thing about here, and okay, and let me just try to go here. But the next book on here is Ruby, Yvonne Prescott Stories. Okay, so we're looking at a romance book here. Okay, it's a romance book authored by Rick Nolan. And again, by Rick Nolan, there's a QR code there. And if you are a fan of romance and if you love stories and you want to know more about it, feel free to grab a copy right now. QR code is in there. Feel free to scan it. Hey, at least I'm not covering it. Of course, I'm not covering it. So it's going to be there. Feel free to scan it. Grab a copy right now. It's available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Okay, and so also one more thing here. Also, hi Kathleen. Thank you for joining the stream. And yes, I'm seeing here. Fingers crossed for your books to shine in the spotlight. Excited to see them make an appearance. Your hard work deserves to be celebrated. And yes, I do agree with that, Kathleen. Every book deserves to shine in that spotlight. It's hard work. No one sleeps and wakes up like, hey, I got a book right now. It's time and time, sweat, inspiration. You get writer's block and you don't know what to write next. Do you keep on thinking and overthinking, like what's going to be the next thing? What should I write? Is it connected? Editing, the whole process of it, it's really hard. Let's just be honest. It's really hard to write a book. Yes, some people might say it's easier for them. They might be gifted, and who knows? Yeah, but again, thank you much for comment, Kathleen. Okay, we have here Ms. Lynch, encouraging a friend. I know someone who I would love to give this book for them. Sure. If ever you want to give a book to your friend, though, again, a QR code is available for you to scan, so you can order a copy. Or hey, how about this? You can order a copy and send it to them. Put it in a make sure you get it put in a good gift wrapper though. Put in a little personal note like, this is my gift to you, or it can even be a mystery, like you want to make it from a mystery friend who gave you a book that you would love. Okay, so and also one more thing, and here is another book on the list. We have here Spiritual Doorkeepers, A Station at the Gate by Mr. Anthony Lynn Nip. Okay, it's a spirituality and inspirational book. So I can see there, it's flashed on the screen. Again, book cover, everything, and it's Spiritual Doorkeeps, and QR code is displayed as well. So feel free to scan that QR code. And if you really want to, add more to this. Okay. Oh, from Letters to the Universe. I'm glad to be here. And yes, I am happy that you're joining the stream here. Letters to the Universe. I love the name though. It's really unique. Letters to the Universe. I wish I could write one right now to the universe. Okay. So Tash, we have also a comment here from Tashwana. So absolutely, we are all eagerly anticipating seeing your books featured. Your enthusiasm inspiring, and I'm sure they'll shine brightly when they are showcased. Yes, going back with the whole thing, every book deserves to be showcased. It deserves that spotlight. It deserves to shine the most. Okay, independent authors still deserve that time to have their books been shown. It's their hard work. They need to have that moment to shine. Okay, no matter if it's a hidden gem. Again, I'll keep on saying this. It might be a bestseller. It might be a hidden gem. But a book deserves to shine all the time. Okay, so next we'll have here for Zenki Amuni, nice seeing another set of lovely books. Yes, and we do have more later on, because again, they're currently on lunch break right now. After lunch, we'll be returning back to the regular program, which is our Readers Magnet Book Confab at Chicago. Then afterwards, we'll continue with another set of books we'll be shouting out. Same thing though, you can grab a copy. Again, it's always available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble, so stay tuned if you might see the book you want to get, okay? The next book on the list. Okay, and next book on the list here is Thoughts of an American Taxpayer, Unique, by Gary Williamson. Okay, so Thoughts of an American Taxpayer by Gary Williamson. QR code is on there, and we're looking at a book that is political and social sciences. Yeah, I was thinking about because when you look at the title, though, it makes you think like it's going to guide me in how to do taxes, but it's kind of different. So it has more introspect when it comes to the book. And if ever you want to add it to your collection, feel free to scan that QR code and you can purchase a copy through Amazon, okay? And yes, so going back with the comments here, we have here from Sophie Anderson. Hey, Rob, I just have a quick question for your book shoutouts. Do you have like a form for authors to fill out, or can authors just message you and ask for a shout out? You know what? Sophia, that is a very good question. Now, there for book shoutouts, though, you don't need to write me personally. If you're going to write me personally, I got a lot of emails going on, but just make it much more easier and much more user friendly on your end. There are only 3 steps for you to do a book, for you to at least give you a book shout out here. So first is you need to like and follow our Readers Magnet page. That's www.facebook.com/ReadersMagnet, and tag 3 friends of your book. Again, tag 3 friends, your book loving friends. Tag them, let them be there, mention them. Again, I keep on mentioning, I know Mark, I know Leah, I know Q, I know Floor. There are a couple of friends I have though that love books, and you can always tag them. After you tag them, share this post. So after you share the post that you liked and commented on, once you share it, then our Readers Magnet team will reach out to you and at least provide, ask you information on what your book is, what book you want to be, what book do you want to shout out on, the information where people can purchase it. So again, flash on the screen there, free book shout out, follow those instructions. It's easy. So again, that's going to be like our Readers Magnet Facebook page, tag 3 of your book loving friends in the comment section, and then share this post below. Okay, so as you can see on the screen though, that post specifically, if you want to join though, get a free book shout out, just follow these easy. Like, tag, and share. Easy steps. So like, tag 3, and then share. Okay. So Brandon Rose, I was part of the Hong Kong event and I absolutely love it. Thank you. Thank you for remembering. And the Hong Kong event, though, doing the book shoutouts was really lovely. A lot of people were pouring in, though, asking for book recommendations and whatnot. And it turns out that these book shoutouts really help you when it comes to getting a list of books that you want to read. Because again, there are some people, though, who want to read a couple of books by the end of the quarter. Some of them want to start reading books by year, like a monthly book that I got to read. Hey, if you want to do that, try it next year or try it this quarter, though. Get that list ready. Take notes of it. And who knows, if ever you got that list ongoing, everything will be up and dandy. Okay. Okay. And also, next book on the list that we have here is What Now, Molly, by Virginia Viken. It is a children's book. I don't know if you ever noticed this, but all these book shoutouts, I'm really in love with children's books. There's a lot of thought because the idea of creating a book specifically meant for children and making sure that children would learn from it, it's kind of a unique talent. It's like, how to say this? If I'm a parent and I want to make sure that my kids learn, of course, I need to inform them, teach them, show them the way, how it should be done. But children's books, though, is like you have your second parent in form of books. Like kids read it because they develop their brains by reading, seeing pictures, they would remember it easily. And if there are lessons for them to learn, to understand, to remember, it will be much more easier for kids to remember these, especially that they've read it once. Like even for me, I still do remember Hungry Caterpillar when I was a kid. It was a long time ago. But it still has that impact to me. Like I keep on reading it. Even reading Rainbows. That show really taught me that there are a lot of books that I could really love to read. Okay, so again, What Now, Molly by Virginia Kidd. QR code is a post there. So if you want to grab a copy and give one to your niece, your nephew, your grandkids, or your sons and daughters, or anyone you know, any kid you love. Or even school, though, if you are a teacher, you want to give a book, do a moment where you can do your storytelling time or story reading time, feel free to grab a copy. There's a QR code, so you can at least order one copy right now. Okay. So, also we have here a comment from Olivia Brown. Love Readers Magnet session as always. Thank you very much for that, Olivia. Really appreciate that. Love lots. Okay. And also we have another comment for Amarantine Breyer. True, for author's work to be a highlight, truly a special moment. Yes, I do agree with that, because again, it's always something that people, again, it's hard work that has been published. It's available physically. It just needs that perfect time, perfect platform for it to shine. Okay. Oh, and we also have a comment here from Brandon Rose. Oh yeah, I've been blowing up threads with book number 3 is shaping up nicely, and still looking for a good publisher for book number 2. Oh, so if you're looking up to get for a good publisher, though, if you want to get your inquiries in there, and if you want to get in touch with us, maybe if ever you want to see though on how we do things and how everything works within the publishing world and system, feel free to give us a call though. That's 1-800-805-0762, or you can even send us an email at info@readersmagnet.com. It's going to be there on the crawl, so you can see that number, take down notes about it, and have fun. And we'll be more than happy to give you some information, provide the things that you might need on how you can upstart your next book. Okay, so next, we do have another comment from our YouTube channel. We have here Mia Sanchez. They do help. I know I've personally been taking notes of the books that got my interest and have bought them already. Awesome. Really love that, Mia. Okay, so you've been taking down notes and purchasing those books. That is a quick draw with the QR code. Really love what you're doing there. Keep it up, okay? So next book on the list from a children's book we're talking about right now is 101 Things New Parents Need to Know by Chris Erlandson. Okay, 101 Things New Parents Need to Know. And I do remember I did an interview about this, and I read about this book. I've talked with the author about this. Okay, and I do remember this. I did an interview with the author about this book a while back. It was more onto providing something that new parents can lean on, because there is no first-time parent who had an experience. I know it sounds weird, but it makes sense. There is no first-time parent who had past experience as being a parent. You might be a parent to a child, but raising a child from birth up until preschool, kindergarten, grade school, high school, and college, it's really different. And you might lean on to your grandparents, but not a lot of people can lean on to someone. So we only have ourselves to know the ropes and how this works. But again, the book 101 Things New Parents Need to Know can be a perfect addition on something that you can read on and at least give some guides on what you can do next. Okay, so if ever you want to go back with, if you ever want to grab a copy for this, feel free to scan the QR code, grab a copy, and add it to your bookshelves. Okay, so again, and also one more. Okay, so here, and the next book that we have here. Okay, so we have here another book is Stage Zero by Teresa F. Linton. Okay, so from Teresa there, the Stage Zero, I'm starring Teresa Linton. So QR code is available there. If ever you want to grab a copy, feel free to scan that code. It's going to be available at Amazon and Barnes & Noble as well. So again, feel free to scan the QR code, grab a copy, and add it to your bookshelves as soon as possible. Okay, so, and also, by the way, I want to special mention though, I want to mention Brandon Rose. Brandon Rose, by the way, who's been commenting as well, is one of our Readers Magnet authors. And Brandon, it's really fun to have you at the stream right now. Okay, so again, Brandon, feel free to say what your thoughts are. If you have any ideas, then if ever you have any books that you love, though, again, if ever want to add something to your shelf as well, it's part of your collection. QR code is available. Feel free to do that. Okay. So Brandon, thank you much for joining the stream. Really appreciate you having you here. Okay. And next, so Brandon also has here anyone who wants some writing advice as well. Feel free to message me sometime. Happy to look over what you have and give any advice. So Brandon is sure. Again, feel free to message Brandon though if ever you have for writers and future writers though and aspiring authors. If you want to get some advice, again, Brandon is opening his doors wide and open. Feel free to give him a message. Okay, he'll love to cater these. Okay, so at least you can get advice from an author as well. Okay, so also we have here Mary Phillips. Sorry, am I pronouncing it correctly? Marie, or is it Marie? Okay, so Marie Phillips. Hi all. I am pretty new to this type of thing. I am primarily a sci-fi fantasy writer, but also write non-human biographies of a semi-fictional nature. Really love the idea. Biographies. Okay, wow. It's a sci-fi fantasy, and it's more of a biography of a semi-fictional nature. I love it. I love the idea though. And if again, Murray, if ever you can write on comments, I just want to know, do you have a book that's out already, like people can read onto it, or are you planning to put that book out there in the near future? Because again, if you are try to get your book out there and you need some writing advice, again, Brandon is available. Feel free to message him. Again, his door is open. You can get some advice from him as well. And it's really, and Gillette Jarvis, yes, I would agree. It's really intriguing and it's interesting. It's kind of a unique take about biographies. I really love it. Really love it. Okay, so again, and one more book before we go to our commercial break. Last book, and it's not the last book though, but it's part of the book shout-outs here. We have here A Local's Guide to Chicago, Insider's Guide to the Downtown Area. And this is by Brian Heston, a self-help book. And you know what's a wonderful thing? We're having the Reader's Magnet Book Confab currently in Chicago. So if ever you are planning to visit Chicago sometime soon, or if you want to get those last minute plane tickets to go to Chicago and join the book fair, so you can grab a book, try to read a couple of pages in, and hey, you might feel like a local as well. Because again, it's a local's guide to Chicago. QR code is on screen. Feel free to grab a copy. And you know what? Love to have these books go. Because again, everywhere you go, you are really a tourist, and you do have that guide, and you can talk to someone who's locally there. But if you don't know anyone who's in that specific area, you might be asking, like, what do I do next? Locals Guide to Chicago. If you don't have anyone from Chicago, grab this book, read it through, plan a vacation in the future. Okay. So again, and also one more comment here before we go is Linda. Sorry if I'm pronouncing this last name wrong here, Linda. Again, Dutmeyer. This will be my first time with working with Reader's Magnet. I write children's books and young adult books. Again, Linda, whatever your children's books is, I would love to know what it is, because again, I'm a fan of children's books and young adult books. Also, it has that tinge. It has that freedom in it. And it always depends on the author how you can create those, how you can put those creative juices out there and write it on the page. Okay, because again, your mind is being translated words, and that's something that I can look forward to. Okay, but again, going back with the whole thing, I'd love to know more about books. But right now, let's hear a few messages, and we'll have a quick commercial break. Once we're back, let's continue with some books that you can add to your list. Okay, stay tuned. Be back in a few. Welcome back to another session of our book shoutouts this lunch period. So wherever you are, by the way, I forgot to mention, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are. I still remember the Truman Show. Really love that one. So again, going back with some of our books that we deserve a shout out. But before that, just want to give you a fun fact about Reader's Magnet. And I was just reading through everything here. And yeah, by the way, this year we had one as finalists for, we're one of the finalists for work ethics here at the BBB though. So it's kind of fun. It's really something I can be proud of, and I'm really happy to be part of this team though. And again, it's something, just a fun fact that we just wanted to throw it out in the air there. It's up to you how you want to do with the information. Okay. So and also, but going back with the comments before we continue with one of our book shout outs we have here for Marie Phillips. So Marie, yeah, again, even though joining the comments, there are a lot of responses. Each and every author really loves to help each other, and that's the beauty of it. Okay, every writer has that community. They only just need to reach out, and if we help each other, we want to make sure that everything is up and dandy, because we do know how the struggles are, and it's really lovely. Okay, so Marie, thank you much for reaching out in the comment section, and thank you very much for at least joining in. Okay, so again, as we said though, again, to those who haven't read the comment what Maria wrote down, thanks all. I did not expect such a response, and I'm still figuring out how this all works. Again, it's not easy, but again, every day you'll get the hang of it, and you'll get to know how everything works, and you'll eventually get that product out there. Okay, and I'm looking forward to see that intriguing book of yours, Marie. Okay, so in continuation with the book shout outs we have though, next book on the list okay, is Loving Andrew, a 52-year story of Down syndrome by Rami Wiley. So Rami has been with ReadersMagnet for quite some time, and this book really packed something. It's something that a lot of people can read onto, because again, I really do believe in this message that if ever you think that you're suffering something alone, then it's not really you alone. There is someone else that you just haven't discovered yet. Someone who has sharing the same hardships, same struggles, and same things that you have in life though, but it's just on the other side of the globe though. But if ever you have the experience though, you can relate to this, feel free to grab a copy though. It's really one good book to add to your shelves though. That's Loving Andrew by Rami Wiley. QR code is there on screen, so feel free to scan it, grab a copy right now. Okay, and going back with the comments here. Okay, so so we have here from Marie. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna read. Just want to put it up here. My issue is promotion. I have 9 books in print, but the promotion budget is minimal. Wow, 9 books. 9 books in print. That's a huge. That is a large number, though. That is a lot of things, though. And again, but again, if ever though you want to know more about this, though, hey, how about you can try joining some of our book shoutouts, though. It's just easy. Just like a Reader's Magnet page, tag 3 book loving friends, and then share that post. And then, hey, those 9 books, I'll be more than happy to shout it out for you. And don't worry, Marie, and I would always remember this day that you reached out and tried to do that book shout out. Okay, so and also continuation with our book shout outs, and this is going to be Touched by the Hand of God in the City of Angels, Send Me by Patricia Blake. Okay, so again, that's Touched by the Hand of God by Patricia Blake. So if ever you want to grab a copy of this book and want to add it to your shelves, QR code is in there. We're talking about a spiritual and inspirational book to add to your collection. Okay, if you want to get that inspiration, go for it, grab it, add one to your shelves. Okay, so again, QR code on screen. Once again, that's Touched by Hand of God. Okay, so the QR code is in there. Feel free to grab a copy of this. Okay. And so, and also one more, and also next book on the list though, if you've seen our live session at Readers Magnet Book Confab, you might be familiar with Dr. Marshall Flem, who had fun with Wordle Limericks, which he calls Flamericks. It's more poetry. He had a lot of fun though. It was really a nice session though. And again, QR code is in there if you want to grab a copy, want to know more about how he does it and what he wrote down there. Feel free to scan that QR code, grab a copy through Amazon or through his website. And here's a good thing about this. And if ever you're in Chicago and you'll be joining the book fair and you want to grab a signed copy of his book, Dr. Marshall Flem will be doing a book signing during the event, and that will be at Printer Show Lit Fest. That will be from September 7 and 8. So feel free to visit our booth, check in. Once you see Dr. Flem, want to get a signed copy, feel free to go to our booth, ask for a signed copy, and he'll be more than happy to do that. Okay. So again, more information will be posted later on within the session. Okay. So Next book on the list is we have The Art of the Inner Journey, Symbol as Healing Agent Afloat. And sorry, that is sorry for Symbol of as Healing Agent, my bad. That is a Margaret Carpenter Arnett. It is a spirituality inspirational book as well. Okay. And also, before we continue with the book, Marie, I always read books like that as few and far between as they are. So I wrote in this way as well. Getting into the head, or in the case of the tree, sorry. In the case of a tree, roots and leaves of character has always been my strong suit. Wow. You really do have a unique writing method, though. I really love it. Keep it up, Marie. Okay? Keep those creative juices flowing. Okay. And coming from Zenki, going back with Dr. Marshall Flem's book, I love reading limericks. I'm sure that's a fabulous book. Yes. Okay. And if you want to grab a book, though, you can go back a few seconds, scan that QR code, and grab a copy. Okay. So Zenki, thank you much for that. And going back with the book, The Art of the Inner Journey, Symbol as Healing Agent. QR code is displayed in there. And I just wanted to put it, if you ever want to grab a QR code, scan it though, and feel free to grab a copy. And also for those of you who want to do your book shout outs, please feel free to put on a again what I've been saying though. I'm really excited about these book shout outs. Feel free to like our Readers Magnet page, tag 3 friends, and share this post. And if ever though you don't want to go back a couple of seconds to know how it works, it's pinned in the comment section on how you can do it though. So feel free to go to the comment sections, follow these instructions, and then you can get your book shout out. Let your book get that spotlight it deserves. Okay. So next, here is one more thing though. Next is next book on the list is Afloat by Romardo Henderson. Okay, so we have here another book that is Afloat by Romardo Henderson. It's if ever want to add that book though, QR code is on the screen. Feel free to scan it though, and we're looking at a book for general fiction. So to all of you who are general fiction fans, feel free to scan the QR code, add this book to yourselves, and hey, again, it's a book that needs to be a part of a shelf though. Make sure you can read it though. Grab a copy. Feel free to scan that QR code and get one right now. Okay, so. Next on the list, okay? Next on the list, though, is that is going to be The Adventure of Wild Willie, True Stories from 1940 to 1980, and that's from Wilma Forrester. It's a memoir. I know I was thinking about The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, that type of thing. Looking at the cover, it gives me that vibe. But it's a memoir, though, again, The Adventures of Wild Willie, True Stories from 1940 to 1960 by Miss Forrester. So if ever you want to grab a copy, feel free to scan that QR code flash on the screen. If ever, to those of you who just joined the stream again, if you want to grab a copy, QR code is displayed with the cover. So just scan that QR code and you'll be redirected to order one. Also, for Marie, well, Marie, you really have this vibe going on. So I hope so. My sci-fi trilogy and its companion books are about a species of alien which involve on a colder planet. They are not humanoid, but Saurian. You know what, Marie? This book, okay, it's really giving me this intrigue right now. This is something really unique, and when it comes away though, and I really want to see where this is going. Again, in continuation, where that asteroid never struck and killed off the dinosaurs like life. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does it seem like an alternate reality where things are different in a way? I'm kind of getting that vibe. I'm not sure if I'm correct though, but it seems to have that vibe. And it's really a unique take on when it comes to writing though. It's not the plain old formula like meteor kills dinosaurs and whatnot, but having a different take on it. And there are a lot of authors who take that idea as well, trying to make something different from what is currently happening right now and try to twist it up a bit. And I really love that take though. It's kind of unique, and I'm really looking forward to see what that book would be like in the future. Okay, so Marie, thank you much for that. Really appreciate you sharing the information. Also, it's a bit of a teaser of what your book would be like. Okay, love that. Okay, so again, going back with the book again, that is The Adventures of Wild Willie, True Stories from 1940 up until 1980 from Wilma Forrester. So grab a copy. It's a memoir. Feel free to scan that QR code. Okay, and also, for some reason, the title, The Adventure of Wild Willie, is making me laugh. Yes, Jennifer, I do understand where you're coming from. Okay, I understand. I do apologize. My mind is running wild right now. Okay. So, next book on the list is A Taste of Winter by Linny Bumman. Okay, it's a children's book as well. Love the cover art. Want to add it? If you want to add it onto your bookshelves, get another children's book. QR code is on screen. Feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy. Okay, so again, instructions here is once you scan that QR code, you'll be redirected either to the author's website or through their Amazon page so you can purchase a copy. Okay, so if you want to add these books on your list, scan that QR code and grab a copy as soon as possible. Okay, so next book on the list is Lily Among Thorns, Songs of Solomon 2:2, and the Last Days, 2 Peter 3:3 by Annette K. Masson. Okay, so Lily Among the Thorns, though, I'm just reading the subtitle along part of this. So Lily Among the Thorns, though, is really it's something as well that you can go along if you want to add it, though. And if ever you might be asking what a genre is, it's more on spirituality and inspirational books as well. Okay, so feel free to grab a copy, scan that QR code, redirect it to Amazon, purchase one, add one to yourselves. Okay, and next book on the list is Letters to the Universe. You're doing great, Rob. Thank you very much for that, Letters to the Universe. Really appreciate that. Okay, I really love that. Keeps me going. Next, okay, and now next book on the list is we have here Son of Enoch, The Last Prophet by E.O. Shiflett. Okay, so Son of Enoch, though, this is a bit more of different take, though. Again, it's still spiritual, inspirational, though. Book covers in there, and it gives you a different feeling on what the book would be really all about, and it really generates that curiosity. This is just only a one tip. I'm just going to throw this out of the air. Usually, book covers really tell you a little bit about the story. Okay, if the book cover can tell you all about, not everything, but just snippets on what it would really be about, what it is, and how it would be delivered. And these eye-catching book covers can really tell you some things. And it's only up to you if ever you want to grab that copy, scan the QR code, or even go to a bookstore, purchase one, get one copy, read it for yourself, and that you can be the judge of it. If the cover, how the cover captivated you, and how the story would bring you in. So it's more of like, how to say this. It's hard to explain right now. It's more of like it's again, book covers really hypnotize you. That's just all I can say right now. Book covers really hypnotize you. It really gives you that feeling like you're being lulled into it, like, grab me, you love me. Yeah, okay. From Cregan Morel, agreed. The book cover for Son of Enoch does really provide a different type of vibe, which I think is a good thing. Yes, because I was thinking about a spiritual book, religious book, but looking at the cover, it has this different vibe. It's more of hypnotizing. And whoever created this cover, though, and again for the author, though, good choice with the cover. Really love it. It really brings in that vibe. Okay, so again, if you want to grab a copy of Son of Enoch, and if ever you're hypnotized to grab a copy, scan that QR code. It's on screen. Son of Enoch. Feel free to grab a copy. Okay, so next book that we have here on the list is Woman at the Well: Journey to an Authentic Encounter with Jesus. Yes, and it's another religious book by Angel Bunton Miller. So again, book is there from A.L. Her pen name is A.L. Smith. This Woman of the Well, though, grab a copy if you want to add more books to your spiritual collection shelves. Want to add more books that you can read on? Feel free to scan that QR code, grab a copy, and this will be more things you can add to your collection. And yeah, comment from Timothy Moffat. A lot of religious books today. Yes, there are a lot of religious books today because here's just what I'm thinking about. It's more on right now, a lot of people are trying to find something they can lean on, trying to find something they can follow through, or even they can read to at least have this feeling in them that they can have this assurance. And I think that's why there are a lot of religious books right now, because there are a lot of topics that a lot of things can't be handled within one religious book. Like one book itself is not enough for a plethora of topics. I hope I'm making sense. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but it's more onto having that book that you can come back to anytime to tell yourself that there is something better. Something can happen good in the future. It's always up to you, not having any hard stops, not having those forwards. But again, it's something that you can go forward with. Okay. Other comment from Lillian Rocket, A Woman of the Well, interesting and intriguing title. Yes, and going back with Son of Enoch, cover is kind of intriguing as well. And again, it's all the cover really does something that really brings that really brings something to have that feeling though. The cover again. Book again. There's this saying that don't judge a book by its cover. That's why you need to pick it up. So if we're looking at this book and it's really hypnotizing you, just grab it, read it, and then you'll see for yourself. Okay. And also for some of our people though, I just want to give you a heads up though. So to some of our events, because these are books that we are putting on display, and if you want to grab a copy, just skim through a couple of pages, decide for yourself if you want to grab a copy. If you want to grab one, feel free to visit us again. That will be from September 7 and 8. We're joining the Printers Row Lit Fest. Visit us at booth C and D. Okay, that's from September 7 to 8 at the Printers Row Lit Fest booth C and D, and I'm looking forward to see you there. Okay, and then for our future events though, this October 16th up until the 20th, that will be the Frankfurt International Book Fair that will be held in Germany, and for the Guadalajara International Book Fair, that will be from November 30th to December 4. And one of Readers Magnet's really loved virtual events, we have the Festival of Storytellers 6. Okay, Festivals of Storytellers Part 6. That will be happening this January 20th up until the 2nd of February. Okay, so if you want to check us out, though, visit us. And if ever you happen to be in Germany or in Mexico in the future, though, or Guadalajara, if you want to join us, see us, talk to our staff, feel free to visit us. And again, this week, if you're in Chicago within this week, feel free to visit us at our booth. That's booth C and D at the Printers Row Lit Fest this September 7 and 8. And you can get to see a lot of authors signing their own books. And again, if you want to get a signed copy of a book and you're interested in some books, feel free to join in, and we'll give you the list of all of those authors who will be doing their book signing by the end of the show. Okay, so again, and also going back with the comments though from Brandon Rose, I've had people who've read mine tell me that they picked up on some really good lessons from mine. Never thought about that when I was writing it. Yeah, I think this was from a previous conversation that you had earlier, Brandon. But yeah, again, it's more on like when people give comments to other books, it really gives you a different perspective. Because how do you say this? You can look at the same number, but look at it at two different ways. You can look at the number 6. But then you can think, but the other person looks at it as a number 9. So different perspectives help you gauge the current situation. And I think that's where I'm getting at with this. Okay. Also, one comment from Bob Montgomery, going back with religious books. Yep, the world seems shaky, and we all need an anchor to keep us grounded. I do agree with that. Something you can lean on, something to at least put you back on your feet. Something you can say that it's okay to not be okay right now, and eventually I'll be okay. Yeah, I do agree with that. Thank you for that comment. Okay. So also from Jeff Zimmerman, I love the amount of religious books we are seeing here today. Awesome. Yes, Jeff, there are a couple more later on. If you want to add more onto your list, though, feel free to write that down. If there's a QR code, scan it, add it to your shopping cart. And hey, who knows? If you love these books, want to add it to your collection, feel free to do that. Okay. So Gilletta Jarvis, you're making me want to go back through and change all my covers. No. Yeah, there are a lot of things though when it comes to covers. Like, oh my god, I don't know how many books have you. If you published a lot of books though, and yeah, I guess that changing covers is something that needs to be well thought out. But again, but here's one more important thing: if you feel that your book cover represents who you are as an author, and you do love what you've done with your cover, then there's no reason for you to change it. Be with it, love it, embrace it. But in a different sense, if you think that you want to change it, okay, we're all in support here. We'll support in whatever decision you have. But I just want to but you always think about one thing. Make sure that that cover represents your book, yourself as an author, and all your hard work. That's one thing that I really like. Make sure that book cover gives that message off. And hey, wait, 11 books. So 11 covers, 11 books. That's a huge amount here, Gilletta. That's too many books to change covers. But again, always go back. Make sure that those book covers really represent you, your story, and what do you really represent with your books. Make sure it's really there. Okay. But again, 11 books is a lot. Oh, Tosh, we have a comment here from Tosh here. That's fantastic. Incredible how your stories can teach valuable lessons without you even realizing it. Keep up the great work. Yes, I had this interview before in the past. One of our authors, we always have this thing, like we talk to them He really didn't have an idea. He just wanted to make sure that his book would be out there because he wanted to publish his book for one person, which is really close to him. But he hasn't realized that this book can be I like to call it I'm not exaggerating here, more like a lifeline, like something some people can grab onto it and see though on how it is, how it works out. And it's just more like you'll never know that your stories could be a lesson for someone else, and you could never know that the stories that you create can be an anchor that people can lean on to go back to. And that's the beauty about books. You do something without realizing it. It's really something. Oh, and we have here from Reginald McBride. I guess that's one of the best parts of being an author, right? It's when your readers can get lessons or resonate with your work that authors really get the feeling that their books have found a purpose. Yes, I do agree with that. Okay. It's just finding the right set of audience. Those people will be in there, and you'll eventually realize that you created this book really has a purpose. It really reached out to someone. It really helped someone out without you even knowing. Because you have this saying like, I'll just create this book, that's it. No, you created this book. It has a purpose for someone else. Embrace it, love it, because that is your work. Okay. Oh, and we also have here another comment from Alfredo Sean. I'm loving these shoutouts with codes. Make it easy to check books out and purchasing them. Yes. Again, for those of you who would love to purchase books, instead of you typing through keyboards, going through Amazon, trying to find the title, is this the right one? Is this the right one? Just scan the QR code. It'll be flashed on screen, and then you're up and dandy and good to go. Okay. So next book on the list is Betrayed. Recover from the shock and pain of finding out that your spouse is cheating. Ooh, that is kind of a bit intriguing. So again, that is the title of the book is Betrayed, and the author of that is Dr. Jersey Wolster. It's a self-help book, more in psychology, philosophy, and all of those things. So make sure to grab a copy though. And again, it's an intriguing subtitle, Betrayed, Recover from the Shock and Pain of Finding Out That Your Spouse is Cheating. And it might not happen to everyone, but for those of you who who are having the struggle though when it comes to finding out that your spouse is cheating, it's not something easy that you go through. You can talk to your friends, you can have fun all night, but once you get home, you always go back to the thought that it happened. It hurts you. And yes, Bob, it's really a spicy book. It's really a spicy one. Okay, so going back to the whole thing. So if you want to grab a copy, that's Betrayed. Okay, so that's Betrayed. QR code is on there. Feel free to grab a copy. And also, we have here another comment from. That sounds exciting. Flashier covers can really grab attention and bring a fresh look to your books. How has the response been so far? So I think this was from a previous comment. Yeah, here on the 1st of August, I changed about 6 book covers to a flashier version. So yes, grabbing the attention using those tantalizing book covers, make sure you can hypnotize those readers into picking it up. But again, there is always that thing that makes sure that that book cover really represents what the book is about and what you do as an author as well. Because there's a lot of clickbait. There's a lot of books that a lot of people would really love to do. But again, having that cover really represent what the book is really all about and what you are as an author as well can really add that personal touch. We call that branding. So you can brand yourself as an author. Make it spicy. Oh, we have here Lillian. Oh my, now that is a spicy book title. Spill the tea, please. I would, but you wouldn't. I would really highly suggest to grab a copy of this. Again, it's just it's more on helping us though. It's a self-help book, recovering from knowing that your spouse is cheating. And I wouldn't imagine if my spouse was cheating on me. But again, hopefully I don't need to grab this book in the future. Oh, cross fingers. Going back on the whole thing. Next book on the list is Where is Air by Sue Ann Matinka. It's another children's book. Really love the cutesy cover here, Sue. Where is Air available for purchase? Scan that QR code if you want to grab a copy. And I keep on saying this, it's almost Christmas time. It's almost the book buying season. Grab one and give the gift of creativity and knowledge to the children right now, okay? A book would be something that they can appreciate, okay? A book is something that they can lean on to go back to, remember, have lessons. It's much more easier for them to remember. There's this whole psychology about a children's book and how can they remember things that they read and seen in pictures, okay? So if you want to grab a copy, add this to your shelves. Again, Where is Air by Sue Matinka. QR code is on screen. Feel free to scan that and grab a copy through Amazon and Barnes & Noble, okay? Next Next book on the list is we do have The Mrs. Claus Contract by C.N. Kinney. So perfect for the Christmas season. It's a perfect gift to give. And yeah, I did an interview with Miss Kinney before a while back with about this book. She still do have some books in the future. It's a unique take about this. I would really suggest for you guys to grab a copy, read it. It's just not for the Christmas season, but it's really something that you'll have fun. You'll have fun reading. And if ever you want to know more about this, the inspiration about the author, you can go back to some of her videos with Reader's Magnet author interviews where I did an interview with her and talked about her book and her plans about this. Okay, so that's Miss Kinney, The Mrs. Claus Contract. It's a romance book, just to specify. Okay, and the QR code is in there. Feel free to grab a copy. Okay. Oh, and also we have here a comment from Mia. So this is quite an interesting decision for a book cover. The pastel style looks like something a child would make, and it looks lovely. Yes, at first when I did the interview, I was thinking that this was a children's book, but after a couple of getting to knowing more about the book, reading a few passages, oh, this is not a children's book. This is a romance book. It has a really unique take on it. Book cover itself looks like it's children's book, but it's not. Don't let the cover fool you. I told you, it's really something when it comes to books. Having good covers representing the book itself has that flair, has that hypnotizing effect. It's really lovely to do about that, okay? And also, next, we also have here, we also have another book, okay, is Somewhere in the Middle, I Found Me by Doris Lavon, okay? So again, we have here Somewhere in the Middle by Doris Lavon. It's a spirituality inspirational book. Okay, so again, as you can see, though, book covers there, and also with the glints, the diamond, and there's glints on the book, really adds that perfect touch. Okay, so if you want to grab a copy of this, though, it's a spiritual inspirational book. Feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy. Add one to your collection if you want to read onto as well. Okay, so also one more thing. Next book on the list is Foresight, Leadership Lessons for the 21st Century by Alan G. Vitters. And this is a unique one, okay? This is not inspirational. This is more on business type books, okay? If you're a businessman and you want to know more about this, have ideas on leadership lessons. Again, leadership lessons for the 21st century. Unlike before, there are different types of leaderships. And if you want to get some insights on how you can be an effective leader, feel free to grab a copy. QR code is on screen. Please feel free to scan that, or you'll be routed to the Amazon page or the author's website to grab a copy. Okay, so again, that's Foresight, Leadership Lessons for the 21st Century. Okay, so scan that QR code, grab a copy right now. Okay, and next book on the list is The Commander-in-Chief's Trophy, Desert Storm, The Beginning of the Air Assault. Sorry. So again, that's from Paul H. Diana. And hey, for those of you who love history and military books, this would be a perfect book for you to grab, okay? So feel free to grab one copy here. Feel free to join it in, and feel free to at least have it, okay? So again, that's the Commander-in-Chief's Trophy, Desert Storm at the Beginning of Air Assault. So again, QR code is on screen. Feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy, okay? So also, we have here a comment here from Julia Valentina. Would have loved to see these authors in person. Too bad I'm far off Chicago. What's next in line for Reader's Magnet? Maybe I can drop by then. Julia, good thing you've asked, though. Again, our event is still from today and tomorrow. That's our Reader's Magnet Book Confab. And I do know that you can't be in Chicago, but if ever you want to see these authors do their BookTok Sessions, that's a 30-minute session that they can have here during the event that we'll be having at Reader's Magnet. We'll be continuing after this book shoutouts. We'll be having these events. You can stay tuned, know more about what they want to talk about, especially from Dr. Flamdo. That was really an entertaining and humorous. That was really entertaining and really had fun knowing about the book talk that he had. Okay, so just stay tuned. After this book shout out, we'll continue with our main event, which is the Reader's Magnet Book Confab Chicago. That's going to be happening today up until tomorrow. And if ever you want to if ever you have a chance to fly out of country, we have you can join at Frankfurt International Book Fair. That's going to be from October 16th to the 20th. Guadalajara International Book Fair, November 30 to December 4. So feel free to join it. Okay, and then next book, again. The next book on our list that you want to add to your list again for this book buying season is Baby Storytime by Danielle Easley. It's a children's book again. So it's a children's book here from Baby Storytime from Danielle Easley. It's a children's book. Feel free to grab a copy though and whatnot for that. Okay. So okay. And going back with the comments though is from Mia Sanchez. Okay, Mia, Brandon, I really love having you. Oh, sorry. For Mia Sanchez though, this book would go all well along with Rich Dad Poor Dad I have in my bookshelf. Yes. Okay. For business books that you want to have though, having more of these books, really love to, you can add them to your shelf. It would be really nice to have part of your collection as well. And also from Maxine Thorson, just going back with a comment from earlier, business type book. My dad would love this. Yes, Maxine, if ever you want to grab a copy, you can just go back a few seconds, scan that QR code, order a copy, and then give one to your dad for, hey, if you want to give it to him this Halloween and make it a Halloween gift, like you need to do something about this. So you can always do that. They'll really have to fun. Okay. And from Brandon, definitely a lot of good events. A lot of good books in this event. Love it. Excited to be an author. You can be part of these events. And yes, Brandon, we're also happy to have you with the Readers Magnet family. Okay. And next book on the list, going back with Baby Story Time. Again, it's a children's book by Danielle Easley. Feel free to scan that QR code if ever you want to. If you want to add this to your bookshelves, again, it's almost time for the book buying season. Feel free to add it though. Scan that QR code, and hey, who knows? Maybe if you love it, and keep the tradition alive. Make sure you can read those bedtime stories to those children. Okay. So again, next book on the list is Advancing in Enlightenment: The Crash Course, newly revised and expanded edition for 2023 and beyond by Gail Knox. Okay. So okay. Oh, and also going back with the children's book though. Here, James. Oh, what a book. Cute book cover. Yes, I really love children's books cover. It has this unique flair, so cutesy, makes you all warm and fuzzy inside. Okay, that's really what I love about it. Okay, so okay, and next book we have on the list again, that is Advancing in Enlightenment: The Crash Course. The Crash Course, newly revised and expanded edition for 2023 and beyond by Gail Knox. It's a spirituality inspirational book. So if ever you want to. And don't tell me you're not curious about that book cover and what it is. But I see a lighthouse and it has a meaning. A lighthouse is basically the guide for ships to go on to. And I think that has that message. So if you are curious about this book, want to go for it, scan that QR code and grab a copy right now, okay? And then next book on the list is last two books before we end the session and go back to our live event. Looking Back, Kathmandu to Everest by that's Lloyd Johnson. I read it as Lord, weird. Okay, so it's Lloyd Johnson. So it's more on music, performing arts, travel. So feel free to grab a copy. It has this unique flair onto this. I really would recommend it. So again, that's Looking Back, Kathmandu to Everest. Feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy, okay? And then last book on the list for our book shoutouts is Stilettos to Steel Toes. Love the title. That's from Michelle Cofino, okay? It's from Stilettos to Steel Toes, stepping into a man's world. And to all of you, you know how that is right now. Times are changing, and at least you can look at a different perspective that's written in pages, something they can check one as well, okay? So again, that's Stilettos to Steel Toes, Stepping into a Man's World by Michelle Cofino, okay? So again, also another shout out though to one of our visiting authors though, that's Evelyn Rose Talbot. Thank you very much for visiting our confab though. Really love to have you here. And again, so feel free to enjoy though. Again, as what I've heard earlier, there is pizza and refreshments in. Okay, so we can do it. So again, and also to everyone though, as much as I like to do these book shout outs and add more books to your list, I have to end this right now, but you don't need to worry. I'll get back with you shortly. Okay, so after we'll be going back to our main event, again our Readers Magnet Book Confab. Stay tuned for more book talks from our authors, and I'll take you right there after a few messages. See you later.
are back here with the Chicago Confab. Who's excited? Woo! All right, there we go. That's what I like to hear. That thunderous applause out there. So listen, we are just super excited for all of you new authors that are going to be coming up for the second half. We had a phenomenal first half with our authors, and I'm telling you, I believe we're going to go another round higher here, right? So I wanted to just let you guys know, those of you authors that are sharing, in your bags, if you have not taken a look in your bag, I want you to take your bag right now. There's a beautiful framed portrait here, and so I'm just going to read what we said here. So we said, welcome to Chicago with Reader's Magnet. Thank you for joining us at this event. We want you to promote your book. We're honored to be part of your journey. A professional photographer will be, of course, capturing portraits of you today. This is complimentary with Reader's Magnet. In just a few days, you'll receive a link to download your photos. Feel free to share these images on your social media channels or for any marketing purposes. They also serve as a great memorabilia. So we encourage you to have them printed and displayed in the provided frame. Continue to have a fantastic time with marketing your book with Reader's Magnet. All right, you guys. Now listen, I want to see more of you out here at some other events that we're going to be doing up and coming. So right now, without further ado, we're going to jump right into our next author in the person of Urani Beltran, who is written the book, Building Bridges Made in His Image. In your quest for a profound and life-transforming guide to deepen your connection with Jesus Christ, Building Bridges Made in His Image stands as an uplifting and purposeful book. Crafted with meticulous care, it is designed to set your faith ablaze, strengthening your bond with the Savior, and rejuvenating your journey as a devoted disciple. Within these pages, Urani unveils her inspirational journey with Jesus, sharing divine moments of inspiration. As you immerse yourself in her story, you'll discover a wellspring of hope and a gentle reminder that you are beautifully crafted in His image. This book is your uplifting companion on the path to a closer, more profound relationship with Christ. Urani Beltran is originally from Mexico, currently in healthcare. Shares her testimony of how she found her identity in Christ. Let's welcome Urani Beltran.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Urani Beltran. I currently live in South Carolina. I'm originally from Mexico. I moved to the U.S. when I was the age of 7, and God has just been, working in my life. I've received Christ about 17 years ago, and it's been a journey of ups and downs, but God just last year, 2 years ago, I just had a very profound moment of inspiration. I'm a nurse, and God just has been touching my life and wanting me to write this book. Any questions?
All right. So, guys, what kind of questions do we have for Urani?
Yes.
What was the defining moment that, really was the catalyst that you would write a book?
Well, when I was in college, I always wrote like stories and essays, and it didn't come as a as a quick thing, but I had a coach, and just through mentorship and things, I knew there was something else that God wanted me to do, and I just spending a lot of time alone and with Him, it just started flowing. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Do you have a number of patients that want you to pray with them?
Yes, yes. I've been in healthcare for about 18 years. Actually, the clinic that I work in, I was working in a nursing home, and specifically, you know, I'm bilingual, I speak Spanish, so I wasn't using my Spanish in that in the nursing home, and I was like, I need to, you know, find somewhere where I can use my Spanish, and I felt God leading me to this particular church, and when I go to this church, there was the pastor there, you know, told me that there was a clinic there, and one day I went and spoke to this doctor, and I was like, I just feel like God's leading me here, and he's like, well, I've been praying for a bilingual nurse because I wanted to start a Spanish clinic, and that clinic was just open 2 days a week, and now it's open full time. We're getting patients all the time, and meeting patients, you know, believers and unbelievers, they come through there. We see a lot of different patients. And yeah, I pray for those patients, and just, you know, more keep coming.
What inspired the title?
Well, when I came to the U.S., you know, I did not speak English, so there was a barrier, and I would always go back to Mexico, back home, and I always like talking to different people with different diversities, you know, and I just felt like, well, let God tell me that we need to cross bridges with people, you know, that look different from us, that are from different backgrounds, you know, have more unity and you know, because that's what Kingdom of God is.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Any more questions? Yes, sir.
Are you working on anything now?
Well, I'm hoping to write another one of, you know, of another stage in life, but I'm just still waiting on some more answers. Yes.
How did you learn such impeccable English? That it's amazing. Like, how did you have to take lessons?
Well, going through school, let's see, I started in second grade here, and so it was just listening, observing at the beginning, you know, just being immersed in the different culture. Yeah. Thank you.
You even have a little southern accent.
Yeah. Well, I guess I've been here more than you know, about 30 years now. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Well, we actually have a question online for you from James Jackson, and then we'll certainly go back to the audience. So James wants to know, how do you define faith?
So let's see, when before Christ, I was like, you know, I didn't have a relationship with God. I was like, God, if you're real, please show me that you're real. And he did. One day I went to a church, and they said, would you like to receive Jesus as your Savior? And I said, yes. And from that moment, you know, I believe what the Bible said. I believe that he died for me, for my sins. And after that day, something happened. You know, he came, and it's a different life, you know, a faith life. But it's first by believing.
What's the significance of your cover?
So yeah, even the cover and the person that designed the cover, God just, you know, gave me this vision of, you know, people of different backgrounds, different colors, different, you know, coming together and being united Christ.
They're walking to the light in the picture.
Yeah. The light, you know, the light is Christ, the light is Jesus, and it's actually also from, you know, in Revelation, it talks about that one day, you know, we will all be together
with Christ of people of different languages and tribes and nationalities together.
How do you teach this to your kids?
How do I teach it to my kids? We living it out, and also exposing them to different cultures. I love traveling, and just taking them to different places and talking to them about it.
So I have a question for you.
Yes.
So have you ever ran into times where prayer wasn't really welcomed? More or less by maybe the staff there? And if so, how did you overcome that? I know that as a patient, we're going to welcome prayer all day. Hey, pray for because I want to get healed, right? But more or less like from your staff, have you ever received any type of backlash or anything like that? Especially I'm just asking because I've taken prayer and things out of school and things, of course. We're trying to get it back because we need it. So I'm just finding that.
Well, prayer is such a personal thing. Even if you don't do it corporately, you can always pray yourself, but it's better, more people came together. But the clinic that I'm in right now is faith-based, so that's not very hard there because, the doctor there has a devotional and we share some petitions and things, but in other settings that I've been that are not, faith-based, you just kind of, just let your light shine.
Absolutely, I love it. And your light is shining now. Oh, what do you guys think? Our light is actually shining. Any more questions?
I've got it. What is your favorite Bible verse and how do you live it in your life?
Okay, so it's James 1:17, and I tell it to my son or my kids every night. It's every good and perfect gift comes from above, and I just when not living in a Christian home growing up, you can go through a lot of things in school, bullying, a lot of different things, but I try to teach this to my kids and just tell them that, they're special. God made them in a special way. And just sharing, the word of God with them and hoping that they will remember it and, that it will stay in their hearts. So through whatever thing they go through in life, they can always go back to that, that scripture.
Absolutely. I love that. I love that. I have 3 young sons, myself, and of course, my ex-husband was a pastor, of course, with me being a minister and everything. That was always so important, prayer. And also, knowing now today that I have, of course, 3 boys, and my youngest is in college. And so he was dating a young lady, and they went through a little tip or something, and she had texted me one time, and she said, well, your son said, my mom always says this, And so it's really cool with me that, no matter how they go astray or they do different things that we don't want them to do, they are actually hearing us as parents, They're going to tune us out right now, but they're definitely hearing us, okay? So that was definitely, pleasing for me to know that. So there's a question from Maxine Thomas online, and she's asking, what was the most difficult challenge that you encountered when writing the book?
It was probably the time. My book, it's small. I have a lot more to write, but I think, just being a mother and working, it was, finding the time to do it. But that was it. Basically finding the time and the right time to spend with it.
All right. I know all of us authors out there, we've had those challenging times, I know. All right, so we're going to move on. Reginald McBride is asking this. He said, hi, Emily, nice to see you here. Now, in your experience as a nurse, was there a time when your faith was tested by something like a life event, a challenge, or anything else?
Yes. Let's say my father, he had a stroke 13 years ago. It's life-changing because we moved in with them, to help them to go through recovery, through rehab and all that. So during those hard times, your faith is challenged because sometimes you you don't realize that it's temporary. You don't know some of the side effects of the stroke are permanent, but I mean, just during that stage, you kind of have to, just keep trusting God that, that phase will pass through.
So, they are just loading you up with questions on left, right. So somebody else wants to know, what does made in his image mean?
Okay. Made in the image talks about when God created, he created animals and his creation. At the end, he made man, and says man and woman, and he made it in his image, to nobody can be like God, but in certain ways he made us to think, that he's there. He gave us a different, he put us more in charge, Free will, yeah. Thank you.
All right, any more questions from our audience? Yes.
Stay on here, or do we have to go online?
I have some books with me. I have a couple. Yeah. Any more questions?
Do you have any more questions online? All right. Thank you so much for coming. You don't have the pleasure of actually speaking to her before she came up. And of course, she was talking about how nervous she was, but then she did an awesome job. Listen, her. Absolutely, absolutely. Marvelous job. I'm so intrigued by your book. And then, of course, you moving through to actually do that, and then actually coming from the seat here to even stand and to talk about it. So I want you to know, be encouraged in all that you do. Continue to let your light shine through like it's shining right now. The sky is the limit for you. There's more in you, and you're going to find yourself as you begin speaking more. You're just going to become like this person I am, right? You're going to be heard probably even better, okay? All right. So up next, let's move on now to our next author in the person of Stephen Nelson, who has written the book, Two Runs of Stone, A Beckoning Call. Two Runs of Stone, A Beckoning Call is the first of a 5-volume Victorian-era sage that chronicled the wealthy heiress Catherine, y'all, you know what? The lighting, that's what we all blame it on, right? Okay, now, okay? So it's the lighting, okay? So if I mess you up a little bit, just know it's the lighting, okay? All right, so let's go back over this again, okay? An oppressive Danish monarchy, while at the same time raising 4 extremely individualistic, some it's the stage of political and religious upheaval and conflict within Denmark. At the time, one of Europe's most prosperous countries. A story of romance, of war and discord within the conflict woman's life and family. And finally, an epic tale of a rugged, determined, and enlightened people's immigration to the United States of America. Stephen Nelson was born in Logan, Utah, but lived in Ogden, Utah. From the 7th grade on until he graduated from high school, Stephen then attended Weber State College in Ogden before joining the United States Army Reserve. Shortly after completing basic training, Steve married his high school sweetheart, Susan Larson, and the young couple began married life in Houston, Texas, where Steve secured, you got a whoop whoop there, where Steve secured a position with William H. Roger, I believe it stands, Roger Incorporated Pharmaceutical Chemist as a sales representative. So let's welcome Stephen Nelson. You're so welcome. You produce this one right here.
You want to hold the phone? Yeah, I like the way the doctor had it. There's a little bit more leeway there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's a privilege to be here and speak with you. I want you to see this. These 5 books represent 25 years of my life. And I'd like to tell you how I wrote the books. Basically, I was a stockbroker that invested in Meister in Houston, Texas for 35 years with Park Avenue Securities and Guardian out of New York. I hated Houston traffic. It's killing me. So what I would do, I'd get down to the office in a very crowded Galleria, and I would write every day for 2 hours, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8 o'clock, and then I'd take off my writer's hat, I'd put on my broker's hat, and went to work for 25 years. And the wonderful thing about this series of books is that I had a whole stack, I'm serious, it's about that high, of old pioneer journals. They're actual writing. Some of them were very beautiful and well written, others signed their name with an X. So, but these journals were left to me by my mother-in-law when she passed away. And so I had ample material of research for the subject of the Two Roads of Stone saga. This was book one, and it's the one I'm going to talk about today. Put it up here. Book one is basically the history of the people that we're going to be talking about in Denmark. Now, you're in the year 1864, and what you're doing here, you're at a grist mill. And a lot of folks don't know where in the world I came up with the name Two Roads of Stone. But you see every windmills in both the Netherlands and the Holland and Denmark. These mills would, they could pump water. They've configured to pump water, but they also ground flour and wheat. And corn. Dried corn would be the grist, and that's where they came up with the term grist mill. And Two Roads of Stone concerns a mill in Denmark that has 2 runs of stone in it. And the runs of stone are, first of all, our heroine, her name is Catherine Jensen. She is represented by the huge millstones that ground the flour, the fine Danish pastry. And so a run of stone was, the bottom stone was called bedstone. Top stone was called the runner stone, and the two together were called a run of stone. When the wind wings turned, the bottom of the top stone would grind the grist or the flour. Catherine had 4 sons by an unhappy marriage, unfortunately. She was an old maid when she got married. She was 25. That was terrible in Denmark in 1864. So I think sort of as a last ditch effort, she married an attorney. They called him a solicitor. His name was Elias. Elias wasn't faithful to her, and not only that, he worked in Copenhagen all the time and left her to raise the children. But fortunately, Catherine had a manager of her mill, and his name was Torkel Olsen. Well, Torkel was a man's man, a good man. He loved kids. He'd go out and he would play soccer, or they call it football in Denmark. And he would play soccer with the boys, and he would be an example to them of manhood and kindness and serving and helping their mother. So Catherine had a male counterpart to help. Unfortunately, Torkel was also in a bad marriage. He didn't have children, and his wife was a professional person, and she was gone all the time also. So these two people, Torkel and Catherine, had a lot in common. Nothing going on between them, just good friends, and he was a great manager. So what's going on? The 2 runs of stone are Catherine and Peter, the lady and her oldest son. So moving along here, the novel actually starts at a party. We're at a ball, we're at a political ball. We're in Denmark. You'll notice the similarity between the fur hats in England and their hats. Those are beaver hats. And believe it or not, the beaver in the western United States was hunted for the pelts to make these hats for the soldiers in England and in Denmark, sister countries. Well, there they are at this political ball, and Catherine has gone and made herself and is wearing a beautiful dress. Spent a lot of money and time on it, had her hair fashionably done, but she surprised Elias with another thing. You see, Catherine's father, before he died, he did a lot of milling of grain and grist and so on, but he didn't like money. He would rather take jewels. He bartered. So where in the world did the jewels come from? Well, the Danish were the Vikings. And they raided all of Europe and the England churches. And they gathered everything they could plunder. And some of the stones, many of the gemstones, ended up in the hands of this miller. Sometimes he milled flour for a person all year long. Just one stone. But that would be a very valuable stone. So when he passed away, Catherine found in the family estate a hoard of gemstones. And she decided to have a beautiful necklace made to wear at this political ball. The problem is she didn't tell Elias. She didn't tell her husband. So here she comes decked out at this ball, and they're heading upstairs to the ballroom. And she shocked her husband with her beauty and this necklace, for crying out loud. This was a gorgeous piece of jewelry. And it intimidated him. He didn't know what to think about it. And she thought it would be a wonderful surprise, but it upset him. I guess he wondered all kinds of things. Where we get the money to do that? I mean, she didn't tell him everything. I think that the two didn't communicate very well. But nevertheless, here she is all decked. And she found in that ball many of her clients. There were prosperous farmers in here. There were other people that came by and bought flour. And she knew many of the people, and she found out that she got along with these folks real well, and she was real comfortable at the ball. And many of the ladies wanted to talk to her about the necklace. But Elias hit the wine tray and the champagne tray. And pretty soon, he was in a drunken stupor going around making a fool of himself and embarrassing himself. And unfortunately, you see, he was there to hobnob with the Riggs Dad, as it was called, party, sort of like the Republican or the Democrat Party, the Riggs Dad party. It was also called the Farmers' Friends Party. And what happened was, instead of hobnobbing and talking to these friends of his to help him climb the political ladder, he made a fool of himself. So they ended up going home that night in their carriage, and he had lit into her. What are you doing? He said, you looked like a prostitute. Up here, the heart got covered, and the necklace said, gaudy necklace. Anyway, they had a bad. And what ended up happening there is he escaped back to Copenhagen, back to the city, back to his girlfriends, back to his quasi-law practice. He lived on Catherine's money. He had a few clients, but he lived on her money, and also he wrote papers for newspapers and so on. So Elias was living one life, Catherine was living another, and neither the twain will meet. So she put the necklace away and vowed to never wear it again. And now we're going to catch up with the Danish people at the time. And I wanted to share with you a potpourri that was going on in Denmark in the years 1864 and 65. Two things, two major things. First of all was the religious upheaval. The people of Denmark were highly educated. And I'll tell you why in just a moment, what happened there. But there was a religious upheaval because the one state church had the people under its thumb. Every man, woman, and child that was working in Denmark had to do 10% their wages to the government, actually to the church. But the church shared money with the government, and the government and the church were in bed together. And you couldn't even get married unless you were a member of the state church. Now, it was formerly called the Evangelical Lutheran Church. It's a good church, a great church. And where that church came from is as follows. The first Viking king, actually he was the second Viking king, was a guy named Harold Bluetooth. That's right, Harold Bluetooth, and you're right. You guessed it. The Bluetooth was named in his honor. Now, why was that? Here's what happened. The engineers that came up with the Bluetooth technology came from many different countries. And they put all this together so that the Bluetooth would function, and they needed a name. Well, they found out that his king was a Viking, and he was a tough guy. He had compelled his people to be Christian. He wanted the Danish people to be Christian. And so his biggest claim to fame was that Denmark became Christian. And they attended the Evangelical Lutheran Church, and that was the one and only religion. Like their sister country, England, with their Episcopal Church, which is the Church of England, the people had to join, and they tagged into that church. Well, that was not good, but the good part of it was they were studying their Bible. The Danes were reading the New Testament, they were reading the Old Testament, they were studying their Bible, they knew it and they loved it. And not only that, the people could read. Now, I mention that because you see, during the time, in Europe and throughout Europe, it was almost forbidden to read, especially for women. It was actually remotely forbidden. The ladies were to remember and to learn speaking skills, and they would help that from writing. Some of the great writers happen to be women that were born into a religious family, such as Joel, what's the two ladies that were such famous English writers? Bronte, Emily Bronte. Yes, there it is. They were the daughters of a preacher, a good man, a religious man. And these ladies had time to write, and they also knew how to read, and they were trained. Well, the Danish people also could read, because here's what happened. After Harold Bluetooth compelled the people to be Christian, along came a bishop of the Lutheran Church, great man. And he has 4 names, and I kept those names. NFS Drunkvik is his name. Nikolai, hang on, I'll let you understand who he was. Good man. Because what he did, his name was Nikolai Frederick Severin Drunkvik. And Drunkvik implemented a thing called the folk high school throughout Europe, throughout Denmark. In provinces, these small high schools, again, remember now, the church, the government are sort of in bed together. So the high schools were built by the government, and they were small schools, but at the end of the day, the farmer, the guy that had the cattle, they had to go to school, and they had to learn how to read, and not only that, their children. So the Danes were an enlightened people. I think, not necessarily they could read. It's important as history goes along in my life, and I'll explain. Nevertheless, what's happening here is the religion thing. And people are unhappy with it, and because they are learning, they opened the door for proselyting from other churches. Along came the Baptists, along came the Methodists, along came the Mormons, along came the Catholics. They were working in Denmark to convert, to teach their form of religion. And let us all remember one thing: religion and Christianity are 2 different things. Christianity, the Lord Jesus Christ, is the center of most of these wonderful churches. But what happened here was they began to proselyte and cost some upheaval. Some of the people just refused to have their children join another faith. They had to be members of the state church, and that was final. Well, there was some people. In addition, we had some serious problems with the government. Not only the government was in a situation of flux, but their next door neighbor, Prussia, wanted a chunk of Denmark. And Prussia was forming an army, and the sabers began to rally. And so now we have political turmoil. We have political turmoil coupled with religious turmoil. And not only that, there was a philosopher, and his name was Soren Kierkegaard, or Sture Kierkegaard, but we call him Soren Kierkegaard. Well, Kierkegaard also had some opposition to the state church. And he published his papers, and he was a very prolific writer. But nevertheless, there was some dissension in Denmark. So here we have these visionaries out working. Here we have the government in turmoil, and here we have the Prussians next door rattling their chains. Well, going back in this particular slideshow, we see Peter. There's Peter. This is her twin, one of her twin sons. Peter and another son was named Hans. These two young men had decided higher education. Well, Hans joined the military. He was off to the military academy in Flensburg. Peter, on the other hand, attended the University of Copenhagen. So now there's two sons gone from the home, and unfortunately, the youngest son of our four sons contracted flu, this terrible flu, went through Europe, and he died. So now Catherine has three sons. They all gathered. People came. Peter came back from the University of Copenhagen. Hans came back from the academy. They had the funeral. It was sad. Elias was drunk. You know, I don't know where I came up with that character. Because you have to understand, I don't even like him. But the history of Two Rounds of Stone is true. All of these 5 books, this is 25 years of work. All of these books, the history came from these old journals and studies of Denmark and some Danish clients that I had. But the characters are fictitious. And I think I must have run into a guy that I didn't like. That's who Elias was. But Peter is in love. This is Maren. Maren is the shopkeeper's daughter, downtown Copenhagen. They're in love. They go to cafes. They walk through the parks of Copenhagen. They fall in love. But in the meantime, they began to study religion. And in their case, they met with some Mormon missionaries. And they liked what they heard, and they began to study thoroughly the Mormon faith. And no real problem at that time. So what happens next is these guys decide to attack. And you're going to know on this next slide, you're going to be noticing the uniforms resemble our Civil War uniforms. Here come the Danes beating them at the borders. Here come the Prussians wanting to cross the borders and take over 2 of the duchies, or countries, or part of the country. They call them a duchy. And one was Schleswig and the other one was Holstein. They wanted the land, the Prussians wanted the agriculture in the land, and they wanted the people. And they attacked. And it was a savage war. Because here's why. The Prussians had a rifle called the needle rifle. Now this was a wicked rifle, and it was called the needle rifle because the firing pin was that long. I'm not quite sure how it all worked, but it was a bolt action that could chamber 3 rounds to every one that the enemy could ram down his old-fashioned musket. So here we have the Prussians with a modern weapon fighting the Danes with their old muskets. And the Danes held. They held them at bay. And it was amazing. They had a wonderful general. His name was Christian de Meza. led the troops well, but then the government came down on his case. And the government began to call shots in the war. And they told Mesa to back off the borders and protect Copenhagen, where their offices were, where the government heads of states were. They forced him in the middle of winter to withdraw. This painting here depicts a terrible withdrawal from the front lines in the middle of winter, with the Prussians bearing down on them with their needle rifle, and these folks pushing cannons through the snow, and they're exposed to the fire of the enemy. And Denmark lost 12,000 men. And among the men that were killed was Hans. The academy had been solicited by the army. The academy was told to produce a platoon of soldiers. And so the most experienced seniors in the academy included Hans, Peter's twin. Hans had to fight in the war, and unfortunately he was killed. His body, there is still privilege among the wealthy. Catherine was able to retrieve his body. And it came back with a note pinned right here. Hans Jensen, he fought brave. He was buried next to his brother, Christian. And Catherine now has 2 sons. Now, one of her sons, to divert here a little bit, one of her sons is buddy with the dad. He likes to drink with the dad. And his name is Ferdinand, and he's another guy I really like. But Ferdinand is running the books at the flour mill. He's keeping up with the clients. He thinks he's a dead shot because he is sitting there knowing about the money, knowing about who owes what, and so on and so forth. So he and Torkel, the mill's manager, the guy running the mill and all, they got along, but it was kind of tight. But there's now we got Ferdinand at the mill. We got Peter still back to Copenhagen, going to the University of Copenhagen, the 2 sons that survived. So, in moving along with the story, again, they had war correspondence. This guy's name was Simonson. And Simonson sketched fallen soldiers, just like in our Civil War, how we have war correspondence to report. They had them in Denmark. And so, while this terrible battle is going on, these war correspondents are taking notes and so on. Now, the war ended. Thank heaven. It was a short war. It was only 9 months, just 9 months. But after this retreat and this embarrassment to the Danish people, what happened next after the retreat? Mesa was disgraced. He was blamed for the whole thing. The government made Christian de Mesa the scapegoat. It was all his fault. And he died shortly thereafter, not too many months after Christian de Mesa passed away. But again, Denmark enters into a period of peace and prosperity. And now we're going along with this religious state that people are dealing with. Which church should they join? Wait a minute, you like tithing? I already paid tithing to the state. If I join your church, I've got double tithing. A real challenging thing. Plus, the parents were not happy with their kids joining other faiths because of the state church. My own great-grandfather, was in a meeting, a Latter-day Saint meeting, a Mormon meeting, and it was attacked by a mob, and my grandfather was beat up savagely and left for dead. He was taken in because his family had disowned him. He was taken in by a kind farmer, got to sleep in the barn, and the farmer nursed my great-grandfather back to health. And he ended up wanting to marry his sweetheart, but because he had joined the Mormon faith, that he could not be married because he wasn't a member of the state church. This is not part of the book, is it?
You think it?
Are you deviating this part of the book, or what you're talking about now, is that in the book?
Right. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. So, again, what's going on here is that people are joining different churches and so on, and Peter and Mary, going back to that lovely couple, they also were baptized Latter-day Saints. Well, what happened next was Peter goes home. Now remember, he's the surviving son with the other guy, Ferdinand. And he has news for his mother. She is not happy about it. He says, Mom, we've not only converted from the state church, we now belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we're immigrating to the United States. Because you see, at that time, the Mormons were building Salt Lake City, and they had all of the converts from England and Denmark and all these places immigrating to their country. The interesting thing that happened back then, I didn't know about it till just recently. The Mormons had a huge harvest among the natives. Thousands joined the church. And the reason that they did it is the Mormons study the King James Version of the Bible, that's their Bible. But they also have a book called the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon was originally written in Hebrew and Reformed Egyptian. The Book of Mormon in Reformed Egyptian and in Hebrew was translated by a fellow named Joseph Smith. That was the first translation of Hebrew and Reformed Egyptian English. Guess what the second translation was? Danish. The Danish people had the Book of Mormon and the Bible. They read the two together. They both support each other. The Bible strengthens the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon strengthens the Bible. They go hand in glove beautifully together. Thousands joined the church. Now, I wasn't really aware of this. I was in Houston, Texas for 55 years. That's where I made my career. That's where we raised up 5 kids. We also have several grandchildren. We've been blessed beyond words. But I found that church, not in Utah, but in Houston. It's a worldwide church now. It's everywhere. It's about 18 million and growing fast. It's the fastest growing Christian religion in the world. And to give you an idea of what they do, last year, $2 billion from the Mormon church went to third world countries in the form of water wells, in the form of agricultural animals, in the form of roads, medicine, and wheelchairs to help peoples of the world. It's a true Christian outreach. The religion is Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The focus is the Lord Jesus Christ. Just as what my dear friends that are Baptists in Houston, the Baptist church is their church, but Jesus Christ is the center of their faith, and so on. The Methodists and the Lutherans and so on. I've been a student of the subject of religion and actually read the Book of Mormon for the first time in Houston, Texas, and the Holy Bible for the first time. Because I would like to tell you all, I'll confess, I was a punk in high school. I was. I drank. I smoked. I wrestled for the high school team. I quit drinking and smoking just to wrestle during that season. And I had a bad attitude. My parents were alcoholics. Our home was dysfunctional. When my little wife in Houston, Texas, presented me with a little baby boy, I looked in the mirror and I said, Steve, there'll be some changes made here, pal. And I did make some major changes in my life. And it has blessed me immeasurably. But going back to the story now, when Peter tells his mother, I'm going to immigrate to Utah, she is not happy. She's very angry. Peter, you're leaving the grist mill. You're leaving our land. You're leaving all this wonderful farmland and your brother, and he's going to have it all. And you're going to be out in the middle of the deserts of western America in Salt Lake City.
She kicked him out of the house. She cut him off from his money through school at the University of Copenhagen. It was over for Peter. To make money, he became a longshoreman in Denmark, down at the docks of Copenhagen, loading ships, able to keep his apartment. But one night, a mob, again, had attacked a meeting he was in. He was beat up savagely like my great-grandfather, and he had a broken arm, and there he is in an apartment with Baron coming by once in a while with food and drink. Catherine softened her heart. She loved her son. She showed up at the apartment, and she said, Peter, she said, yeah, you listen to me. You're going to America. You're following these fanatic Mormons. I'm unhappy about it, but you're not going to go poor. I won't have it. Now just listen to me, because I'm telling you through. I have something for you that you're going to take with you to the United States. Now their country is war-torn, but their civil war. Their money is ridiculous. Confederate money is worthless. And many states are printing their own money. So she said, I'm going to introduce to you what my father did running the mill and building this road. He bartered. He didn't use money, he used jewels. She put in front of him, if I can get this thing to work again, is it up and running? She put in front of him and poured it out of a velvet bag, the necklace. She poured it right on the kitchen table. And she said, I am going to send you with this necklace plus a few loose stones that I have. And when you need money in the United States of America, she says, I despise this necklace. I have nothing to do with it. I want you to tear stones off of it and use them. And I would like you to build a grist mill back there in the Mountain West. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. She said, I'm going to sew this necklace in the lining of your great coat. Now, Europeans did a lot of that during the immigration years. They hid their jewels in their clothing and in all kinds of places. But Peter had his necklace in a coat. Catherine was down at the docks with Ferdinand, by the way, and Torkel. And he did Peter a fond adieu. And book 2 of the series takes you to the windships that left Copenhagen, that sailed the North Sea. And I'd like you to be with me to see what the North Sea looks like. Going to England in one of these conveyances was deadly. The North Sea is a boiling cauldron of violent water. Can you imagine being on this ship with 700 people? Most of them had to stand because there wasn't enough room for everybody to sit. Steerage. And they slept in shifts. These ships were freighters at once. All the freighting came out, and they put berths in the walls of the ship and down the center. And where you would get to sleep for 8 hours, she was waiting for you to get out of the rack so she could sleep for 8 hours. Terrible conditions. It wasn't too bad going to England. They made it to England. They hooked up with a bunch of other laboratories things that were also immigrating out there in the Great Salt Lake area. And what happened was 900 people on a windshield left England in the area of Liverpool. And this story takes you out on the ship. So, throughout this saga, this one is about the traveling on the ocean and so on. I've been on many old tall ships. I was on a couple of tall ships in San Francisco and down in Galveston. So I was able to see how they ballast with rocks and other things in the ship. This book talks about when they were building the wagons to go west with the wagon trains and to sell over 300 cities in Western America, including Las Vegas and Texas. This one takes you out there on the plains, but my favorite is the last one, Two Runs of Stone, Full Circle. And the reason I love this is because half of it takes place in pioneer time, but the other half takes place right where the doctor knows he's way around and takes place in a blood lab. And in this blood lab, the AIDS virus was discovered. That's all happening in this lab in the last half of this book with Peter's project, his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. So I gotta take the family from the pioneer days and bring them up to modern times in the last book. That is it. That's a wrap up. I'm going to tell you this. I love working with John and Kathy. I'm going to tell you guys that I think this would make a beautiful movie, an exciting television series. Yes. And that's where I'm going next. I'm working right now with a guy named T.C. Christensen, movie producer. I hope it goes well. If it doesn't, I'm going to find another one. I'll go to Netflix. I can even make a great series. Yes. Lastly, I put 3 copies of my technical novel. It's a handbook. This is a long study, a very technical subject. Get ready to learn. They're free back there on the table. God bless you, and thanks for putting up with me. Do we ask questions?
Anybody?
Yeah.
Questions, please?
Yes, Steve.
Stephen? Based on our governance for you?
Yeah.
I don't hear very
Oh,
well.
yeah.
And my wife says I don't listen either.
No, he doesn't.
That's very exciting, but I'm not sure it's because the book is great or you're such a fantastic storyteller. You do a great job of having wrapped up.
Thank you, Doc.
I have a question about the war, Prussian-Danish War. I know nothing about it. What was the outcome in terms of the territory?
The outcome was that Germany took those 2 duchies and incorporated them into the Germanic peoples.
And today is it?
Today it's Germany.
I see.
Back in those days, it was called Prussia or Prussia.
Yeah,
They're the pointed helmet guys.
yeah, sure.
And they had that needle rifle, which is just a devastating weapon compared to the musket. But anyway, thank you for that question, Bob. Any other question? Yes, sir.
I was wondering what kind of resource the journals were for you, where they came in most handy as you were.
What did you get, Bob?
The journals, what kind of resource they were for you? What part of the book they helped you with the most?
The journals that I had?
Yeah.
Pioneer days. Good question. These old journals were from people that crossed the plains and had settled these 300 cities in Western United States. And they're wonderful. Some of them cover, like I said, people that were coal miners and very ignorant and signed with an X. Others were physicians and surgeons and brilliant men and women. And I've read everything in between. And they captured their language, even all the misspelling. They're wonderful. They were printed by the daughters of the Utah pioneers. You can get them on Amazon, online. What the daughters of the Utah pioneers did, they, just real quick, the daughters of the Utah pioneers got all these people's autobiographies and biographies, compiled them, and that's what I got my hands on. One last comment. Sue and I left Houston after 55 years. We moved to Utah. I began to examine phone books, Salt Lake City, Ogden. 50% or better are Danish. Larson, Nielsen, Hansen, Christensen, Langsgaard, and all these Danish things. So the harvest in Denmark must have been huge because they've had a huge impact in the Intermountain West. Now, from there, and building their church in Salt Lake City, they've gone throughout the whole world. The Book of Mormon is now translated into 85 languages, but Danish was number 2. Thank you. Any other questions?
Careful.
Careful.
Thanks, Doc.
All right. The mic. Okay.
All right. How was it? Can we give a hand to Dr. Steven Wilson? I hope you viewers, you appreciate it, knowing about the book straight from the author, how he weaves the story, and that's 20-something years worth of his masterpiece. So thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Stephen. All right, are you ready for our next author? Yes. All right, so the title of the book is So You Want to Be a First Lady? This book was written as a cautionary tale. Every first lady married to a pastor or any woman married to a man of great prominence. The notoriety, faith, and fortune of these men can be intoxicating to those who do not have it. And some will do anything to achieve it while seducing a man. This book provides a glimpse into the suffering that some first ladies experience, but is so universal for any woman who finds himself or herself suffering in silence with no one to talk to for fear of judgment, embarrassment, and shame. Many of them suffer verbal abuse, mental abuse, sexual abuse, and even physical abuse from their husbands in leadership, but they suffer in silence. Everything appears to be good from the outside, looking into the first lady, but her life is falling apart as the wife of a prominent pastor. But there is hope and there is freedom through the power of God. The author, Tish Barnhart, is a speaker and lover of God's word. She believes in applying biblical principles to any and every situation in her life. She loves empowering and counseling others around her and abroad who may have found themselves in the bottomless pit of hopelessness, helping them to reach their fullest potential in God in every area of their lives. She is the author of Morning Tea with a King, as seen on TVN's Inspired Channel, and a co-author of the best-selling books Testaments from Survivors, Women Healed, and volumes 1 and 2. Tish Barnhart is also the mother of 3 handsome young men named Jeremiah, Daniel, and Joshua Vaughn, and loves family time and going on family vacations. Everyone, let's all welcome Tish Barnhart. The unbelievable. After falling head over heels for Minister Leroy Smith and getting married, Carol Smith had no idea what she was getting into or what was in store for her future. 2 years after their marriage, Leroy is called into full-time ministry and started Lakeside Baptist Church. Carol never dreamed of marrying a minister or a pastor. However, she has to find a way to support Leroy's vision and become someone she thought she would never be, the first lady. The unthinkable. Walking in this role, Marviette, First Lady quickly finds out that it is more than what she bought. Yes, the countless women that threw themselves at her husband, the lies and deceitful behavior trying to get in his ear, Dr. Lamb. Oh, yes, dealing with women who judged any and everything she did except Catherine. I was there, honey. Why y'all laughing? I was so comical, right? Now, her husband is changing with the power, the control, and the manipulation, causing him to be seduced and succumb to the various temptations. The inevitable. While First Lady's life is falling apart, her marriage and her husband's indiscretions, her faith in God,
and her instability to keep a job are all lying in the balance. And she must decide if she will continue with the shenanigans of a marriage, or if she will leave her marriage to regain her sanity and peace of mind. Now, that is the back cover. Now, I want you guys to know that I've got a little treat for y'all today. And I want y'all to know that Tisha's working on the audible version to this. Did you like my read so far? All right. So keep and hit that button over there. And I want y'all to listen now attentively, because I'm going to be watching, to my chapter 2. All right? And then after this plays, we're going to come back with a little discussion, because I know y'all might have some questions, but I want some feedback to the audible that I'm working on. All right, here we go. Chapter 2, The Troublesome Sister. The Smiths are sitting at home enjoying their evening together when Pastor Smith receives a... Chapter 2, The Troublesome Sister. The Smiths are sitting at home enjoying their evening together when Pastor Smith receives a call on his cell. He says in a voice,
Happened. I'll be right there.
The worried look on First Lady's face. She asked Pastor Smith, what is wrong? Pastor Smith says,
Something is going on with Sister.
First Lady says, well, what happened? Pastor Smith says,
I don't know. I'll fill you in when I come back.
First Lady sits down and worries about what is going on. She tries to call Sister Nora, but she does not answer her phone. After several hours, Pastor Smith returns and says,
She is okay. She just had an issue at her job, so I talked her through it.
First Lady wonders what type of issue she was having at work that would warrant him needing to come there. She leaves it alone and chalks it up to the work of ministry, as he is always ministering to people over the phone and in person. First Lady then has a feeling of gratitude because her husband is always helping people. Days have gone by, and while they are out and about one Friday, Pastor Smith receives another frantic call from Sister Nora. He gets off the phone with her and tells First Lady that they need to run by Sister Nora's job and afterward finish what they have planned. First Lady is really beginning to worry about her. She and Sister Nora have a pretty good relationship. Sister Nora is always so helpful at the church and comes by their house every week to assist with data entry of the tithe and offering envelopes and help with the kids. First Lady is genuinely concerned for her and asks Pastor Smith, what did Sister Nora say has happened? Pastor Smith says,
Oh, she's got a situation at work. You know, she works at a community center, and those people are hard to deal with at times.
Upon arrival, Sister Nora sees the truck pull up, storms out the door to the side of the truck. The window is halfway down, and she begins telling Pastor Smith how she could not take this anymore. She's frantic and crying and says, I just want to leave and move back home. He tries to calm her down, but she has the meanest look. First Lady speaks up and says, Sister Nora, what is wrong, honey? Why are you so angry? She continues to look at Pastor Smith, but does not answer First Lady. Pastor Smith rolls the window up and gets out of the truck and talks to her, then gives her a hug. She finally calms down. He continues to speak with her, but First Lady cannot hear the conversation. He opens the door to get back in and tells Sister Nora that everything is going to be fine. She walks away and goes back into the building. First Lady says, what in the world was all of that about? He says,
The job is bothering her so badly, and she does not know how to deal with them. They get out of hand, and she has to detain them a lot. It's just weighing on her.
First Lady says, "Wow, poor thing. She needs to speak with her supervisor if things are getting hard for her there. But that is only part of what I was asking." "You rolled the window up, Leroy," Pastor Smith says.
Oh, that was nothing. It was hot outside, so I rolled it up to keep you cool.
They leave and finish their outing, then head home with the kids. It is Saturday afternoon. The Smiths head over to the church to clean and prepare for Sunday service. First Lady is cleaning the bathrooms. The kids are in the back area playing, and she hears the door to the church open. She sees Pastor Smith walk out of the office to see who had come in. First Lady does not hear any voices, so she steps out to see who it was. As she comes out of the bathroom, she sees Sister Nora as she walks slowly toward Pastor Smith with a knife in her hand. Her eyes are filled with rage, anger, and hurt. First Lady begins to get nervous as she has no idea what is going on or how she even knew they were at the church. Pastor Smith begins pleading with Sister Nora to put the knife down, but she does not say a word and continues to walk slowly toward him with tears streaming down her face. Pastor Smith yells to First Lady to get the kids and go into the office. She grabs the kids, and Jaira asks,
"Mom, why does Sister Nora have a knife pointed at Dad?"
She responds, "I don't know. Let's just be quiet right now." First Lady walks toward the office door and hears Pastor Smith still pleading with her to put the knife down before someone gets hurt. Sister Nora yells, "No!" then places the knife at her wrist. Once in the office, First Lady sneaks on the phone and calls Elder Bell, a member of the church, and informs him of what is happening. She asks if he can come over to help them since he lives down the road. Elder Bell is there within minutes and walks up behind Sister Nora slowly and is able to take the knife. What a relief that is! First Lady is shaken up over it. Pastor Smith and Elder Bell take Sister Nora to the sanctuary to talk with her about what happened. They seem to have her calm, and eventually she leaves. Elder Bell begins to tell them that anytime they come to the church from now on, to let him know so that someone could be there in case something like this ever happens again. A couple of weeks has passed, and Sister Nora informs Pastor and First Lady Smith that she is going to move back home when she graduates from Jackson University. First Lady does not want to see her go. She is a great help to the First family, and she will miss her greatly. However, First Lady understands that the students will have to find their own and move their lives. Wishes her well. That is the last they hear Sister Nora. Wisdom nuggets. First Lady. To know there may be more to the situation than what is being told. Dig a little more. Questions of importantly. No. Out character, behavior, and questions. Teach me good and knowledge, for I believe in your commandments. Psalms chapter 119, verse 66. Pastors, in dangerous situations like the one described above, you should always inform the church staff and especially your wife of an unstable church member. This situation could have resulted in devastating consequences to you as the leader and or to your family. If situations are difficult to handle alone, do seek the advice or counsel of professionals to help remedy those types of behaviors so that you do not put yourself, family, or anyone else in harm's way. See to it that no one takes you captive by philosophy and empty deceit, according to human tradition, according to the elemental spirits of the world, and not according to Christ. Colossians chapter 2, verse 8, ESV. Women of God, seek counsel or advice from a professional before you allow yourself to become intoxicated to the point of doing yourself bodily harm. You have to deal with the emotions you are feeling inside and may not want to open up to share, but you need to. Don't allow the enemy to drive you insane over things that you have gotten yourself into. Know that there is always a way out.
I should have known you was gonna ask something.
Just thinking about it. There are times when there wasn't much happening but dialogue between two people, and repeatedly said, she says, he says, she says.
Yeah.
Is that verbatim from the book, and is that needed, or can you just eliminate those he says, she says, if it's not describing any transitions or scene, forget a better flow, because you don't really need it. It's obvious who's saying what to who when the two of them are talking.
So, right, got it. So because the book is being told from a third party perspective, then that's why you would say he said or she said, because I'm narrating the book. So if I was just writing the book like as if I'm telling it, then it would be different. But from a narrator standpoint, you have to use the he said, she said, like in grade school when you're reading. In grade school, it says he said, she said. All right. More feedback. You already got no feedback on this one. Okay.
Or like the sound effects.
Okay.
Like it made, in a sense, like you feel like you were there.
Okay.
Opposed to, like I have audiobook and it's just me reading it, with my intonation and things like that.
Right.
But no outside sound effects. So that was cool.
Absolutely. I wanted to have my Audible kind of set apart, so that it's not like the norm, because, we listen to Audibles and they're just, reading, But of course, me and my personality, right? I can't have that. Yeah. So we've got to bring, the personality, we got to bring, the feeling and everything with it, because I want to put you in the moment as if you're there, actually experiencing everything that I'm talking about or introducing or whatever. Thank you. Yes, Maria.
I think your description that you just said, that you're narrating it, is definitely something that's gonna be needed to put in the description when you put the book out.
Yeah, it definitely, yeah.
Because if you are only accustomed to hearing the audible books that you read, it does kind of catch you off guard. And so I was agreeing with what you were saying, Mr. Mayor. And so now hearing you say it's from a narrating standpoint, then that lets me know this is about to be good.
So I think too, what we miss with audibles too, when we're listening to them, it'll tell you narrated by, who is narrated by.
Yes.
And so, but again, everybody's not doing, what I'm doing, of course, with my Audible. And so we definitely want it to be set apart. So I definitely appreciate your comments.
So
Yes.
when they say he says, she says, is that exactly what it says in the book?
It's exactly what it says in the book.
They're just
So for Audible, yeah, when you're gonna do Audible, you gotta read every word verbatim. So there's no change. Yes. I want it.
It had a great, I love the Audible because it kind of reminded me of listening to like NBC or Nightline. I don't know if you've ever listened to the true crime.
Yeah.
But they have that, and it draws you in. When I drive from Seattle to go visit my parents, I'll put on an audio.
Yeah.
and they'll bring in the commercials, and then that's just terrible, but, you know, I want you to.
No commercials, no commercials, just sounds to kind of give you an idea of what's getting ready to come next. So when you hear, that means it's like the next second, you know, ding, that means that wisdom nuggets is coming up, you know, if you hear ding, something like that, then you know that the scripture's coming up. So it kind of brings you into John.
Was that only you?
That's all me, I'm every voice on there. I'm every voice, I am every voice on there. I'm the pastor, I'm the kids, I am the sister Nora, I'm everybody on there. So it's a lot of work, it's a lot of work.
It reminds me of what Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and Nutty Professor too, you know, he plays all the parts and everything. Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of work, I'm telling you. Good grace, that's why it's taking so long to get it done. I was hopeful that I would have been able to have it done whenever the book came out last year. But that just didn't work that way. And I'm a perfectionist too, so it's like going back to every little piece. There's 24 chapters in this book. And with us trying to add in these sounds and things, it takes a lot, you know, to edit anything. So y'all pray for me. I got 5 more chapters to go through to see what he put to sounds. I said, yeah, I like that. No, I don't like that. Add this, add this. I got 6 more to go. So y'all pray for me because we need this thing out. Okay. Yes, over here.
Well, I wanted to share, I felt the same way that Deb felt. I felt that it was, out of the norm. It was interactive. It made you feel like you were part of it. I loved it, but I never imagined that all the voices. When I heard the pastor, I said, that's.
And the little, yeah, I got that too.
And the little girl. Yay! Mom, why is Sister Nora have a nice pointy hat? That's me. Did I sound like her? Now, so for the men, we have a voice layover, you know, that comes over my voice too. So I'm able to project the different sounds, you know, for someone else. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. All right.
Took me back to my childhood. I used to listen to radio before TV,
Mm-hmm.
and it had that same feeling.
Absolutely. Hey, that's what we're going for. That's what we're going for. All right, who's next? Kathy?
Betrayal, right? This is like, it tells about betrayal.
Mhm.
So what tips, you know, for, it's reality, right? You know,
It is most definitely reality.
It can happen. And what would be the basic tips you can give to women out there, like when they are faced with such type of betrayal?
Yeah, it's really, really tough, you know, whenever you're in that type of situation. And certainly, you know, doesn't, like you said, Kathy, it doesn't mean that it's just from a first lady perspective, it can just be a lady in general. You know, dating a man, married to a man, and dealing with that type of trauma or, you know, the types of things that are described in here. And so I think for me, it is about really getting in touch with who you are as an individual, because many times we'll hide behind our husbands, our boyfriends, or whoever they are. And sometimes they can cause us to lose ourselves and lose our identity a little bit, okay? And so we have to look and walk and all that stuff. Okay, okay. And so forth. So whenever you get in touch, you know, with who you are and start valuing yourself as a woman, you will not accept and take some of the abuse and the behaviors and different things that our men or counterparts can put on us. Now, it's also vice versa because the women can do the same thing. They get men on the front row like, don't be talking about this, okay? But I'm just saying, you know. So, but you have to, because I've seen it so many times, and of course, with me being in an 18-year marriage, I took a whole lot, you know, because I thought I had to as a pastor's wife, you know, because they say after all, you know, the pastor ought to be able to keep his home together, right? But at the end of the day, if the pastor ain't following the word, then, you know, there's some things that we got to look at here, right? And so, you know, he needs to be able to lead that home, lead his family, lead the church, because people are looking at you, right? People are looking up to you. And so oftentimes, you know, that kind of stuff will happen. And I have seen many a first lady go to an early grave because of the things they held inside. There are many things I held inside personally because, one, you don't want to bring shame on your husband, your ministry, yourself. You're embarrassed, obviously, about what you're going through and stuff like that. So you don't want anybody to know. But the reality is you have to have an outlet. You have to have somebody that you can talk to get this off. How many of you have called a friend and said, you know what, I just got a bit. Somebody else to get, a few people, I just got a bit. See, but if you don't do that, it keeps bobbling up on the inside, and once you finally blow, you're gonna get my wrath. And he didn't have nothing to do with it, but I'm just going on about it. When you're like, wait a minute, hold on, girl, what's wrong? So that kind of thing. So you have to be able to have that outlet. So betrayal is really, really something, so you can get over it, I will say that. And it definitely takes, a faith in God, for you to get over it. And so forth. So my advice is we are definitely friends today. So forth. And some people may or may not like that or whatever, but hey, I'm about God's business, right? So I'm not gonna continue to hold on to the bitterness of my past, but what I do is I take what's in my past and what was in my past, and I turn that into purpose, right? So this what I'm doing now, this is purposeful. Why? Because it's helping many women and men out there. Y'all heard the nuggets, didn't you? Yeah, so that's some powerful nuggets there. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I wanted to say. I loved at the end where you were addressing different people groups, if you will, right? Because someone could think, oh, I don't want to read this book because I'm not a first lady,
right?
Something like that. But you were putting it toward so many different categories.
Absolutely, and we need that. And that's why I say, men need to pick this book up. You pick it up, you pick it book up, because you're going to find some things in there as a married man, as you go through these chapters that's in here that you may be doing that you are just unaware of. It might not be that you're even, having an affair, but it could just be entertaining women sometimes. You know what I mean? And you're not listening to your wife saying, you know what, she like you need back up, this, that, the other, because you're so oblivious sometimes, because we're so, towards what we have to do in terms of ministry, business, or whatever, that we sometimes just don't see all of what's going on, right? But we are a woman, so I know another woman. You know another man. If a man trying to hit up on your woman, you're going to be back up, girl. Wait a minute, you walk out of there. What you got to say? That kind of thing, So we got to do that. We got to do that. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I think we also reach substance abuse disorder communities, because I was picking up on that, because I struggled with boundaries, and coping was I turned to substances. And when you brought in discernment, that was really powerful.
Absolutely. And one of my chapters later down the road, I talk about that, because sometimes whenever individuals are acting out and doing different types of things, sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with you, right? And so as I was going through this type of thing and then seeing the different types of women, that I knew of and different things like that, as a woman, you can size yourself up like, what in the world? Like, if that's pretty, then what am I? So what has it done to me? That has diminished, my self-esteem, right? It has diminished who I am, right? And my identity, And so if we're not careful sometimes, that can happen whenever you're dating an individual like that, married to an individual like that, whatever. But the thing is that we have to know that sometimes there are things in their past that they have brought over into their now relationships that they have not dealt with, that ain't got a thing to do with you, right? And so they could be addicted to whatever, and those addictions have them running after, women, or running after a drug, or running after whatever it is. And so until we get to the bottom or the root of that issue and uproot that, then that person will still remain the same way they are. Yes, ma'am.
To add to what she was saying, I think people who are in recovery or they don't know what is even proper, because they've used alcohol or drugs or whatever to mask all these things. And now they don't have that anymore. Now they have to basically learn how to act, to be.
Exactly. It does something to you, because now the drugs and whatever drug of choice it is, whether it is an actual drug or whether your drug of choice is the affairs or whatever the case is, because I say it like this sometimes, and I heard a guy say this, the women are like potato chips, you just can't have one. And listen, y'all know that potato chips you won't eat all of, right? So hey, they out here eating up all the women, right? It has become a game of sport, for some of them. And I have heard that as well. It's a game of sport, to see how many you can talk to or whatever. They can have the finest wife at home, but something else, it just drives them to them. And they have no intentions of leaving their wives, many of them for these women. That's why they always choose somebody that don't look nothing like their wife. So they know they ain't gonna leave them, right? But they just want to have the fun over here, be the play toy. So I will talk to the women in there too about the play toy that you are. You don't want to be a play toy for nobody. Nobody's second. You all right with being somebody's second? I mean, if he ain't taking you to no movie, he calling you at night when it's dark. Come on now, girlfriend. I'm talking to you out there in TV land because I know you listening. Come on, get it together. Don't be nobody's second, okay? You are a queen and should be treated as such. You are a queen and should be treated as such. All right, who else has a question? Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever a counselor to any first ladies in your church? You have really good insight on it. I just want to know.
Was I ever a counselor? So I would say I was a counselor because, of course, being married for 18 years in ministry for those times, there were several times that we've counseled different people. And so on various different issues, so definitely that's where I gained my experience from. And then even after leaving, there were still some things that God was able to utilize me for to be able to speak to other women about because I've been where they are. Yes, ma'am. All right, any other questions? Yes, Kathy.
Was it the first time when you got right away, or was it?
Was it the first time what?
The first time knowing of that, happening.
In chapter 2, was that the first time? Is that what you're asking? Knowing of that situation? No. There were some situations before then, that happened and things like that. And so, of course, we see throughout the whole entire book, but there are various things. And sometimes, like I said, you overlook things, right? Okay, because they come and say, oh, sorry, I love you, stuff. And so you find yourself in that same cycle over and over and over again. It just becomes a merry-go-round. Yes.
Was there anybody in your life that inspired you to write the book?
Well, no, there was nobody that inspired me to write a book in my life other than God. So around about 3-year mark of being in ministry, I was sitting in the midst of a service, and that's where God gave me that book. So You Want to Be a First Lady, and said that it would be a book that he was calling me to write to help first ladies. Now, of course, at that time, I'm thinking, who am I going to help? There's plenty of first ladies out here qualified than me, that can do this, why me? And so I wrote it down in my book, and I still have that same book today. This is 2024. And so that was back in 2006, maybe 2007. The book just came out in 2023. It was not until after my divorce, or separation rather, divorce, that I actually started hearing it coming back up again. I want to tell you too, those of you that are listening to us virtually, those of you that are in here, that have books beyond what you have right now that may be personal, like a story that you want to tell. I want you to be comfortable in doing that. Sometimes we are scared, because I'm telling you, I was scared. I cried all the time, and God, I don't want to do this book, and it's so personal, it's this, it's that, and so on and so forth. And I'm telling you, I literally cried not wanting to do this book, And I had brought my children into my bedroom one day and sat them down, 3 boys, and I began to tell them that God was calling me to write this book, and I was scared to write it. And I broke down and I cried in front of my boys. And my oldest son said, Mom, write your book. At the end of the day, you're a single Black female raising 3 boys by yourself. It's freedom.
Yeah.
It's freedom. And I began to write. And as I began to write, there were days that I would laugh. There were days that I was mad. There was days that I would cry. But guess what? There was healing in writing the pages. And so I want to tell you that as you write, you're going to get healed, my friends. From all the baggage, all the stuff, that you carry, it's going to come, right? And so that's why I'm able to be so free today, to talk about it, to share about it, to talk to different women, men, whatever. I don't care what your story is. Somebody needs to hear it. Somebody, somewhere, needs to hear what you have to say. I did a listening party, and I invited about maybe 40 people that came to it. And I actually had some actors with me that time, you know. And we acted out the first chapter of the book. And do you not know that after that listening party was over, I had a first lady that was on there who texted me and said, hey, can we meet for lunch next week? Because what you said, I just told my husband last week. Now imagine if I had decided I'm just not going to do that. I just can't do this book. Even if it's just to reach the one. Write for the one. Become the one to write it for the one. Any other questions?
Thanks
Praise.
for that inspiration.
Yes, welcome. You got a question there? So you hand me the paper, like, oh, you get papers for the new author. All right, is that all the questions? Any more feedback on the author? Who wants the author when it comes out? I'm like, see, your hand was first, but I do have free book I was giving out. Where's the book? Oh, it's right here. It's right here. So, you know, it was two people that had a whole lot of questions. I had one book to give away today because I got to open it. You want to buy one? I would love to bless you with this book. Yes. You want to see who's next? Who's next? It's next. All right, my friend Dan is next. You know, we had plans in Beverly Hills and so forth. She's so comical, and I just love her. I do. All right, so our next author, you guys, is Dan Brundle. Her book is called Recover Your Mission: How a Drunk from Wisconsin Became a Missionary in Haiti. Imagine that. A drunk became a missionary in Haiti. Won't he do it? To anyone who has ever struggled with a life-changing issue, such as alcohol, drugs, codependency, sex, PTSD, etc., and wants to have confidence they can be redeemed, their story is meant to give hope and help you recover your mission. Embark on the extraordinary journey of Dan Brundle, a triumphant believer in Jesus Christ and who overcame alcoholism, boasting an inspiring 28 years of sobriety. That's excellent. Healing from the heart of, I know I'm missing this up, Sheboygan, Wisconsin? Pretty close. Dan wears many hats. A single mom to 3 accomplished sons and 2 adorable grandchildren, a dynamic pastor, and a dedicated missionary with a passion for introducing recovery ministry to the vibrant country of Haiti. Beyond her transformative work, Dan is a captivating public speaker, having shared her personal testimony countless times. Her story is a beacon of hope, and she eagerly welcomes opportunities to share her wisdom at various venues. Join Dan on a riveting exploration of faith, resilience, and the boundless possibilities of redemption. Let's welcome you guys, my friend Dan Brundle. Wow, it was such an amazing talk. I love it.
All right. Well, I'm super excited to be here. I don't know about you guys, but yes, my name is Deb, and how I would introduce myself typically is my name is Deb. I'm a very grateful believer in Jesus Christ who has experienced victory over alcoholism. However, I still struggle with codependency. I'm an adult child of an alcoholic, anger, grief, loss, PTSD, and the list goes on, right? However, praise God that he took that drunk from Wisconsin, amen, and transformed me into a missionary. Yes. And what I want to say is, this book is not just about alcoholism, okay? Yes, I was an alcoholic, and yes, I had that issue. However, there were underlying factors that caused me to become that. All right. And so the book is my journey. It's my journey of recovery. It's my journey of what God has done for me. And why I wrote the book is because if God can do it for me, that's right, he can do it for you. Right? And we all have stuff Whether we want to admit it or not is another thing. But we all have stuff in our life that keeps us from fully being who we were created to be. And so this is my journey. It is written about my life, yes. And so you could say it's autobiography in a certain extent. But just like Trish, you know, you're kind of directing toward other people. At the end of every chapter, I felt like the Lord had me do something unique, right? So at the end, there's a question, and then there's a quote, and there's a scripture, and then there's a worship song that applies to the chapter. Okay? So that's a little bit unique. And so because all of those things have inspired me along the way on my journey. And I also believe that, you know, God has called me to be a missionary in Haiti, and that is to bring recovery ministry to Haiti, right? And so, because God transformed my life, He called me to do something, right? And so that's another reason for writing the book, Recover Your Mission. Now, I'm not here saying that you all should be missionaries in Haiti, but God has something for you. And He needs to allow you and heal you and help you to see what that is. So that's another reason for writing the book. Secondly, I have written this book, and honestly, I do believe it's spoken to a lot of people in their journey. But I also, I had one of my sons read my book. I have 3 sons too. They're all grown adults. And they read, one of my sons, I'm not sure about the other 2, but one of my sons read my book. And he said, Mom, it was good. It was good. But there seemed to be something missing. Okay? And I immediately said, yes, I know what's missing. And that was because I didn't write about personal relationships. I didn't write about, well, let's just say my ex-husbands and things of that nature. Because I wasn't sure how to go about that so that that person wouldn't get offended or, think I was somehow pointing the finger at them. And so the book number 2 is going to be Recover Your Mission, the rest of the story, okay? And it is going to encompass relationships, yes, but it's going to be relationships from my perspective, okay? Now, there may have been dysfunction in our relationships, and it's not just marriages, it's friendships, all sorts of things, right? There are things that we do that we don't even know that we do because we grew up learning incorrectly, let's say, or we grew up wounded because, like, for example, my own parents were very dysfunctional, but they did what they knew. They didn't know any better. And so they weren't really able to give me what I needed to be able to function. And that became like that. Because that's what happens. If you don't
ReadersMagnet is back in the heart of Guadalajara, Mexico. Join us for the largest Spanish-language book fair in the world. Guadalajara International Book Fair 2024. Access to over 300,000 titles. Networking opportunities with 15,000 book professionals. Feature your book in our book shoutout. and invite readers to grab a copy through our book plug. See you on November 30th to December 4th, 2024. Visit us at booth GG40 and GG42. Don't miss out and save the date. Contact us at 1-800-805-0762.
Are you still in Haiti? I am still in Haiti, but obviously I'm not right at this moment. I am still a missionary in Haiti, but I haven't been able to be there because of gang violence, political unrest, kidnapping. But we're doing the Ministry of Celebrate Recovery. And despite all of those things going on, our ministry is still moving forward. Our ministry is still meeting in the middle of chaos. And we have 3 different groups that have been started, and we have 40 to 50 people that come twice a week in the middle of all that. So yes, I am still doing that. I am still, I'm a missionary, so missionaries fundraise and do all that kind of things. Part of the reason I wrote the book was, not only to help other people, but as a means to, get additional support with the work that we're doing.
Yes.
Any other questions?
All right, any more questions for Dan?
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. All right, so for our next author, we have a recorded video for Dr. Susan Ruler Senior. Okay. So the name of her book is Giving, Not Just for the Very Rich, a how-to guide for giving and philanthropy. A valuable resource for you. Giving is not just for the very rich. It is an inspiring, easy-to-use guide that gives you numerous creative ideas on how to reap the many benefits of giving. It's all about your feeling connected to a worthwhile program, achieving a sense of purpose, and deriving immeasurable pleasure from helping others. Dr. Susan Gilson offers you reasons to give, considers values and concerns, and advises you how to give wisely. She presents you with examples from the wealthiest donors, innovative givers, social entrepreneurs, celebrities, government officials, nonprofit professionals, volunteers, and social media networkers. To help you zero in on major areas for your giving, she reviews religious philanthropy, education, K through 12, higher education, science and health, arts and culture, sports, multi-purpose, umbrella organizations, awards, and international aid. Finally, she shows you how to evaluate charities, make choices, and realize your commitments. So let's welcome Dr. Susan Gittelson's recorded video. Woo! Did I have it backwards? Okay, so we're gonna do open mic right now.
After the video. After the video.
Yes, I was going to do that after the video is over. Okay,
So just to go ahead and.
Just to go ahead and announce now, after the recorded video, those of you that will be here on tomorrow.
It's called Giving is Not Just for the Very Rich, a how-to guide for giving and philanthropy. We all read articles about the billionaires who give tons of money here, there, or the other place. What about the rest of us? I want to encourage you to think about helping others. The whole idea is to give something, to think of an idea, something that is meaningful to you that can help others. And you think it through, and then you implement it, and you are in touch with people, and it becomes a passion of your life, and it gives you a lot of pleasure. Now, these days, there are so many people complain that life is boring, that they don't know what to do with themselves. It's really tragic when people complain and take drugs, and some even commit suicide. Well, we don't want to be like that. And there's a remedy. There's a way of approaching life so that it becomes a great joy and thrill for you as an individual thinking about it, but also it helps others. It inspires others. I had a call last night from a woman who was telling me that she only has negative feelings about herself, and other people around her also negative, and I couldn't believe it. And I started talking about my book and my view of life, and she was so grateful because I was positive. Of course I'm positive because I believe in this, because I have thought about this for a long time, but since I was a child, it doesn't have to begin in your more mature years. It's even better if you can begin when you're growing up and you see people around you. And if you're lucky, you have parents like mine who encourage you, who discuss things with you, who ask for your opinion, and who help to lead you on a path to doing very constructive activities. How to start, or how did I start? Well, I started when I was 9 years old, and my father used to ask me, what are you doing? What are your projects? And he didn't have a son, and he saw that I was eager, so he cultivated me, and he brought me to adult meetings from the age of 10, and they would say to him, why don't you say a few words? And he would say, no, I want you to hear my daughter. And I would talk, and I would ask questions, and the people accepted me so that I became an adult even as a child. And everyone can do this in some form if you care, and if you find the right groups where they appreciate you and encourage you to think about how you can be productive, how you can help others. Because the great secret, the wonderful part of all this is that the more it's amazing. So you don't have time to complain all the time, or to take drugs, or to try to escape from life. On the contrary, you want to enhance life. You want to help others and help yourself with projects that make sense. Now, how do you choose the projects? Where are you coming from? Well, it starts with you. What you really care about. Is it music, or sports, or theater, or reading books, biographies, history, astronomy? What do you really care about? And the more you study something, the more you say to yourself, now, what can I contribute? I have to learn the background, but I really want to do things. I mean, how did the inventors come about? It's only when you study something and you go into detail and you really care that you can come up with something new. So in my case, I have been studying seriously in formal education through Hunter College High School and Barnard College and the Columbia School of International Public Affairs, SIPA, which is my favorite, and Columbia for a PhD in International Relations, Political Science. Studying takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, but if you love it, if you enjoy going to lectures and discussions and meeting people and so forth, then it's a whole way of life. But it's not enough to stay only within the confines of the university. I'm fortunate to live in New York, and we have very much to appreciate, but it's important also to travel. And I have traveled all over the world and met many people and asked them about themselves. I was really surprised the other day. I was talking to a very bright doctor, and I asked her about someone we both knew, and she said, "Oh, he's in Africa viewing the animals." And I said, "I've spent more than a year in Africa, and yes, the animals are something to see, but what really counts are the people, and how are they organizing themselves, and is there any way that we can help them and work on programs with them and introduce them to people from the United States or elsewhere who could be assistance to them." There's always a purpose in what we do. We want to have fun, and the more we work with people on constructive activities, the happier we are with them. And we forget to be self-conscious or to say, I wasn't born here, what do I know? No, it's all a matter of learning about how other people are living and how we can assist them and build programs together. So I feel young all the time because I'm always finding new things to do. But I put this into the book to make it clear for everyone else, so you too can find ways to give to others. So in my book, giving is not just for the very rich. I start out with the table of contents talks about giving benefits others and yourself. And there are different kinds of impassioned giving for maximum effect. Wealthiest donors who are pace setters, and they also get their names in the paper and all that. But what about the rest of us who don't have tons of money, but we have a desire to be constructive and to help others? So there are innovative givers for meaningful causes. There are social entrepreneurs who strive for impact. There are celebrities who promote giving to others, government officials and nonprofit professionals, volunteers who help in many imaginative ways, and social media networkers for good causes. I mention this because my book is really a wonderful handbook. If you say, I want to do something for others, but I don't know what to do. No, we start. Here's the book. Everything is brought up, is analyzed carefully, but not at excessive length, so that you can choose what is appealing to you and what are you going to do about it. And then you go ideas. Well, these are some of the organizations that you could go to and so forth. Just make sure that you're not seduced by a scam and people who say, oh, just give me money and I'll make you. Yes, really? Let's go with people who are tested by society for being truly constructive and know what they're doing. Now, what are the major areas for giving? There's religious philanthropy, improving kindergarten through high school education, higher education, science and health, arts, culture, and humanities, sports. There are multi-purpose umbrella organizations, public society benefit organizations, community foundations, donor-advised funds, protecting the environment and animals, and then awards to highlight values and inspire others, and international aid to encourage self-reliance and sustainable development. Well, when you hear these things, what interests you the most, and how do you pursue them? That's what the book's all about. To go into depth to have a greater understanding of what we're talking about, and then to list the organizations that are the most helpful and the best organized, and the people who really work on the cause and not just talk about it. Then, as you pursue various themes, there's a whole section about how to evaluate charities, how to research and evaluate potential giving opportunities, the main watchdog agencies, and other information and evaluation sources. And finally, choices and commitments. How will your contributions have the greatest impact? First of all, diversify. It's only a few geniuses maybe will concentrate on one theme only, but for most of us, it's better to diversify, but focus. Don't say, I'm going to do everything. No, you say, there's this cause, that cause, and the other cause. Oh, okay, 3. Let's pursue them, and let's see how I can be, I as you, how you could be the most helpful. And then what are the questions for making your own projects and programs? And what determines success? It's not getting your names in lights necessarily, unless someone wants to put your name in light. But the main thing is to really consider what are the areas that you want to pursue, and how can you do it best in a way that will really help other people. By the way, if you have questions about this, then you are welcome, A, to read the book, and B, to look at some of the social media organizations that I introduce you to. Now, what is there about giving? Giving benefits others and yourself. It's not being selfish if you can really help other people, and in ways that are meaningful to them, that it also gives you satisfaction and delight. Not through scandals, but through projects working for people. There are a number of examples recently, this on the upper end, but people who have millions and even billions of dollars to give, and they give them to medical schools to offer free tuition to students who often come from modest homes, and they can't really afford to go to medical school, but they want to help others through medicine. And it's a wonderful project. Michael Blumenfeld has been working on this, and there are other people. Jeff Bezos, who started Amazon, who's been very entrepreneurial. His wife, who started everything with him, Mackenzie Scott, she also does research all the time to find organizations, causes that really need help. And they're not flashy, and they're not the automatic organizations that people think of. But she feels that they are so significant that she really wants to help them, and she does. And she does research, but she doesn't make a big fuss about things. She just observes and meets people and figures out what are the really constructive ways to do things. And I try to do that too on a much lower scale. But it's the process of being concerned about others and finding ways to help them, finding ways to give back. In my book, I talk about why altruism, helping others, can give you pleasure. People who give are usually happier than those who do not. People who spend all their time jealous of others or figuring out ways to take advantage of others, or all kinds of silly things, which are a waste of time when they could be using their time and efforts to look around and say, there are people, immigrants are coming in, or poor people. And if they just had opportunities, and I can help them find those opportunities and pursue them, hopefully, then they will be constructive citizens, and I will be delighted. We all have our kicks, and yes, it's good to go to a party or go to the beach or do this or do that, but it's even better to figure out ways to help people and to join organizations that are set up for the causes that you believe in, whether it's in medicine or education or theater or whatever. If you're serious about what you're doing, then you are likely to come to develop projects that are really helpful to others. And then you meet people who feel the way you do, and it leads to many other good things happening. And this is a very constructive way of having pleasure without taking drugs and going places that are off the beam and not legal and so forth. I mean, some people insist upon doing that, but those aren't the people that some of us want to know. We want to meet those who are really constructive, who really want to help others and do everything they can to put themselves in positions where they really can assist others. Now, if you're like me and you want to find out what's around, it's very convenient to read excellent newspapers such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and others that give you a good sense of what's happening. And again, you can figure out how you can join organizations or causes or whatever that are significant and that help others and give you a sense of satisfaction because you're putting your efforts in something that's really worthwhile. Here's a section in my book, How to Use This Book to Encourage Your Passions and Carry Them Out Effectively. The book will help you to examine your values and motivations, decide which institutions can best carry out your goals, and become an active, creative, and innovative giver. How do you narrow down what you want to be your special contribution? To do so, what are your deepest concerns and purposes? Which institution should you choose in a particular category? Example, school, hospital, museum. What programs do they offer? Which constituencies do they serve? How effective are they? For example, transparency. What percentage of the funds they collect actually go to the cause, and how much goes to overhead? Are they pioneers, innovators, or leaders in their fields? Or are they duplicating and overlapping with other similar organizations? If they did not exist, would they really be missed? Who are the leaders? Do you know any of them personally? Do you want to know them? Should you introduce yourself? Have you been impressed favorably what you have read about them? This book will help you zero in on the areas and organizations that interest you the most. This is not from smoking. I don't smoke. But you never can tell when you want to cough. Who are the leaders of these organizations? If they did not exist, would they really be missed? Do you know the leaders personally? Are there ways for you to get to know them? Have you been impressed favorably by what you've read about them? This book will help you zero in on the areas and organizations that interest you the most. It will provide guidelines for checking out the qualifications of various charities. There will be examples of how some people have launched special programs that might inspire you. Remember from the outside, while it would be desirable to be able to give millions of dollars to the institutions of your choice, you can make valuable contributions for much less money if you devise effective programs. In addition, you can provide invaluable assistance by conceptualizing and implementing special projects to help less advantaged students, people suffering from particular diseases. In truth, your time and energy alone can be very valuable for improving the world. As people who are already giving to others in special ways can tell you, your life will be enriched greatly when you volunteer to implement existing programs and causes you believe in, or when you devise special programs to help others and carry them out. This is what I do. I think of awards and programs and everything. And I'm so delighted. And then I meet all these wonderful people and so forth. It's really worth it. What a way to live. People who are already giving to others in special ways can tell you your life will be enriched greatly when you volunteer to implement existing programs and causes you believe it, or when you devise special programs to help others and then carry them out. The process of empathizing with others can help alleviate your preoccupation with your own problems. The interaction with people who need you enhances your sense of well-being. When you ask yourself, what am I doing that is worthwhile? Wait a minute, you can reassure yourself that you have created and supported programs and projects that are benefiting others. Hey, that's great. And I can tell you from experience, who needs to brag about things? The whole idea is just to observe, figure out how you might be helpful, and then go about it, often quietly, behind the scenes, but in a way that is meaningful to the people you're trying to help. My goal is to guide you to find meaning and pleasure in helping others in myriad ways. I will give a significant portion of the proceeds from this book to charity, since one of the greatest joys of having money, ideas, and energy is to share them with others. Even the cover of my book shows hands reaching out to give. Can you see? Hands reaching out to give to others instead of grabbing everything. Oh, give me more. No. I'm delighted that you are as enthusiastic as I am about the joys of giving to others in a very constructive way that benefits the others and gives you pleasure also. So to pursue this, please obtain my book, Giving is Not Just for the Very Rich, a how-to guide for giving and philanthropy, which you can get at Amazon or Barnes & Noble or ReadersMagnet or other bookstores. And you can also be in touch with my website. First of all, SusanAureliaGittleson.com. And then also my personal one is SusanGittleson72@gmail.com. I look forward to hearing from you, and I hope that this has been an inspiration for you to give more to others and to enjoy the wonderful feeling that it can give you when you help others. All the best. Bye-bye. When you help others. All the best. Bye-bye.
All right, let's give it up for Susan on her recorded video. All right, so it's open mic time, and so we want to bring up Barbara. I believe I met Barbara in Germany. Was it Frankfurt? Were you in Frankfurt? Yeah. I remember faces, but I don't always remember the names, right? So Barbara June Henry. Let me just give you a bunch of hers. Okay, well, she don't want to introduction, but I'm going to give you one anyway. You can talk a little bit about your book for tomorrow, but you're not gonna give them the whole thing now.
You're gonna show
Just about 5 minutes.
you can just show the teaser.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna just slide over and let you go ahead and talk for about 3 minutes, okay? This mic.
All right. Yeah. Wait, there you go.
Give it a second.
Sound.
There's no sound. There's no sound. The sound's the best part. Oh my gosh, there's me.
Yes, featured author. I'll be your sound. Barbara Jane Henry. There we go. I love the music.
Oh, well, I thought. No, just very, very quickly, my book is very different than any you've seen today. It is a memoir of my father. And my father was a navigator on a B-17 bomber during World War II, and it's a story I did not know. He never talked about it. When my mother died, after him, we found almost 90 letters between the two of them in World War II, all these unbelievable documents, scrapbooks. We'd never seen them before. So what happened was that I put this story together. My father was on he was a navigator on a B-17 bomber. He made it 16 missions over Germany, and he was shot down, parachuted out, was captured in a German prison, all this stuff, eventually rescued under the nose of the Russians. It's a story we just didn't know. So it took me about 2.5 years to put the story together. I went to his air base in England. The reason I went to Frankfurt was so I could go up to the prison camp and see where he was. And I just have to tell you that my sister, we didn't know. We did not know. And I think there's a lot of people like me out there. Since I've written the book, I get emails from people saying, my grandfather was on a ship in the Pacific and I found these letters. What should I do with them? And my answer, of course, is tell that story.
Yes.
We cannot ever forget. The reason I wrote this book, you guys,
It's because I grew up with my father all those years. He never talked about it, he didn't mention it. I never got a chance to tell him how proud I am of him. And that's been a very big thing for me, is that because I didn't know, it never looked him in the face when he went through 2.5 years separated from my mom, and I just couldn't tell. So I am all about, if you know a story, if you have a grandparent, tell that story. We can't ever forget what these people went through. So, anyway.
Absolutely, Barbara. You got me moved to tears over here, young lady. Yes, yes.
I have to tell you the two most, can you hear me? The two most unbelievable things for me, you guys, is one, when I went to the air base in England, where he was stationed, when I went and I took one of his great-granddaughters now, and we stood on that, the runways are still there in this air base. And we stood on these runways, and the guy who has the museum there said, nothing has been built here in 80 years. It's all farmland. And he said, when your dad got in that plane and they took off, he saw exactly what you were looking at. And to stand on the runways and to see this was, it was stunning, but it was nothing like standing on the ground where that prison camp was, and they bulldozed down the prison camp and they just kind of left the rubble. And the museum director, I know what barracks my dad was in at Solid West 1, and he kind of kicked around in the ground and picked up a piece of broken brick. Mm-hmm. And he handed it to me and he said, this is probably the foundation of your dad's barracks. Oh. I brought that all the way back in my suitcase, and so I have these pieces of brick. But anyway, things become stunning.
Absolutely. That is so amazing. Well, do you guys understand why I'm telling you right for the one? Barbara made a statement here where she said when she got her book out there, she started getting emails. And somebody emailed her talking about their relative who was in the war as well, and all of the letters, that they found. So this is why it is important for us to get these stories out. You don't know who is going to reach, where they are in the world. They may not be in your local city or state. They may be in a totally different country, and you are providing, hope for them. You know what I mean? And release for them also. So amazing, Barbara. In Frankfurt, I didn't get an opportunity to actually hear your story because there was, of course, a lot of things going on and we were busy with our own interviews and different things like that. But hearing you today, you actually moved me to tears. So I want you to know that I'm so very proud of you for actually getting that done. And so for some, it might seem like, well, who would want to know about that? World War III or II or whatever, who would want to know about that? But somebody does, right? Somebody does. All right, so we're going to move on now to our next open mic session. Doris Lavone, and so she's a good friend, and she was excited to know that I was out here, and I'm excited to see her out here. So are you going to let me introduce you a little bit? Because Barbara, she didn't want me to introduce her, she just came on up here and started talking. Okay, so Doris, let me come over here to light a little bit. All right, Doris lives her life standing firm on the word and promises of God. She resides in New Jersey with her husband of 38 years. Congratulations. Together, they have 2 adult children. While raising her family, Doris began a 22-year career as a preschool teacher. Lord bless your heart. She obtained a master's in early childhood education and a P3 teaching certification. Doris truly enjoys the work of pouring into future generations of the church. She served as an assistant superintendent of Sunday school Sunday school teacher and vice president of the Education Committee, pastor's aide, and stewardess boards. Somewhere in the middle is her debut as an author, and for it, she gives God all the glory, honor, and praise. So let's welcome my friend, Doris Lamont.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Doris Lamont.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Even I can hear me now. My name is Doris Lamont, and this is my book, Somewhere in the Middle, I Found Me, by Doris Lamont. And just sitting here and listening to all the stories today is awesome. And this too is the reason why we need to tell our stories. This book is my testimony. The theme and the theme of this book is my testimony. The message that God wants to get to the world is my testimony. Within the front of the book, to the cover track, the back of the book, are segments, stories, life experiences, and all kinds of things that took place in my life. And God called me to write this book, and he said that it will bring healing to me and to the nations. So when I heard the authors talking about healing, writing is therapeutic. There's things that we go through in life and we think we're the only ones. We think that, nobody wants to know. And you will be surprised. When I wrote this book, and I say that lightly because this book is by God's design. He authored the book. He is the true author. And everything that took place from the time I picked up the pen has been nothing but him. Even today, as he has me standing here talking to you, my talk session is tomorrow. And we didn't even know this was going to happen. But there's somebody, as he said, this book will bring healing to me and to the nations. So that means that there's somebody sitting here, or there's somebody on social media that needs to hear what I have to say. And the message is in the book. There's stories, there's something in here that he wants you to see, something he wants you to read. And my purpose is to make sure that it gets in the hands of how many people it needs to get into to spread the message. And just to give you a little tidbit, because my story is tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to take you deeper. My talk session is from 1 to 1:30 tomorrow, and then we'll be at Printers Row, 11 o'clock, somewhere around that time, Saturday and Sunday. But just to give you an idea, everything that's took place with this book, God told me which stories in my life he wanted me to share. I couldn't just put whatever I wanted, I had to do it his way. He picked the shade of blue that he wanted this book to be. Everything is by design. The diamond in the front, the diamonds on the side, everything is by divine design. But I didn't know that in the beginning. And I went out and I found a publisher, and I had the publisher sit in the wings. I paid for the whole package deal for the book to be published as I was writing the book. And the contract was that the book had to be written in a year, But the year came and the year went, and it was no book. Because he wasn't the publisher. That's why that publisher couldn't publish the book. But just to give you a little tidbit, the one that published this book had a sudden cardiac arrest 12 years prior to this book being written. And he died. He was dead for 1.5 to 2 minutes. But that couldn't hold him because he had a book to publish. And I had a show to go on. He launched the book on his television show. And the show wasn't even started yet. So that just goes to show you how God is doing miraculous things. This book is more than meets the eye. It's bigger than anything I could have imagined. And there's something in here that he wants you to see, something he wants you to read. So I would just, invite you to go on Amazon
It's at Amazon, Barnes and Noble, ChristianBooks.com. Get the book. Because he said it will bring healing to me. I'm healed in the areas that, are in this book. And he wants to bring healing to the nation. So he's going through great lengths to make sure that this book, that the message is out, that the exposure is given for. So that's what I wanted to share with you today.
All right, awesome. Somewhere in the middle, I found it. Hallelujah. I love the name of that book, or the title of that book. So, of course, we're going to go a little bit deeper than Mom, she said. So, if we can get any deeper than that, my goodness, I'm telling you, you're going to take us on in, girl. Okay. So, up next, we have another author that we want to come and showcase her book just briefly here for our open mic session, and that is in the person of Evelyn Rose. And so Evelyn Rose fell in love with storytelling in a high school creative writing class. Evelyn currently lives in the Chicago area with her cat, where she pours her heart and soul into her characters for your reading pleasure. She's a theater geek who can swing a sword and a defense instructor who can shoot the bullseye. So now listen, I guess y'all better not try nothing, right? Because she's telling what she can do over there, okay? Evelyn spends her free time volunteering in her community, hanging out with her friends, and of course, reading. Evelyn's promise to you: every romantic suspense novel will include a strong, protective male hero who will save the woman he loves, and every heroine will get her HEA. I don't know what that means, you tell us, because sometimes real life is hard, and we all need to believe in the fairy tale ending. Oh, I can't wait to hear what you say, because I'm looking for the night to come and sweep me off my feet, okay? At your voice.
Hello. Can you hear me? Is that good? No. So APAs happily ever after. Oh. Right? It's a romance novel, and a romance has to have a happily ever after. Well, is we better?
Oh, no, you turned it off.
Okay. Are we better now?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the name of it again?
So the first book is Taken, Shepherd Sons Investigations, book 1. The second in the series is Beaten. This is a 9-book series that I woke up one morning and couldn't stop writing. I published the first book in February. I'm self-published on Amazon, and I published the second one at the end of May. The next one comes out in 3 weeks. I'm finishing it up now. I write strong women who have, pardon the language, been to hell and back, who find a man who respects their strength while stepping in to save her, because even though she can save herself, he doesn't think she should have to. He wants to be the support him.
Wait, where did you find this? No.
Yeah. When I say I pour my heart and soul into my characters, there's a little bit of me in every heroine. I won't tell you which parts are me. I do things a little different in the romantic suspense category, in that I write closed door. And for those of you who don't understand what that means, there is no intimacy on the page. Everything happens behind a closed door. So there's not a lot of that extra filler that you typically find with an alpha hero, that strong, protective male who comes in and saves the day. I decided to go the closed door route to honor the women in the stories. Again, it's not that they're, prudes, they're adults, consensual, but at the same time, there's nothing on page. So I went a little different route with that. I love my characters. They talk to me nonstop. I was driving down here and wrote 3 pages during the drive of my 4th book. I started late in life. I published my first book at 54. This has been a passion for me. It's something new. This is literally my first time going in public talking about my book, so if I sound like I'm a little scattered, as soon as I have no idea what to expect. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Yeah,
That's my books in a nutshell. They are available on Amazon, both in paperback and in ebook. And then they are also available in Kindle Unlimited. So if you have that subscription, you can just go in and read for free. We all get that. So great. But with your subscription, you can read.
All right. Did you like control? Thank you so much, Emily. I'm telling you, girl, I gotta get that book because I definitely have a ever after. All right. So you guys, this has been such an amazing day today for our first day of Book Confab. Wouldn't you say? Yes. I have thoroughly enjoyed every author that has come in from morning to noon here, and I cannot wait for tomorrow to hear you guys go even further in there in terms of what you share with us now, and also the authors that they have left or that will be coming tomorrow. I want to thank you all for listening to us virtually here today. I want you definitely to join us back here on tomorrow, and I want you to tag a friend, and I want you authors make sure that you are sharing the link that comes out live so that it hits your page. I want you to know that there is somebody that will remember, oh, I forgot, I gotta get her book. Oh, I forgot, I gotta get his book. I hear it all the time whenever I send things out on social media and stuff like that, and then somebody says, oh, I gotta get the book. I forgot to get the book, blah, blah, blah. So I want you to do that. Don't be selfish, okay? Forward the link. What are we gonna do tomorrow? That's right, we're gonna forward the link. So now without further ado, I am going to bring up our Vice President of Readers Magnet. I'm telling you, I had the opportunity of meeting him in Germany, and it is the most amazing step forward that I took. I'm telling you, it was a leap of faith for me to go to Germany, and since then, it has been on and popping. All thanks to John Aminos.
All right, so that's right. People actually came and probably left. Mostly our tourists here in Chicago. So the weather is great outside, and I thank them. I thank them from Thomas, Russell. We have Dr. Clem, Yareni, who's on her way back to South Carolina. Stephen, of course, you, Tish, and we had Susan, and we had teasers from Doris, from BJ. We had Deb, yes. Thank you very much. Evelyn as well. Thank you. Book Confab has reached, and to all the viewers.
94 now.
No, at one point it even went up to 150 and 94 now. And this is only on Facebook, but we have on X or Twitter. And YouTube. Thank you for standing by, and thank you for following. The book Confab, as I was saying, has been really a series of, for me, conversations. Right? We've taken it twice in New York, once in Manhattan, and the other one in the Upper West, and then we went to Beverly Hills. We went to San Francisco. Am I forgetting something, team? San Diego. Yeah, we went to San Diego. We're actually headquartered, and now we're in Chicago, right? Last year with Deb, Chicago, the weekend, the street fair was amazing, right? And there was a lot of requests. We had a small gathering, or we had a small confab there, and there was a lot of requests that we have that space, we have that avenue, we had that that opportunity for independent authors to have the stage, right? And this is what the confab is actually all about. So, ladies and gentlemen, who's watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or X and Instagram, I would like to reiterate the message that, as independent authors, we all come stick together, right? We may not have the opportunity the others have, but the others who were noticed actually started somewhere, and this is where they started. We may not have the luxury of, the traditional forms of marketing, but hey, we're blessed in the time. We're blessed to be in this day and age where we have media that is, I think, very democratic. In that sense, meaning, we have that voice, we have that channel, we have that platform to tell the world about our stories. So, as being related to Reader's Magnet, we always and truly believe that, everyone has a book in them.
That's right.
Everyone has an actual book in them. You remember this? Yeah. And, we just have to have that medium. We have to have that opportunity for this book to be heard. Everyone deserves to be heard. Right? And this is the platform that we're getting. So for the folks that are watching here in Illinois, Wisconsin, oh gosh, the neighboring states, come on over. Tomorrow we're open at 10 a.m. and we close at 6. If you are an author, just even a budding author who has an actual manuscript that hasn't been published, come on over. If you know a friend who has a manuscript, if you know a friend who has already published but needs that avenue, needs that space and time to promote their book, this is it, right? This is so it. We have a roster, a powerful roster for tomorrow. We have a powerful roster for Saturday. We have a powerful roster for Sunday. But tomorrow we seize the day. So I will end today. I will seize today by saying my deepest appreciation to everyone watching on social media, but everyone here who came and go, but people who stuck it out until 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. Tomorrow will be a better day. We're going to make sure that we have more pizza boxes. That was 4 boxes that just flew by, right? And we're going to have more also stories to hear. We're going to have more stories to tell, and looking forward to a greater day tomorrow. Tish Barnhart, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Well, welcome back to another batch of book shoutouts. Though it was a very good and wonderful Readers Magnet book confab that happened in Chicago, and it was a it was really an event filled with inspiring stories, especially coming from our speakers. Namely, again, that was Yarini Beltran, Stephen Nielsen, Tish Barnard, and Susan Gittleson. So those were our previous speakers. Then, if you want to grab a copy of their book, feel free to at least check them out. Grab a copy, add them to your shelves. But again, even though that Readers Magnet Book Confab is completed for today, we will still be continuing our book shoutouts before we end the whole session. So let's go back to another list of books that you can add to your shelves. Okay. So first book on the list is we have here From There to Here, War, Peace, Pandemic, a memoir by one of our authors. Again, it's Rami Wiley, and it is a memoir. So same thing though, if you got your phones ready, want to add it to your list, feel free to at least scan that QR code and add it to your shelves, add it to your collection. And if you want to take note of this, write it down though, write that timestamp as well, so at least you'll know when to get back to that QR code and scan it to purchase it. Okay, it's available through Amazon, Barnes & Noble. You know the drill. Okay, next book on the list is we also have here. Second book is Beauty of Praise, volume 3 of the new Proverbs 31 Women series. That's from Dr. Karen Rani. So this is also another book from Dr. Karen. Again, it is Beauty of Praise of Volume 3, new Proverbs, again, 31 Women series. If you're a woman, if you want to read some books, and again, it's spirituality and inspirational. So it's a religious book. Grab a copy, make sure you can read it. Take time to at least pause, sit down, grab a blanket, get some hot chocolate, sit down, relax, have fun, read a book. It's very peaceful and comfortable, okay? Oh, so, and next book on the list is, we also have our third book on the list. It's Tomorrow's Bread by Mark A. Cornelius, okay? So Tomorrow's Bread by Mark Cornelius. It's still a spirituality and inspirational book. We're talking about religious books here. If you want to add to your shelves, okay? If you want to add to your shelves, scan that QR code, grab a copy, and you'll be routed where you can purchase one, okay? So, okay, also, fourth book on the list is Stories by Grammy Girl. That's unique. And this is from Catherine Shelby Hale. It is still a children's book. And going back with the cover, as I said, I really love children's books cover, though. It's had this unique taste, unique blend. It really puts you on something as well. And I think, though, that, again, Cregan agrees with me, though. For a couple of books, book covers really are amazing for this. It really catches your eye. It really brings you into a different dimension. Because I really do know that books really put you somewhere else. Reading a book brings you to a different story, different dimension. And it's like you are walking in the path of the protagonist's shoes, okay? So again, that is Stories by Grammy. It's a children's book. If you want to grab a copy, give one to your nieces, your nephews, your grandkids, your children, or even kids you know in your life, feel free to grab a copy, scan that QR code, and get one right now, okay? Next book on the list is Biblical Cures for the Wounded Spirit. So Answers for PTSD and Healing the Invisible Wound. I do agree with this. Again, this is a book by Wayne Keast. And again, there are times that PTSD is just one thing that a lot of people really PTSD it's something you can't see. It's just something that people feel, people go through, and it's just how we deal with it. It's just how you try to cope up with it. It's hard, it's not easy, but again, always going back with these religious books, finding something you can lean on as an anchor for you to stand your ground is something else that you would really love to do. So again, let me just repeat that. Biblical Cures for the Wounded Spirit, Answers for PTSD and Healing the Invisible Wound by Wayne Keys. Again, it's a religious book. Scan that QR code, grab a copy right now, okay? And next book on our list is From Meaningless to Purposeful by Crystal Summers. Okay, so it's another spiritual, inspirational book here. From Meaningless to Purposeful by Crystal Summers. Again, if you want to grab a copy, add it to your religious shelves. Want to add more of those books that you can grab on, try to find some inspiration. Always want to feel uplifted on your day-to-day lives, having those struggles. Feel free to grab a copy. It's there. Scan that QR code and grab one right now, okay? And then next book on the list is we also have here a Sub-Zero Quest, Legends Awaken. So another different genre here. We're talking about sci-fi, fantasy, horror, and this is by J.B. Korgard. Okay, so J.B. Korgard authored the book Sub-Zero Quest, Legends Awaken. Again, that is sci-fi, fantasy, horror. So if you love that type of genre of books, and if you want to see more how it works and see how you can be brought into a different dimension that you have never seen before, feel free to grab a copy. Just scan that QR code on your screen and, hey, add it to your collection, okay? And then next book that we have here is again from one of our very own Tish Barnhart. And if ever you have seen her talk during the Confab event, and you want to grab a copy, but you just couldn't Google it, or you can't even how do you say this? You don't have the time to Amazon. You check Amazon, put it in. I do know it's easy. But again, it's much more easier if you just scan that QR code, okay? So again, so You Want to Be a First Lady by Tish Barnhart, okay? It's a book that is available, added to your collection. It is a very good read. Grab a copy, I tell you, okay? So again, and also I'd just like to extend a heartfelt thank you to Tish for hosting our Book Confab event for today. And if you want to see more about Tish, feel free to drop by our next session tomorrow, same time, same channel, and you could also see Tish. She'll still be the one handling our Book Confab for the next day as well. Okay, so next book on the list here is, this is coming from Yareni Beltran. Okay, so one of our speakers as well. It's Building Bridges Made in His Image. Wow. Okay, so it's an inspirational book as well, religious book. If you want to grab a copy, and if you were touched by what Yareni has said, and if you feel and you resonate with it, and you want to know what is inside this book, scan that QR code right now and grab a copy and take your time to read once it arrives, okay? So, but before I move on though, from a different couple of books, so going back with one of our comments, we have here a Zenki Mooney. So I was able to listen to Tish's book earlier, and it's pretty good. So coming from our viewers as well, it's not just a one-person recommendation, but it is a really good book. And if you love Tish, you'll love how she delivers her message. You'll love her book even more, okay? So grab a copy, and also don't forget to also add Yareni Beltran's book, that's Building Bridges. Scan that QR code and add it to your collection as well, okay? And next book on the list is, again, It's Time to Get Your Act Together, a 30-day challenge to kickstart your best life. And that's from Farrah Hilton. So it's a self-help book. Again, I told you earlier on the first part of first session of our book shoutouts that self-help books are something that a lot of people don't really are, how to say this, it's not something that you can do it on yourself. That's why if you want to do some changes, but then you don't know where to go, you can go to life coaches, you can go to someone else, you can go to friends, mentors, whoever you lean on to, you can go to them. But if there is a time that you want to at least sit down, grab a cup of coffee, and think on how you can jumpstart your day, then self-help books like this is something that you can also add to your shelf. So again, It's Time to Get Your Act Together, a 30-day challenge to kickstart your best life by Farrah Hilton. QR code is in there, and you'll be routed to the Amazon page, and at least grab a copy and add it to your collection as well. Okay. Also, going back with one of our comments here from Reginald. This is what I try to tell myself in the mirror every day. Again, trying to make sure you can jumpstart your day. Looking in the mirror after brushing your teeth. It's like putting out that pumping up yourself and making sure that you can really just glide through that day. See that you can really end it with a really good thing. Because again, I do believe that if it is progress, no matter how small it is, progress is still progress. Okay. Even a drip of water can cut through a stone in due time. Okay. So let's not stop. Let's not stop making sure we can improve ourselves, especially for future authors and for future and writers right now who are thinking about publishing a book. If you start right now, even though these are little drips, little chapters, little words, eventually it will turn out to a full-fledged book. And then you can tell yourself that no matter how small that drip is, you'll still cut through stone. Okay. So, and also we do have a comment for. We also do have James Lynch. Yeah, James, I do know, again, self-help books. These are your kinds of books. And thank you for being very active during the whole event. Really love and really appreciate the enthusiasm here. Okay. And also, so next book on our list is The Book of Laura. And that's from Jennifer Davis Deckard. It is a sci-fi fantasy horror, and you wouldn't expect it from the cover itself. Again, it's the cover thing. It's the cover. It's really something that, again, you can't judge a book by its cover. It's really something else when it comes. Okay. So again, coming back, if you want to grab a copy, want to know what it really is, and if you are curious, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy. Okay. So again, that is The Book of Laura. Okay, and that is from Jennifer Davis Deckard. Okay, next book that we have. Before I move on, I just want to comment on this. Alani Jacinta, you love the cover. It looks magical, and yes, the wizard is still there. And again, beside the wizard, if you can see it on your screen, if you're wondering, If you just tuned in and you're wondering, hey Rob, where's the QR code? I know it's clear there, but let me just pinpoint it. Look at the cover, bottom part, you'll be seeing the QR code. You can scan it. You'll be routed where you can purchase that book. Okay, so next book on the list is The Sharecropper's Son by Bobby Dan Cobbs. So it's also another self-help book, relationship psychology, philosophy book. So if you want to grab a copy for this, scan that QR code, make sure you can add it to your collection, and hey, who knows? Maybe this will be some books that you would really love to go back through time and time again. Okay. Oh, and going back with the with our comments here, I just want to highlight this comment. I really love this from Lena Elliott. I love the core message of the book when it comes to giving. I know people primarily think of monetary values, but it shifts the focus to a more meaningful path of giving. I believe this is one of our book talks earlier. It was by but one of our book authors, though. I believe that was from Susan. It's more about giving than taking, and it was really something that it's, how do I say this? It's just something that a lot of people couldn't really realize. Like you really want to give, but there is also a subconscious part of you that you really want to take. But Susan really has that good insight when it comes to giving out. Okay, and if ever you want to grab a copy for that, search it out. You can get it. You can get a copy, and I would really suggest, and I will really tell you this, that it's really good. Okay. So next book that we have on the list is Smokey's A Big Day from DeHaven. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but DeHaven Alexander. It is another children's book. Okay. So we have here on the cover, though, Smokey's Big Day. Want to add another children's book to your collection? Scan that QR code and order one right now. Okay. And next book that we have on the list is Faith Forward Wellness Tools for Creating Change. Simple. It's Faith Forward. Easy to understand. Really gives that core message immediately. And that is authored by Gail Smith. Okay. It's a spiritual inspirational book. And if you want to grab a copy, same thing, same rule. QR code is in there. Feel free to scan it, check it out, read more about it. And if it interests you, grab a copy. Okay. And next book on our list is Communicate in God's Way by Rian Sipler. So Communicate God's Way and is another spiritual inspirational book. We're talking about religious books here. And again, it's always that anchor to put us in where we are right now. Because again, there are a lot of spiritual books, but you can't really be sure. You can't be sure on which one you want to go for. Because you might be relating to this book, you might be relating to the second book, you might be even relating to a third book. So having different books that you can go back to, get that boost, get motivated, or how do you say this, just to bring up your morale, is something that you can also do as well. Okay, so again, that is Communicate God's Way by Rian Sipler. That's available through Amazon. Feel free to scan that QR code and you can purchase a copy for that. Okay. And then next is another religious book in our entry. It's Glory to Glory, The Indication and Identification of Jehovah El Elyon. Okay, it's from Alvan Kwamina. Okay, so if you ever want to add this book as well to your collection and to your shelves, once you're sitting down in your lawn chair, relaxing, thinking about life, and want to think about something else or have that spiritual nourishment, feel free to grab the copy of this book. QR code is available. Again, that's Glory to Glory by Alvin Kwamina. Okay. And then another religious book in our entry here is A Walk with the Master, One Person's Journey to Christ. You might be thinking, each and every one of us, we are all, I'm going to throw out something here in the window. It's always up to you. But again, it's always one person's journey to Christ. We are all alone. Right? Because it's only up to us if ever we want to take that step forward and do things. But again, knowing that you are never walking alone is a different message, because you can physically walk alone, but not walking alone is something on a spiritual level here. But again, it's something. It's something different. It's something that you can grab read. Okay. So again, A Walk with the Master, authored by David Allen Armstrong. It's a religious book. Want to grab a copy, scan that QR code and get one right now. Okay. And also, just going back with the comments here, we have here from Ella Cartwright. I do believe the religious books are important too. Yes, I do agree with that 100%, and I personally can't get enough of them. There's no such thing as having enough books, enough religious books, enough any type of book that you have. There's no such thing as having enough, because again, It is something to anchor you, especially with religious books. It gives you a different perspective on things. Your daily struggles, it goes a long way. Like, you think about this. A pitcher can be full, but if you pour too much water, it overflows. Same thing without something that can anchor you. All of our frustrations, all of our struggles would really outflow. But again, if you ever have something that you can anchor yourself with, something that could put ease in your mind, in your heart as well. Religious books are really one thing you can lean on to, and that's one thing I've experienced. That I've read a couple of my own as well, in my own collection, and yeah, it is really something that brings you different. It gives your day something different. Like at the end of the day, just read a couple of chapters, it gives you a different perspective on things. Okay, but Ella, thank you much for that comment. Really appreciate it. And next book on the list, though, is again The Art of Self-Destruction: The Human Guide to Becoming the Victim You Never Were. And this is also a self-help book. So if ever you want to grab a copy, and again, I love the simplistic cover, black and white, really simple, and it really delivers something. A guy looking in a mirror, and the mirror is reflecting a nuclear bomb exploding. Okay, so again, The Art of Self-Destruction, authored by Malte Nebelschutz. So The Art of Self-Destruction: The Human Guide to Becoming the Victim You Never Were. Feel free to grab a copy. It's a good read. Scan that QR code, and hey, who knows, maybe you'll love this. Okay. So, and also going back with the comments here from Alani. So you love this book. Yes, and I do understand. You love this book. It's fun to read with a circle of friends. The Art of Self-Destruction. Yes. I really appreciate that, Alani. Okay. And also we do have, again, from William, here he's talking about, again, I think this is in contrast with the previous comment we had. It's good to have a favorite genres, but we also need to read different, diverse ones so we can learn to appreciate different worldviews. Yes, and I do agree. Again, to each, there are different types of books we can go on. Religious books has its own worldview. Science fiction books has its own worldview. It's really a case-to-case basis on how we can all go through this. Okay, but again, whatever your genre is, no matter what books you love, if you love books and you love reading, and you want to at least fill your mind with knowledge or anything else, or even any worldview or any story, any creativeness story, books are always a way to go. Okay, and then the next book that we have on the list is 30 Pearls of I Do. Okay. So 30 Pearls of I Do, it is, you might be thinking, like, is this 30 steps? Or is this a step-by-step guide to say I do? It's a memoir by Marviette A. Usher. So feel free to grab a copy, though. QR code is in there. And hopefully, though, from the previous books that we had mentioned, you had got a couple of books that you want to add to your shelves, or even add this to your collection. So again, that's 30 Pearls of I Do by Marviette A. Usher. It's a memoir book. And if you want to grab a copy, QR code is available on screen. And feel free to grab one right now, okay? So, but before we continue, because we still do have a lot of books to continue on, I want to take a quick break. Okay, let's take a quick break, though. I'll be back after a couple of messages, because there are a couple of books I want you to be ready to list it out. And also, just want to give you some updates on our upcoming events as well. So stay tuned, and I'll be back after a few messages, okay?
Reader's Magnet is back in the heart of Guadalajara, Mexico. Join us for the largest Spanish-language book fair in the world. Guadalajara International Book Fair 2024. Access to over 300,000 titles. Networking opportunities with 15,000 book professionals. Feature your book in our book shoutout. And invite readers to grab a copy through our book plug. See you on November 30th to December 4th, 2024. Visit us at booth GG40 and GG42. Don't miss out and save the date. Contact us at 1-800-8050-762.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome back to the studio. So again, we just need to fix some minor hiccups though. Again, the last book that we discussed with was 30 Pearls of I Do. And as I'm checking right here, we do have Peter. So Peter, thank you very much for joining in the stream. And yeah, I read your comment. So while we're away, just wanted to double check here. So for all of our authors though who had join our book shoutouts. If your book hasn't been mentioned for today, you don't need to worry though. We still do have tomorrow. We do have a Friday. We do have a Saturday, and we also do have a Sunday book shout out. So don't you worry. So Peter Kelly, you don't need to worry though. I'll give your book the time for it to shine in the spotlight. So as I check my list, it will be for tomorrow. So tomorrow, stay tuned. I'll special mention you during this time. Okay. So Peter, thank you much for joining in. Joining in from Montreal, Canada. Thank you very much for joining in, though. And even though you're from Canada, again, or I'll give you the shout out. That will be on list. You're on the list, and your book is going to deserve that spotlight. Okay, so that'll be Friday tomorrow. So stay tuned for our book shout outs for tomorrow. Okay, so to continue more books that will be added onto the list, we do have another book here. Is Giving is Not Just for the Very Rich, a how-to guide for giving and philanthropy. So this is from Susan Gittleson, one of our speakers during the Reader's Magnet book confab. So if you want to grab a copy, and I believe that there are a couple of you who want to grab a copy and just want to read through this, and it's a very beautiful book. So scan that QR code on screen, and feel free to purchase and get a copy and add it to your shelf so you can read it on later. Okay. So again, that is Giving is Not Just for Very Rich, a how-to guide for giving and philanthropy by Susan Gittleson. Okay. And the next book is from Laurie Ostrich. It's Gluten-Free is Part of Me. And I got to give it to you. I've read this book. It really resonates with me as well. Since, again, if you were here from the start, though, as I said, I'm half German. So there's a part of me that is really, that really resonates with me about this. And it's something that I would love for you guys to stay tuned, since Laurie we'll be doing an interview with Laurie in the near future to talk about this book. So if you love this book and you're curious about what it is, stay tuned. Or if you can't wait for that interview to happen, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy for yourself. Okay. So again, that is Gluten-Free is Part of Me by Laurie Ostrich. Okay. Next book. Next book that we have on the list is Little Sasha Sasquatch's Namesake by Alfred Anderson. Love how it's been done. So Little Sasha, though, it is a mystery thriller. So if you are a fan of mystery thriller books and you want to add more to your collection for you to read, though, like read a book within a week, within a quarter, within a month, then add this to your go-to book to reads. And again, that is Little Sasha by Alfred Anderson. QR code is posted on screen, and feel free to grab a copy, okay? And going back with one of our comments here. So we do have here from Julia Valentina. So every book on today's shout out lineup is relatable regardless of genre. Yes, I do agree. There is something magical about books, like even though it is a different genre, but it really resonates with you in a different way. And yeah, thanks for that comment, Julia. I really appreciate it. And thank you much for tuning in to our book shout outs this day, okay? And next book that we have on the list that you can add to your collection as well is Echoes Across the Tracks, Life Lessons Through Unexpected Connections. Okay, that's from David Moravec. It is a business, personal finance book. And again, that is Echoes Across the Tracks, Life Lessons Through Unexpected Connections. So if you're curious about what this is, and I'm not going to give out too much information, feel free to scan that QR code, grab a copy, and add it to your collection as well. Okay, and the next book that we have on the list is a book by Philip Ripley Ward. It is another religious book. It is Golf is Not What You Think, The Finishing Touch. Really awesome. Really love it. Really love how it delivers. Okay. So Golf is Not What You Think, The Finishing Touch by Philip Ripley Ward. Feel free to grab a copy. You know what to do. Okay. And the next book that we have on the list is From Sweet Potatoes to French Fries. It is a memoir by Phoebe Andes. Okay. So again, so From Sweet Potatoes to French Fries. If you love to read other people's experiences, other people's lives, you want to make it a life lesson for you, go for it, okay? So again, that is From Sweet Potatoes to French Fries by Phoebe Andes. It is a memoir book. Scan that QR code and add it to your collection, okay? And also, going back with coming back from a couple of comments that we have here as well. We do have one from Callum Taylor. I think this was with regards about the previous book that was posted. So it must be a sign, as I'm growing fond of golf these days. Well, you never know. You never know here, Cal, okay? It might be a sign that something's happening, okay? And also have here from Mia Sanchez. I'm not going to lie, the book sounds more of like a self-help book than a business one. Told you. It's kind of it's more of a it's tagged as business, but it's something different. Like, it's really intriguing. And if you want to know more about it, scan the QR code and go for it. Okay. Okay. So also we have here from Mia Decilio, Sweet Potatoes to French Fries is an interesting memoir title. And then you really gonna scratch your head and ask the author itself, like, why come up with that title? Sweet Potatoes to French Fries. Like, how where did it start and how did it end up like with that title? So it's really an interesting take when it comes to book titles as well. Makes you ask these questions, okay? And okay, so again, if you want to grab a copy of Sweet Potatoes to French Fries by Phoebe, QR code is available. Scan one right now and add it to your cart, okay? And then next book that we have on the list is When I Grow Up. Okay, but this is by Rick S. Grant. It is another children's book. We have a lot of different genres right now, and I've been noticing that there are a lot of children's books as well. So we have here When I Grow Up by Rick S. Grant is available for purchase through Amazon. Scan that QR code and add it to your cart for, again, if you want to give it as a gift, or even collect it, or even have it for yourself. Feel free. It's free. It's something you can purchase. It's free to scan the QR code, purchase one. You know what to do next, okay? So next is a next book that we have on the list, A Scientific Proof, Soul's Existence Plausible. Okay, this is from Kane Manzira. It is a spiritual and inspirational book as well. Feel free to grab a copy and make sure to at least scan that QR code. And hey, who knows? If you want to add this more, get it out. Because it's just one easy scan, you'll learn more about the book. Because hey, if it would be good if it's coming from me, but where's the adventure in it? And a lot of people love books, love adventure. So take that first step and scan that QR code and try to see if it's something to your liking. Okay? So, so again, and the next book that we have on the list is Nimbus, A Prince of Fluff, Tales from the Kingdom of Fluffiness. And you thought it was a cloud when I said Nimbus, but it is a cat. And it's still a children's book. It's from Janet Steele. Again, that is Nimbus, Prince of Fluff, and that cat is really fluffy. So we have here, by the way, one comment here from Michael Rowland. Hi, Rob, enjoying your enthusiasm. Looking forward to hearing what you thought about my true story. I'm from the UK. Hi, Michael. Yeah, Michael, really, thank you very much for joining in the show, though. Really love to have you here. And yeah, so looking forward to at least check this with you. Don't worry. I'll give time, though. We can check some stuff as well here, Michael. But thank you much for tuning in from the UK, okay? Really love to have you here. Okay, and then next book, again, going back with the book here, Nimbus, Prince of Fluff. If you want to grab a copy, if you want to have a book that has a cat cover and you want to put it on display, scan that QR code and add it to your cart right now, okay? And the next book that we have on the list is we're going for a bit of poetry here. It's from Sarah Cobble, and we have here Noir. Oh, love that. Okay, I really love the noir things. So Noir here from Sarah Cobble. It is a poetry book, and if you love poetry or want to add something to your collection, you know what to do. Scan the code, check it out, and check it out. Okay. Next book that we have on the list is Motema's Feast, a story about refugee families. It is a story. It is a children's book, a bit more of a story. Has this deep root settings as well. It's also one thing that you can go for. I'm talking about children are really, you can teach children a lot of things, but books are more of an easily accessed information they have, and you can at least try to let them read some stuff, okay? So again, that's Motema's Feast, a story about refugee families by Ida, I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name, but it's Ida Wasserstein. That is a children's book again. So Motema's Feast, a story about refugee families, okay? Next book that we have on the list, It's All About Sally by Catherine Bernier. Sorry, my bad. It is another children's book on the list. Okay, as you can see on the cover, though, if you want to add more children's book, hoard all those children's books for Christmas, scan the QR code, add it to your card. Okay, and the next book that we have on the list is The Darkness at Dawn, and that's from Pamela Roberts Lee. Love that. And it is a general fiction, so it includes literary and historical events as well. So if you are a fan of these types of books, feel free to grab a copy. Again, that is The Darkness at Dawn by Pamela Roberts Lee. Oh, and before I move on, I just want to go through a couple of comments here. It seems that there are a lot of people who love the title of noir, kind of a bit posh. And again, there's also one comment here from James. The Noir's book cover screams old money. Yeah, it has a thing. And we have here from Alani, though. Very posh title, Noir, and the cover suits it. Yes, and when I was looking at the cover, it's like this needs a dramatic entrance, okay? And I'm talk about other comes here. We have here from Bob Montgomery. Matemus Fee seems like a great book to read, especially considering what's happening around the world. Yes, there are a lot of things going on right now, and it seems confusing what to do next. So it would be a good read as well. Children's books are really for children, but unknowingly it's also for adults, and we just don't notice it. Okay, we're part of the things that we love to see. We love to read these books because it gives us a quick reminder and quick nostalgia on what it was like when we were so innocent and young we didn't know anything else. But again, as we're adults, we do understand it better, and we can teach it to the future generations as well. So Bob, thank you very much for leaving that comment. Really appreciate it. And just going through the last few books to add to your list. So next book that we have on the list is another cat one, How to Pet a Kitty. Comment Kaliner Unshat. Okay, and that's from Stacy Alexander, another children's book. And it is not the photorealistic cover, but it is another cat on the cover. So we got 2 cat books today that we have. So again, if you want to add to your collection, How to Pet a Kitty, comment Kaliner Unshat. That's from Stacy Alexander, a children's book. Feel free to scan that QR code and grab it. Okay. Next is, hold on. Let me go back. My true story is Morocco or Bust, August 16th. Oh, Michael Rowland. Yeah, I did a shout out about your book earlier. And again, I gotta tell you, we were talking about some covers and we're talking about some ways for people to get a book. And again, if you love true stories, knowing more about books, again, Michael Rowland, the Morocco or Bust, August 69, that book, you can go back a couple of I think that was during lunchtime that we did a shout out for that. So you can always go back to that, scan that QR code, and please grab a copy of that book. And if, again, one of the comments said, if it's weird to read about these true life stories, it's not weird. It's something that you can learn a lesson from. Okay. So Michael, thank you much for joining in. Thank you much for reminding me with that as well, because there was a lot of books that I was recommending. But yeah, thank you much for making me remember what your book was. Okay. So Michael, thank you much for joining in. I really love it. Okay. So again, next is next book that we have on the list is so out of the cats. The next we have here, Golden Nuggets Sent from Heaven While We Talk. So that's from Edward Robinson Sr. It is another religious book, though. If you want to add it more, again, we had one commenter who loves spiritual books and loves to get a lot of it. So, hey, the QR code is available. You can scan it, grab a copy of that, okay? So, okay, and then last 3 books before we end it. So we have the 3 books that we will be talking about. Third to the last book that we'll be doing a shout out for today is Building 51 by Albert Russell. It is another memoir. Okay, it is another memoir. If you love to check it out, see though, if ever you love memoir books about talking about other experiences. Again, I'll keep on saying this: memoirs, unknowingly though, that you'll be writing about someone else's life or your own life. You'll never know that you might be a lesson for another person. Okay. Not unless you put those thoughts and that experience into writing and making sure it's available for everyone. You'll never know that you'll touch that one person who needs that book. Okay. So again, memoirs though, a really good book. Building 51, scan that QR code, grab a copy. Okay. That's from Albert W. Russell. Okay. And second to the last book, okay, it is another religious book, is I Love God, But Church Stinks. Makes you think. It's from Philip Clark, though, and if ever you want to know more on why the title's like this, because again, titles are also something that hypnotizes you and makes you think, like, why? Okay. So again, if you want to grab a copy, scan that QR code, know more about the book, and if you love it, then add it to your cart. Okay. And then last but not the least for our book shoutouts is The Battle for Our Lives, Our Immune System's War Against the Microbes That Aim to Invade Us. Okay, so Daniel Keyes. Okay, so again, The Battle for Our Lives, Our Immune System's War Against the Microbes That Aim to Invade Us. And it is from Daniel Keyes. And you might be asking, like, okay, is this a health book? No, it is a sci-fi fantasy horror book. So if you want to know more, okay. So grab a copy, scan that QR code, and check it out. Okay. So again, that will be the last book that we'll be doing a shout out for today. But don't worry, stay tuned, because tomorrow we'll be doing more books to do a shout out here. But before I end the session, just want to go through a couple of comments. We have one here. From DJ McCool author. Okay, so we have here really interesting day. Glad I was able to watch a lot of it. We'll continue this week. Keep up the author and reader support. Yes, we'll do. Okay, no matter who you are. And also, if ever you want to get your book out there and get that shout out, always remember it's in 3 easy steps. Like the Reader's Magnet page, comment on the post with 3 book lovers or 3 authors you know, and then share the original post, okay? So instructions are pinned on the comments below, so feel free to do it if you want your book to get the spotlight it deserves, okay? So going back with the whole thing, again, it was a very fruitful day, really eventful day, a lot of insights, a lot of stories, and hey, also a lot of books that you can also go forward with, okay? But again, before I end the session, there's always that thing that really keeps you wondering, again, what will be the next book that I'll read? So you don't need to worry though, if ever you want to get some recommendations as well. Tomorrow, same time, same channel, we will be doing our book shout-out, same as usual, at the same program with our Reader's Magnet Book Confab Day 2. That'll be happening again, that at 637 South Dearborn Street. So if ever you have time tomorrow and you are in the vicinity of Chicago or Dearborn Street, feel free to visit our venue, okay? That is the Reader's Magnet Book Confab. And also, if you are going to be joining the Printers Row Lit Fest, that'll be happening this September 7 and 8, and we are located at booth C and D. So feel free to drop by if you just want to have a quick chat with our Reader's Magnet staff, or if you want to talk to a couple of authors that are visiting our booth, then hey, drop by, have a quick chat. And if ever you also want to know though, if ever you want to get a signed copy from one of the authors, because we'll be doing also a book signing session at the event. So feel free to drop by and grab a signed copy, okay? But again, before I end this, okay, so again, let me leave you with a quote. And this is one thing that I really love to do. So again, all these books that we have, all the books, everything that we had wrote down though. So again, every ending is just a new beginning in the world of stories. So again, may your reading adventures be endless and your imagination boundless. And as we say here at Reader's Magnet, we share your story with the world. Have a good one and see you tomorrow. Bye.